Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 713. Lu Yin raised his hand and his die appeared. It seemed like he needed to roll 6 pips, as each fusion could lead to improvement. This was a shortcut to increasing his strength. The next day, Lu Yin finished his finger tap training and sensed Banjio's aura in his domain. He had K's let him in. "Your Highness, are you free right now? Come with me to the technology department," Banjio said urgently. Lu Yin was curious. "What's wrong?" "The first batch of androids has been completed, and I would like you to witness it." Banjio was excited. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he stood up. "Let's go." Right after Lu Yin left, Hai Chichi arrived. She did not need to report her entry and exit to King Zishan's palace, as if it was her own home. She didn't see Lu Yin when she entered the living room, but instead saw the diary that he had casually placed on the table. Hai Chichi opened it out of curiosity. The technology department was located in a hidden location, and some departments were even built underground. The androids department was one of them. Banjio had obtained the blueprints for the androids a long time ago, and Lu Yin had obtained it by rolling his die. The breakthrough in technology had occurred 4 months ago. Banjio had originally promised to create 50 androids within half a year, but in just 4 months he had already created 20 androids. The rest were just a production line, and as long as there were enough materials, the production speed would be very fast. Lu Yin followed Banjio to the underground technology department and saw 20 androids floating in liquid. They were completely mechanical and filled with power. Each android had rune lines that rivaled a peak explorer's, and in terms of power level, each android had a power level of 49,000 to 50,000. These androids are made from the best metals in the Eastern weaves. Not only do they have a hardness of 50,000, but they are also very resilient and can withstand even more powerful attacks. Their core source control hardness also exceeds 50,000, and spiritual silk has been added as well. Most importantly, as long as there are enough materials, any part of the androids can be replaced at any time, which can easily increase their strength. Banjio excitedly explained. Lu Yin looked at the androids. These were all products of a technological civilization, and 20 androids were equivalent to 20 peak explorers. It had taken him more than 6 years to become an explorer, and this was where the terrifying power of technology lay. As long as there was a breakthrough in technology, even such powerhouses could be mass-produced. "Do we have enough materials?" Lu Yin asked. Banjio excitedly replied, "The Great Eastern Alliance has been established, and I've seen all of the resources listed. We can create 200 peak explorer-level androids." "Only 200? Lu Yin was dissatisfied as he had gathered the resources of all 8 weaves in the East. Banjio helplessly replied, "Your Majesty, there are some materials that are too scarce, such as Thousand Thread Spirit Gold and Polarium Essence. The Eastern weaves don't produce them at all, and we still have to purchase them from the outside. The main reason is that these materials are limited in quantity." Lu Yin muttered to himself, "I'll think of a way to get the materials. You try to increase the strength of the androids as much as possible." This was exactly what Banjio wanted, so he hurriedly agreed. "Where do you think these androids should be placed?" Banjio shook his head. "I don't know." He was only responsible for manufacturing. The arrangements were Lu Yin's responsibility. Lu Yin had originally planned to sell the androids in order to break the alliance between Vast Earth Weave and Lars Weave. However, the battle on Source Peak Planet had caused Lars Weave to panic, and they had no choice but to completely submit to him. Grand Top Weave did not have any powers that could resist, and Flaxen Weave was just a fence-sitter that did not pose much of a threat. The ones that he needed to be wary of were Vast Earth Weave, Dark Mist Weave, Adonis Weave, and Bard Weave. Among them, Adonis Weave's strength had been greatly weakened, so it was not within Lu Yin's consideration. Dark Mist Weave was filled with dark powers, which made it impossible for them to unite. Furthermore, Mafioso Planet and Shinwu Continent had already submitted to him, so there was no need to consider them. Thus, only Vast Earth Weave and Bard Weave were left to be taken care of. There was no need to expose the androids to deal with these 2 weaves. As Lu Yin pondered this, his gadget suddenly beeped. Someone was trying to contact him. He glanced at it and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After some thought, he accepted the call. "Who is this?" "I'm Wei Rong, brother Lu. I've heard a lot about you." Lu Yin's expression turned serious, as this person's appearance had been too unexpected. He had expected Wei Rong to contact him, but he had not expected it to be so soon. "So it's Brother Wei. I've heard a lot about you," Lu Yin said calmly as he waved for Banjio to leave. Wei Rong's tone was relaxed. Congratulations to Brother Lu for obtaining the Lockbreaker Society. This brother has come to congratulate you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I also want to congratulate Brother Wei for obtaining the help of a group of Lockbreakers. It's a pity that we were not fated to meet after the battle on Source Peak Planet. Yes, it's a pity. I've heard of Brother Lu's great name many times, and after the battle on Source Peak Planet, Brother Lu has given me a new understanding of you. In the entire Outerverse, there are very few people who can accomplish what you did on Source Peak Planet. Brother Lu, you're amazing, Wei Rong praised. Lu Yin could tell that Wei Rong was sincere in his praise, as Lu Yin had used the path that Wei Rong had paved for him to take away the entire Lockbreaker Society. This was something that even Wei Rong could not accomplish. Lu Yin was not complacent, as he had only been able to do so thanks to Wang Wen's help. There's no need to discuss the past. May I know why Brother Wei has contacted me this time? It's nothing much. It's just that having a troublesome little sister is always a headache. Brother Lu, do you remember Wei Xin'er, who participated in Instructor Phelan's exam with you? Wei Rong asked. Lu Yin thought about it. She's your little sister? Yes, Xin'er has loved lockbreaking since she was young, and she's very happy that she passed the exam. She had planned to stay on Source Peak Planet, but unfortunately the Lockbreaker Society moved to Frostwave Weave. That girl has been causing trouble for me, so I had no choice but to bring her to Frostwave Weave's Lockbreaker Society. After all, her mentor is Phelan, and having a mentor to guide her is better than fumbling around on your own. What do you think, Brother Lu? Lu Yin replied, if Brother Wei wants to visit Frostwave Weave, you can come anytime. I can show you around. Alright then, it's settled. Brother Lu, let's meet at Xenu Star. Wei Rong laughed. Lu Yin smiled. See you at Xenu Star. After ending the call, Lu Yin looked at the cyborg in front of him and made a decision. Wei Rong had traveled through more than half of the Outerverse, but he had never set foot in the Eastern Weaves. Firstly, it was a matter of safety, and secondly, he did not place the Eastern Weaves in his eyes at all. The Eastern Weaves had the fewest populations, and they did not have any special resources. This time he had come to Frostwave Weave not only because of the Lockbreaker Society, but also because of the Great Eastern Alliance. The scattered Eastern Weaves naturally did not interest him, but the united Great Eastern Alliance was different. This meant that a colossus had appeared in his east. The moment the Great Eastern Alliance was established, it would become Wei Rong's enemy. Lu Yin originally did not know who Wei Rong was, but the battle on Source Peak Planet had left a deep impression on him. Even without Jeffrey, the Lockbreaker Society was still a colossus. However, it had been destroyed by Wei Rong just like that, and he had even taken away a group of Lockbreakers with him. Such methods and strength were quite terrifying. Wei Rong's strength was not impressive, but his strategy was extraordinary. It seemed that Wei Rong was planning to make a move against the Great Eastern Alliance, and he might even cause trouble during this alliance conference. Lu Yin left the technology department and returned to King Zishan's palace. Under the cover of his domain, he saw Hai Chi-Chi sitting alone in the living room with her head lowered. Clear tears would occasionally fall from her eyes. Lu Yin hurriedly walked over and squatted down in front of Hai Chi-Chi. He looked into her red eyes. Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Hai Chi-Chi looked at Lu Yin and pursed her lips. A teardrop fell onto Lu Yin's hand and she pleaded with teary eyes, "Can you save the Fireplume tribe?" Lu Yin was confused. What Fireplume tribe? Hai Chi-Chi handed the diary over to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took it. I picked this up by accident. Have you read it? Hai Chi-Chi nodded. Save the Fireplume tribe. Lu Yin was astonished. Hai Chi-Chi was crying because of this diary. He was curious, so he sat down and flipped to the first page. Today is the happiest day for our Fireplume tribe. The nightmare that has plagued us for so many years has finally ended, and we have welcomed our hero. He is so imposing and tall, and he stands in the heavens like a god that protects us. We cheer for him and pray for him. As the Fireplume tribe's princess, I, Ellen Gale, personally pray for him and sing for him. He likes our songs very much. That's right, who in the universe doesn't like our songs? Our Fireplume tribe has musical talent that far surpasses that of the Soul Dream tribe, and our songs can cleanse the soul. We left our homeland and followed him. He said that he would take us to a place where we would never be oppressed. He said that he would spread our songs throughout the universe and guide people to the truth, kindness, and beauty. I like him, and I might even fall in love with him. This planet is beautiful, and the place where I live is beautiful as well. I'm not writing anymore. He wants to hear our songs, and he really likes our songs. I'm so happy. He's injured, and the doctor said that he needs the blood of our hearts to treat him. We Fireplume tribe are willing to dedicate our hearts and blood to him. Each person's heart and blood may not be much, but when gathered together, it will be much more. We are all willing to sacrifice everything for him. I'm a little tired. I've been singing and praying for him every day for an entire month. My voice is hoarse and I've been dedicating my heart and blood every day. My body is very weak, but he still wants me to sing. Many of us sisters are tired. Today a child died in front of us. He was the one who killed him. He said that the child had the blood of an evil person flowing through his veins and that he would harm others if left alive. I pleaded for mercy because the child's eyes were pure and flawless, and I could sense his naivety. He seemed to think that this was just a game, but my pleading was useless and the child still died. He's a little scary, I'm afraid. He's killed many people during this period of time, and there was one time when blood splashed into my eyes. I tried to persuade him and use our songs to guide him, but it didn't seem to work. 5 of my sisters have already gone missing and I don't know where they went. I don't even know if they're still alive. He looked at me with a terrifying gaze like a king looking at an ant. He forced me to pray and sing and my sisters were all afraid. I wanted to leave. He's not the person I thought he was. He's changed, but it's also possible that he hasn't changed at all. He's just like this. No matter how beautiful the environment is, it can't change the fact that we're in hell. Our Fireplume tribe songs can guide a person's true beauty, but they can't guide him. He's the true demon and he killed thousands of our sisters. I don't know why, but we were very obedient to him. Why did he kill us? From then on all I saw was red. Lu-Een flipped to the back, and there was a long passage in the middle where Ellen Gale described the changes in her heart. I'm really lost. The feelings I had when I first saw him still haven't disappeared. Even if he's a demon, I still like him. He's killed many people, many of them, including my own people. But the more time we spend together, the deeper his image is branded in my heart. Alright, I'll face my own heart. The universe exists in white and black, just like his hair color, but there's a trace of gray in him. Perhaps this gray is the source of evil. I don't want to die, and I want to guide him to his true beauty. I'll use my life as the price to cleanse his soul. I've blinded my own eyes because I didn't want to see his evil face. I'll use the rest of my life to sing and guide him to good. I'm not fated to be with him in this life, but I'm willing to use the rest of my life as the price to atone for his sins and repent for him. From today onwards I will never stop singing. Even if I lose my voice, even if I turn into a skeleton, I will pray for him until the very last moment. I will guide him to his true beauty, Ellen Gale. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 7:14. Lu-Een closed the diary and retracted his gaze. He had unknowingly finished reading the entire diary. Was Ellen Gale an idiot, or was she infatuated? Can you save the Fireplume tribe? Hai-Chi-Chi was so moved that she couldn't stop crying. Lu-Een was speechless. Was she really that moved? Men and women had different emotions when it came to crying, but this crying was too exaggerated. Women were emotional, which was not wrong at all. He waved the diary in his hand. Do you know where this Fireplume tribe is? Let me save them. Hai-Chi-Chi shook her head. Let's look it up. Maybe they're in the outer verse. Lu-Een laughed. Wrong. The inner verse is in the day-night flow zone. How do you know? Hai-Chi-Chi was shocked. Lu-Een replied, Ellen Gale mentioned that he had black and white hair with a hint of gray, which is the symbol of the Night King clan. This person is definitely from the Night King clan, which is naturally in the day-night flow zone. Hai-Chi-Chi grew anxious. Why haven't you determined where old Gouda is? Hurry up. You're too inefficient. Lu-Een was stunned. The topic had changed so quickly. The sooner I deal with old Gouda, the sooner I can explore the Astral River. I'll definitely find a way to enter the inner verse, Hai-Chi-Chi said. Lu-Een stuffed the diary into her hands. I also hope that you can find a way to enter the inner verse. As for old Gouda, I've already sent someone to investigate him. He's very cunning and he's nowhere to be found. Don't worry, the area is only so big so he won't be able to escape. That's for the best. Hai-Chi-Chi put the diary away like it was a treasure. I'm going to take a nap and reflect on this. She then ran off. Lu-Een watched her leave and then raised his gadget to search for information on the Fireplume tribe. Using his honor points, he found the Fireplume tribe. It had to be said that this tribe was blessed by the heavens, but they were also plagued by misfortune. The Blazing Feather race was born on a planet called the Blazing Feather Planet. This planet was very strange. All living things had wings, including the fish in the river and the earthworms underground. All of them had wings that burned with white flames. Humans were no exception. Every member of the Fireplume clan had wings burning with white flames. What was even more peculiar was that the Fireplume clan did not have any males, only females. Even if they married outside, they would only give birth to ordinary males or beautiful females with wings of white flames. The singing of the females of the Fireplume clan had the effect of cleansing one's soul, elevating one's essence, energy, and spirit, and boosting one's battle chi. This effect caused the Fireplume tribe to become the target of jealousy from the moment they were discovered. They had never been free and they had always been controlled by other powers. They had been oppressed and their lives had been miserable. That was until 10 years ago when the Day-Night clan took control of the Fireplume tribe. Since then, the Fireplume tribe had disappeared without a trace, and there had been no news of them in the universe. The one who had taken the Fireplume clan away was Arbiter Jinwu. Luin sighed. Arbiter Jinwu, Night King Jinwu, and Luin again. So many things were connected to this person, and this person was truly unwilling to be left out. This meant that the he that Alan Gale had mentioned was Night King Jinwu. Luin smiled bitterly. Even if the innerverse and outerverse had not been separated, Arbiter Jinwu's strength was not something that Luin could face head-on. Luin had external help, but how could Arbiter Jinwu not have it? The battle in Iron Blood Weave had already shown that once Luin was targeted, his external help would not be able to display its effects. What he really needed to do was to increase his own strength. As for the Fireplume clan, it had nothing to do with him. If it was possible in the future he would save them, but if it was impossible he would not force it. Speaking of which, the Sixth Mainland was about to send a progenitor to sweep through the Innerverse. When that time came it was hard to say whether the Day-Night clan would still be around. Over the next few days, Luin passed down his orders and stayed in King Zishan's palace. He recited the Stonewall scriptures and practiced finger tap. He also used the second squadron to observe Ku Wei's movements. Ku Wei did not hide at all, and he openly wandered about in front of the palace. There were a few times when he was almost captured, but he had managed to slip away quickly. The group from the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society would arrive on planet Hydrodink in 8 days, just before the Alliance Conference. This was exactly what Luin wanted to see, as he wanted to use the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's reputation to raise his own. During these past few days the Eastern Weaves were very quiet, as everyone was busy with the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Conference. As for the outside world, Luin was not too sure, but he guessed that there were undercurrents surging. The Outerverse native powers wanted to swallow up the behemoths that dominated the universe, and this was an inevitable process. However, nothing would happen before the Alliance Conference, as Wei Rong himself still had to come to Frostwave Weave. It had been exactly 20 months since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated. On this day the bespectacled Mistchild sent news that she had confirmed old Guda's whereabouts. There were still 13 days before the Alliance Conference. Luin immediately decided to bring Yen Yen along. When Enya heard that Luin was about to leave, she hurriedly tried to stop him. Your Highness, the Alliance Conference is about to begin, and the various Weaves' upper echelons are about to arrive at Xenu Star. If your Highness leaves now, it will show that our great Yu Empire is lacking in etiquette. Just tell them that I'm in seclusion and help me welcome them, Luin said in a low voice. He had wanted to take revenge on old Gouda for many years, even before he had started cultivating on Earth. Now that revenge was right in front of him, nothing could stop him. Enya was helpless and she could only do as Luin said. In the dark mist weave, a giant spacecraft floated above a dusky primitive planet. Occasionally people would fly out to hunt large beasts and bring them into the spacecraft. This was a giant spacecraft that could hold at least 20,000 people. Inside the spacecraft there were cultivation rooms, gravity rooms, entertainment rooms, and so on. At this moment, old Gouda was lying down in a luxurious lounge with a trembling woman sitting on his lap. She was carefully cutting a piece of meat and feeding it to him. The door was suddenly pushed open and Guer walked in. He picked up a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. How long are we going to stay in this rundown place? Old Gouda looked at Guer with dissatisfaction. You're so impatient. What kind of person are you? Guer snorted and sat down. If it were up to me, why don't we head to the central region of the Outerverse? There are very few people who know us there, and it's much better than hiding on this primitive planet. There are only beasts here. We'll definitely have to leave, but not now. That girl that we were chasing has escaped into the Frostwave Weave, and she's definitely reported us to Luin. We can't go anywhere for now, so we'll just stay here and wait for the news to die down, old Gouda said in a low voice. Luin, it's Luin again. That bastard caused trouble for me back in the Astral Combat Academy, and now he's even afraid of you, father, Guer said. Old Gouda's gaze turned sinister. He's killed quite a few enlighters and has too many tricks up his sleeve. Now he's even established the Great Eastern Alliance and his influence is enormous. Remember this. In the future wherever he goes you definitely can't show up. Don't forget that you have a grudge against him, and he also mentioned that he has a grudge against me back in the Astral Combat Academy. Got it? Guer was unwilling to give up, and he glanced at the girl sitting on old Gouda's lap. His eyes blazed but then he suddenly thought of something. Right, is that girl really a high-ranking member of the Sea King's Dome? Old Gouda sneered. Back then the West Astral River Giant Arc Flow Zone's envoy sent me an image of her. If she can ride a spacecraft from the Sea King's Dome, then she's definitely a high-ranking member of the Sea King's Dome. Let's not even talk about the treasures in her hands. After a few years, when the Innerverse and Outerverse return to normal, you'll be able to marry her and become a member of the Sea King's Dome. No one will dare to touch you then. Guer was excited. Then father, let's hurry up and find her. I already said that we can't touch her right now. Let's wait for the news to die down. She's been wandering around the Astral River's border, and she's definitely looking for a way to enter the Innerverse. She'll definitely return, old Gouda said. Guer nodded, licked his lips and drank another cup of wine. Far away from the primitive planet, the bespectacled Mist Child appeared in front of Luin on a spacecraft. She smiled at him. Your Highness, I've made a contribution. Luin looked in the direction of the primitive planet. Tell me, what kind of power does he have? The Mist Child adjusted her glasses. Old Gouda has developed a considerable amount of power on the Astral River Giant Arc over the years. He now has 5 cruisers, 17 explorers, and more than 3,000 cultivators of various levels. The people on the Astral River Giant Arc have offended too many Outerverse cultivators, so most of them follow Old Gouda. They won't be easy to deal with. Old Gouda is a hunter himself, and he's been fishing on the Astral River Giant Arc for so many years. He definitely has some treasures on hand. If we want to deal with him, we'll have to trap him first. Let's go to Old Gouda's hiding place, Luin ordered. The Mist Child reminded him, Your Highness, Old Gouda is very cautious. If we show up, we'll be able to trap him. Otherwise, once we act, he'll definitely slip away, and it'll be difficult to find him again. I know. Soon, the spacecraft flew towards the primitive planet. Although it was quite a distance away, the Aurora spacecraft was too fast, and it didn't take long for them to see the primitive planet. Luin also saw the number of rune lines on the planet. Old Gouda's rune lines were enormous, but they definitely could not compare to Aiden or Yen Yen. Ever since Yen Yen had awakened, his strength had been constantly increasing. Even Luin, who was wearing his universal armor, had felt threatened by his ice-burst flame. Although Yen Yan's strength had been greatly reduced after the battle, he had still reached the level of a hunter. Luin estimated that Yen Yan's original strength had been at least that of a peak hunter, but now his rune lines surpassed even Old Gouda's. On the primitive planet, the spacecraft's alarm sounded, and Old Gouda immediately went to the captain's cabin to look at the screen. Captain, a spacecraft has stopped outside the planet. I don't know what it's trying to do. Old Gouda's face was solemn. Can you tell which spacecraft it belongs to? I don't know. The symbol has been covered up. Old Gouda's heart sank and he had a bad premonition. Leave the planet immediately. Hurry. At this moment, a figure appeared on the screen and floated in outer space. The figure then raised both hands, causing a white chill to rapidly spread out towards the planet. Suddenly, the screen became a vast expanse of white. Old Gouda's pupils shrank, and he leapt out of the spacecraft. He then threw out all sorts of weapons and bombarded them in outer space. The void was torn apart, and the weapons left deep marks on the solid white ice. However, they were unable to break through the ice. In less than 10 seconds, the entire planet was encased in solid white ice, and the frigid air caused the planet to enter an era of glaciers. Animals and plants quickly froze to death, and even seawater and rivers were frozen solid. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 7:15. The ice only froze the planet's atmosphere, but it did not completely freeze the interior. The interior was only filled with cold air. Old Gouda's expression changed and he charged into the sky. He aimed a palm strike at the ice, causing it to crack but not shatter. As the cold air spread out, the cracked ice began to fuse back together. Old Gouda's face paled and he used his battle technique to attack. The layers of ice shattered, but they quickly recovered. Outside the ice, Yen Yan's gaze was cold. He was competing with Old Gouda in a battle of attrition. If he lost, the ice would shatter and old Gouda would be able to escape. However, if old Gouda lost, he would be trapped on the planet. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Old Gouda roared. A layer of white frost formed on the spacecraft's surface, and the space-exploring powerhouses rushed out to attack the ice, but it was useless. Only old Gouda was able to damage the ice. Gu air trembled within the spacecraft as he stared in horror at the vast expanse of whiteness outside. Lu Yin appeared beside Yen Yen and saw old Gouda through the ice. Old Gouda similarly saw Lu Yin through the ice, and his expression changed. It's you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Long time no see, old Gouda. Old Gouda barked. Lu Yin, your enmity with my son is just a small matter. Is there a need to chase us down? Lu Yin laughed. It looks like you're still dreaming. Wake him up. Yen Yan's gaze turned cold, and the ice grew even colder. Some of the cultivators who had left the spacecraft were immediately frozen, and only the space-exploring powerhouses were able to withstand it. Old Gouda's expression changed. Everyone else returned to the spacecraft. The primitive planet turned completely white, and even the gales froze and fell to the ground. There was a soft sound from the spacecraft, and its internal structure was frozen and damaged. Old Gouda glared at Lu Yin. Is it because of that girl from the Sea King's dome? Lu Yin was puzzled. I was wondering why you were chasing after Chi-Chi and insisting on her marrying your son. So it turns out that you knew about her identity. I didn't know. Guer truly likes her. Old Gouda shouted. Lu Yin sneered. Is that so? If that girl doesn't want to marry you, then we won't force her. Please let us go. I, old Gouda, have obtained some treasures from the Astral River Arc over the years, and I'll give them all to you. All I ask of you is that you let us go. I swear that I'll never return to the Eastern Weaves again, old Gouda pleaded. Lu Yin looked at old Gouda's pleading face, and he recalled the despair he had felt while waiting for the Astral River Arc to dock in the Innerverse. At the time, they had calculated the time that the Astral River Arc would dock, and they would have been able to shake off their pursuers and hide in the Outerverse. However, because old Gouda had deliberately delayed the Astral River Arc, the Astral River Arc had stopped halfway, which had led to them being caught up. 72 lives had been lost just like that, and Lu Yin clearly remembered each and every one of their faces. They had been very kind to him, and they hadn't looked down on him because he was a commoner. They had all been his brothers and sisters, but because of this old man in front of him, they had all died. His death was extremely miserable. On Earth, Lu Yin lived an ordinary life, but he would always dream of those people, as well as old Gouda's disgusting and smug smile. In Lu Yin's heart, old Gouda was definitely the person he hated the most. Now he could finally get his revenge, but he wouldn't let old Gouda die so easily. He wanted this person to have a taste of the pain he had suffered in the past. Get rid of an explorer every hour, Lu Yin instructed. Yen Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Among the people who had been attacking the ice, one of the explorer's hands and feet had been frozen, and he fell straight to the ground. The surrounding people were terrified, and they immediately retreated into the spacecraft. Old Gouda shouted, Lu Yin, what grudge do you have against me for you to do such a thing? Lu Yin's body vanished as he returned to the spacecraft. There was no rush and he could take it slow. He wanted to vent the anger that had accumulated over so many years. Someone once said that torturing one's enemies was also torturing oneself, and Lu Yin agreed with this saying. Torturing one's enemies was addictive, but he couldn't kick it. His hatred was too great and his enemies were too strong. Without any motivation, he didn't know when he would be able to exact his revenge. Thus, he decided to let this addiction become his motivation for revenge. In Frostwave Weave, Xenu Star's space station had been completely sealed off, and only the leaders of the various Weaves powers were allowed in. Xenu Star was filled with cultivators and soldiers from the Great Yu Empire, and they had to ensure that this alliance conference would proceed smoothly. The 13 Imperial squadrons had hidden themselves, and Hua Qingshan, the blind monk, and the other hunters had put down everything they were doing to protect this alliance conference. Within the space station, a group of people walked out. The leader was an old man dressed in luxurious robes, and he had an excited and expectant smile on his face. Nearby, Enya and Hil Anna led a group of people to welcome them. When he saw Enya, the old man's smile became even more fervent, and he hurried forward to greet her. This must be Lady Enya, and this must be Lord Hil Anna. We've been talking through our communicators for a while now, and we've finally met in person. Ah. Enya smiled. Hello, Chairman Jibu. His Highness is in seclusion, so he can't appear for the time being. Please forgive him. Jibu hurriedly replied. His Highness the Royal Regent's cultivation is the most important. His Highness' strength is the foundation of our alliance's stability. Hil-Ana smiled. Chairman Jibu is still so energetic. It looks like he can still hold on to his position for a long time. This was the most pleasing to the ears, and Jibu laughed. He had joined the Great Yu Empire not only because of those secrets, but also because the Great Yu Empire would allow him to regain his position as chairman. He had betrayed his dignity and conscience to obtain this position, and he cherished it very much. Most people who had come to participate in this alliance conference were mainly concerned with the alliance's treaty and the formation of the alliance army. It was not necessary for the person in charge to be present, as safety was very important. However, to Jibu, the most important thing was to obtain the Great Yu Empire's guarantee that he would always be a chairman, which was why he had come personally. Hil-Ana's words were actually a guarantee, and Enya did not object. Jibu was in a good mood, as he had not expected to achieve his goal as soon as he arrived at Xenu Star. The rest was up to him to decide, as it had nothing to do with him. The Great Yu Empire could do whatever it wanted. Not long after, someone reported that the people from the Six-Fingered Tribe had arrived. Chairman Jibu, please go and rest. Enya smiled and had someone lead Jibu away. Not long after Jibu left, a group of people walked out. The leader was a young man with a calm expression and a faint smile. He looked very elegant, and he was the son of Bak Seamus, the leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, Jake Seamus. As the leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, Bak Seamus would not personally go out. To prevent any accidents from happening, Jake Seamus could take his place and make all the decisions. This was what most of the powers had done during this alliance conference, and only a few of them would send their highest representatives. The alliance conference did not only include the vast Earth sect, Evenground Palace and other leading powers, but also many other powers in the Eastern Weaves. After all, these powers were only leading powers, and they were not the only ones participating. More than 100 powers had sent representatives to participate in this alliance conference, and only the leading powers needed to be welcomed by Enya and Hil-Ana. The other powers were welcomed by other ministers. Jake Seamus had an extraordinary bearing, and as the leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, his mannerisms were more comfortable than Jibu's. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and there was even a hint of arrogance in his tone. However, this arrogance was completely restrained when he spoke to Enya. After Jake Seamus, the people from Grand Top Weave's 9-Stack sect arrived. The 9-Stack sect was Lu Yin's hidden power, and Tianming was his puppet. It would only take a few words for the 9-Stack sect to join the Great Eastern Alliance. This time, the 9-Stack sect had sent Lan Wu, the hunter who had discovered that there was something wrong with Tianming but had not mentioned it. Lady Enya, when will His Highness leave seclusion? Lan Wu asked. Enya smiled. I'm not sure, but he will definitely come out before the Alliance conference. What? Do you have something to discuss with His Highness? Lan Wu smiled. I just want to ask about His Highness. Enya nodded and had someone lead Lan Wu away from the space station. Lan Wu looked back and felt a little apprehensive. Back then, Lu Yin had said that he would bring her to the Great Yu Empire to temporarily become a captain of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. At first, she had resisted, as being a captain was not as comfortable as being a feudal official. However, her thoughts had changed. After the Great Eastern Alliance was established, the Great Yu Empire was the leading power, and Xenu Star was the undisputed center of power in the Eastern Weaves. Only here could one enjoy true authority and the best resources from the Eastern Weaves. She also wanted to become stronger, but staying in Grand Top Weave would only mean accompanying Tianming as a puppet. This was not the life that she wanted. She could only look for Lu Yin after the Alliance conference. The space station that Enya and Hil-Ana were in was very quiet, as it had been specially set up to welcome the leaders of the various powers. However, the space station not too far away was different, as there was a constant stream of people arriving from various powers in the Eastern Weaves. It was very busy. Enya and Hil-Ana looked over and saw that the leaders of the various powers were all very attentive as they arrived with smiles on their faces. Hil-Ana sighed. Back then, our Great Yu Empire wasn't much stronger than those powers. It was only because His Majesty, Undying Yushan, expanded our territory that we were able to reach our current status. Enya calmly replied, Undying Yushan laid the foundation, and the royal regent is the one who truly propped up the Great Yu Empire. Hil-Ana smiled. Of course. His Majesty, Undying Yushan, spent his entire life trying to unify the Frostwave Weave, but the royal regent was able to establish the Great Eastern Alliance. This is truly an unparalleled achievement. If the royal regent can one day remove the title of acting emperor, then that will truly be a blessing for our Great Yu Empire. Enya did not reply, as Hill Anna was expressing the Anna family's position. They were now completely loyal to Luin, and because of this they had offended many courtiers and been reviled by many. They no longer cared, as they wanted Luin to completely control the Great Yu Empire more than anyone else. Hill Anna saw that Enya did not respond, but he was not anxious. This woman did not react on the surface, but she would definitely relay his words to the royal regent in the future. Luin appeared outside of a primitive planet in dark mist weave. "Your Highness, 5 explorers have already died," Yen Yen reported. Luin killed 1 person every hour, and including the first one, 4 hours had already passed. Old Gouda had requested to speak with Luin several times, but Luin had ignored him each time. He had watched as Old Gouda sank into despair. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 7:16. Seeing Luin appear, Old Gouda shouted, "What do you want?" "I've saved up quite a bit over the years, and it's enough to buy all of our lives." "Hand over your savings first," Luin said calmly. Old Gouda was on guard. "Let us go first." Luin left without another word, and no matter how loudly Old Gouda shouted, it was useless. Very quickly, another 2 hours passed and 2 more explorers died. There were a total of 17 explorers under Old Gouda's command, but 7 of them had already died. The remaining explorers were in a state of panic, and they all looked at Old Gouda with strange expressions. It was obvious that they had been implicated. Luin appeared once more, and he repeated the same words. He wanted Old Gouda to hand over his savings. Old Gouda had been in outer space for many years, and his mind was as sharp as a fox's. How could he possibly trust Luin? "What grudge do you have against me?" Luin looked at Old Gouda. "Do you remember how many enemies you've made over the years?" Old Gouda frowned as he stared at Luin. "Tell me. At the very least, let me know what kind of grudge you have against me is worth you coming all the way from Frostwave Weave to kill me." Luin smiled and then left, not bothering to speak to him at all. Time quickly passed and 1 explorer after another died. An atmosphere of despair enveloped the entire spacecraft, and everyone's gazes towards Old Gouda became increasingly strange. Finally, 12 hours passed and 13 explorers had died. One of the explorers flew out and shouted at Yen Yen, "Let us go. We're willing to hand over our savings. Let us go." Yen Yen coldly replied, "You must hand over Old Gouda's savings." The explorer despaired. "Old Gouda is a hunter, so there's nothing we can do." Yen Yen didn't say anything. Luin stood within the spacecraft and looked at the frozen planet with a calm expression. Behind him, the bespectacled Mistchild was curious. "Your Highness, what enmity do you have with Old Gouda? Did he stop you from going to the Innerverse? What do you think Old Gouda cares about the most?" The bespectacled Mistchild answered without hesitation. "His son Gu-Er." Luin nodded. "Yeah, Gu-Er." On a primitive planet, another explorer froze to death. The remaining 3 explorers and 5 cruisers could not take it anymore, and they all went to find Old Gouda and begged him to hand over his savings. Old Gouda's gaze was cold. "Do you think that if you hand over your savings he will let you go? That's impossible. His hatred for me runs too deep. He won't let you leave alive. How will we know if we don't try?" "Captain, please hand over your savings," one of the cruisers pleaded. The others surrounded Old Gouda in the middle. Within the spaceship, Gu-Er trembled and looked on in fear. Old Gouda sneered. "What, are you trying to force me? With just the likes of you?" They looked at each other with fear in their eyes, but there was also a strong sense of unwillingness. "Captain, we don't want to die." Old Gouda suddenly attacked, and his blade tore through the void as he decapitated one of the cruisers. Fresh blood splattered onto the faces of the others, causing them to turn pale with fright. "I, Old Gouda, am your captain, and I'm also a hunter. How dare you resist me? You're courting death." Old Gouda bellowed. He then looked up at Yen Yen, who was outside the ice. "I know that you want to force them to rebel against me. Since I've fallen into such a desperate situation, I'll fulfill your wishes." The remaining 7 cultivators could not stop Old Gouda's massacre at all. Fresh blood dyed the pristine white ground red. The remaining 3,000 cultivators in the spaceship watched in despair as fear spread through them. Old Gouda gripped his blade and looked at Yen Yen. "Are you satisfied now? I want to see Luin." Luin slowly appeared behind Yen Yen and looked at Old Gouda in admiration. "How ruthless. Those were your subordinates who had followed you for many years. Doesn't it hurt to kill them like this?" Old Gouda stared at him coldly. "Even if I didn't kill them, they would have died at your hands anyway. Isn't that what you want?" I'm already in a desperate situation and you've already achieved your goal. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You never wanted to save their lives from the very beginning. Their lives were just tools that you used to resolve my hatred. I have to say that you did the right thing, and your current fate has helped me vent quite a bit of my anger. In that case, hand over your savings and perhaps I'll let you off. Old Gouda's eyes flickered, and he hesitated for a moment before taking out his cosmic ring and a drop of blood. He then placed the two items on the ice, and the ice seemed to come to life as it pulled the ring and the bottle away, landing in Lu Yin's hands. Lu Yin used Old Gouda's blood to open the cosmic ring, and when he saw the items inside, he was shocked to see so many star crystals. Old Gouda's cosmic ring was very large, and it far exceeded the one sold on the market. It was almost as large as the one that Northgate Lai had given him. That cosmic ring had been obtained from the Starfall Sea, and it was worth 20,000 star essence. It was unexpected that a mere Astral River realm envoy like Old Gouda would be able to obtain one. There were many things stored in the cosmic ring, with the most obvious being the nearly 600,000 star crystals and thousands of star essence. There were also some Mavis Bank crystal cards, medicine from Shamrock Enterprises and various weapons. Among the weapons there was a wrist guard that contained an especially large amount of rune lines, which was equivalent to a hunter's rune lines. Lu Yin took it out and looked at Old Gouda. Old Gouda looked at the wrist guard and felt his heart ache. That's a power vessel. Anyone who wears it can display double their physical strength as long as they don't exceed the peak of the hunter realm. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he looked at the wrist guard with a burning gaze. It was a good item and it was perfect for him. As for the fact that the wrist guard could not exceed the peak of the hunter realm, it was nonsense to him. He could level up to the enlighter realm or even higher, and then he would be able to display double his strength with a single punch. Just the thought of it was terrifying. I've given you everything I've saved up over the years. Please let us go, Old Gouda begged. Lu Yin casually gave the bespectacled Mistchild 1,000,000 star crystals as payment. Phantom Sting's starting price was 3,000,000 star crystals, and 1,000,000 crystals was already more than what the Mistchild could afford. The bespectacled Mistchild did not want it. I want the poison. Lu Yin did not give it to her. This isn't worth the poison. It was made by the enlighter Elder Wu. The bespectacled Mistchild pouted. Lu Yin, I beg you, let us go. Old Gouda shouted. Lu Yin looked at Old Gouda. How can I believe that you've already handed over all your savings? You've been in the universe for so many years, so you don't think that I'm that naive, do you? Old Gouda's face paled and he pointed at Yen Yen. Ever since the frozen planet, I've never left that person's line of sight. You can ask him. Lu Yin sneered. People like you have long since hidden away their most important things. For example, your son. Old Gouda's expression changed, and the spacecraft below them suddenly exploded. Flames shot up into the sky, and Gu Er's screams could be heard. Old Gouda immediately rushed over to save Gu Er, but he was blocked by the frigid air. Lu Yin, what are you trying to do? Hand over all your savings and I'll let you save him, Lu Yin said calmly. Old Gouda slashed through the frigid air and struggled to make his way back to the spacecraft. But below them, Gu Er's screams grew louder and louder. Old Gouda's eyes widened, and he watched as Gu Er screamed in despair. His skin was already charred and he tore open his shirt, pulled out a cosmic ring hanging around his neck and tossed it at the ice. Lu Yin was not surprised, as it would be strange if someone like Old Gouda did not hide anything. This might not even be the last of his savings, but it did not matter as this was not Lu Yin's goal. Lu Yin, let me save him. Old Gouda shouted as he slashed at the frigid air. Lu Yin waved at Yen Yen. All right, let him go. Yen Yen was helpless. I'm sorry, Your Highness. He's already dead. As the frigid air dissipated, Gu Er had already turned to ash and completely disappeared. Old Gouda's pupils shrank, and he trembled as he returned to the spacecraft. He looked at the ashes on the ground and then turned around to glare at Lu Yin with a venomous glare. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Did the late rescue remind you of anything? It happened 8 years ago. Old Gouda's eyes widened. He stared at Lu Yin for a moment before laughing maniacally. Gu Er's death had caused him to lose control of his emotions. So that's how it is. Ah, I remember now. It's you guys. 8 years ago, a bunch of homeless dogs who had been chased out of the Innerverse were being chased. I purposely stalled for time so that you guys would suffer heavy losses. Ah. Lu Yin had Yen Yen remove the ice seal, and he looked down at Old Gouda from high up in the sky. You remember now? Then your son's death was not unjust. Old Gouda's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Lu Yin. I never thought that a homeless dog from 8 years ago would be able to reach this point. If I'd known, I would have listened to that person and slaughtered all of you to feed the fishes in the Astral River. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his body suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already beside old Gouda. He kicked out and sent old Gouda flying, crashing into the ground. Old Gouda wanted to resist, but his limbs were frozen in place and his body was smashed into the ground like a sandbag. Lu Yin stepped on old Gouda's body and looked down at him. Who was that person? Old Gouda spat out a mouthful of blood, and his hair was disheveled. His eyes were bloodshot. Did you think that I would purposely stall for time if no one ordered me to? Did you think that a bunch of homeless dogs like you would be chased down so easily? Do you know how strong your pursuers are? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. In the past he had not known, but ever since he had learned that Big Sis and the others were from Leon's armada, he knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. Leon's armada dominated the Cosmic Sea, and it was the undisputed #1 overlord of the Cosmic Sea. Not a single member of that group was easy to deal with. The fact that Big Sis and the others had been able to leave the armada safely proved that their status in the organization was extremely high, and they were naturally very strong. Not many people in the innerverse could hunt down such people, let alone the outerverse. 72 people had died during that pursuit, and as a normal person, Lu Yin had not dared to watch the battle. However, with his current experience, he could imagine how intense the battle had been and how strong the pursuers had been. It was definitely not the Leo clan that Uncle Reuben had told him about. The Leo clan had definitely participated in the pursuit, but they had not been the main force. Even old Gouda had been involved. The pursuers had joined forces with many powers in the innerverse and outerverse, and they all had very high statuses. It was even possible that the Lu trial that the 10 arbiters had sent to Lu Yin had been a part of it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 717. The 10 arbiters, old Gouda and the Leo family. To be able to unite all of these powers meant that this person had unimaginable power. Who is that person? Lu Yin stared at old Gouda. Old Gouda laughed bitterly. No wonder you hate me so much and forced me into such a desperate situation. You tortured me to your heart's content and now it's my turn. I won't tell you who it is, so go and find out for yourself. Ah! Lu Yin broke old Gouda's arm with a single stomp, his eyes cold. Old Gouda laughed hysterically. I'll tell you that person came from the Cosmic Sea. I won't tell you anything else, so go and find out for yourself. You'll only end up in despair, ha. He then spat out a mouthful of blood and committed suicide. Lu Yin stared at old Gouda's corpse and fell into deep thought. Yen Yen and the Mist Child stood in the distance, neither approaching nor making a sound. In the Cosmic Sea, only one of the 4 major squadrons could cause Lu Yin to feel despair. Only a major squadron possessed a power that Lu Yin could not resist. Old Gouda definitely did not know the origins of Big Sis and the others, or else he would not have dared to intentionally stall for time. Leon's armada was the true overlord of the Cosmic Sea, and Lu Yin could not take revenge. However, Leon's armada was different. Unfortunately, old Gouda had not mentioned which squadron it was. It had to be one of the 4 major squadrons, and Lu Yin was certain that only a major squadron would dare to provoke Leon's armada. This involved the struggle for supremacy in the Cosmic Sea, and any one of the major squadrons had the power to challenge the Day-Night clan. The planet thawed and it became even colder. Snow began to fall from the sky. In the distance, the spacecraft was still burning, and the 3,000 cultivators inside had fled in all directions, fearing that they would be massacred. Lu Yin did not plan on killing them. Even though these people had acted tyrannically on the Astral River Arc, their crimes did not warrant death, and Lu Yin was not the Tao protector. The Mist Child walked behind Lu Yin and carefully said, Your Highness, I've already searched the spacecraft. Old Gouda did not hide anything else. Lu Yin glanced at old Gouda's corpse. Burn it. Yen Yen raised his hand and flames descended, turning old Gouda into ashes. Let's head back to Xenu Star, Lu Yin said. He had gotten his revenge, and although he felt carefree, he wasn't overjoyed. This was especially true after learning about the person behind the scenes, which made Lu Yin's heart sink. The Innerverse was currently being invaded by the 6th mainland, and he didn't know how Leon's armada was doing or how Big Sis and the rest were doing. Although he had never met Heizage Leon before, Lu Yin had a good impression of the man. Leon had once promised him, Kid, don't be afraid. Do whatever you want. If anyone bullies you, I'll help you get back at them. Remember, you have my back. The words were crude, but they were sincere and they warmed Lu Yin's heart. At that time, he had experienced what it felt like to be protected. He hoped that Leon's armada was doing well. There was nothing he could do right now. On Xenu Star, Enya and Hil Anna welcomed Elder Huaqiao from the Vast Earth sect. During the formation of the Great Eastern Alliance, the Vast Earth sect had been rather troublesome. First, they had allied with the Dainai clan and the Sun family, and then they had allied with Darkstar Gorge. In the end, even after they had decided to join the Great Eastern Alliance, they had still tried to unite the various powers to embarrass the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin was dissatisfied with the Vast Earth sect, and so was Enya, but they did not show it. Elder Huaqiao, welcome to Xenu Star, Enya said. Huaqiao nodded and looked up. He sighed. In the end I still came. I admire the royal regent's methods and courage. Hil Anna smiled. Elder Huaqiao must be tired. We've already arranged a place for Elder Huaqiao to stay. Please. Huaqiao nodded and left without saying anything else. It seems like the Vast Earth sect hasn't given up yet. I heard that Meng Tianlong has been guarding Elder Meng Qing's door all day, waiting for him to wake up, Hil Anna said unhappily. Enya's eyes flashed coldly. Meng Qing is an enlighter. If he wakes up it will be troublesome. Does your highness have any plans? Hil Anna asked. Enya shook her head. I'm not sure. A few hours later a spacecraft appeared and landed at the space station. This spacecraft did not originate from any other weave, but rather from the Great Yu Empire. Furthermore it was from Xenu Star. The moment the spacecraft appeared, Enya's expression changed, as someone from Shinwu continent had arrived. Enya attached great importance to Shinwu continent because the most important people to Lu Yin were there. Of course, Shinwu continent could not have sent Ming Yen, as almost everyone else from the Ming family had been exterminated. The person who had come was Bei Hong, someone who surprised Enya. Bei Hong had been Ming Zhaoyan's minister of war during his reign. Logically speaking he should have been dealt with by Ming Zhaoshu, but Enya had heard that he had been killed a long time ago. She had not expected him to represent Shinwu continent in this alliance conference, which surprised even Enya. Behind Bei Hong was a young man who was curiously looking around. It was Bei Qing. Shinwu continent was gradually coming into contact with the universe. Although they could not directly enter the universe due to the 5 sealing planets, they could still use the space station's hunters to enter the outerverse. Shinwu continent had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, so they were naturally under Lu Yin's protection. Even the Dainai clan in the space station did not dare to act against them. Only by leaving Shinwu continent could one see the vastness of the universe. Bei Qing's eyes lit up and he looked up. This was too mystical as this was the outer realm. Welcome to Xenu Star, Lord Bei Hong. Enya stepped forward to welcome him with a smile. Beside her, Hil Anna also hurriedly greeted him. Although he was the foreign affairs minister when it came to the matters of the Great Eastern Alliance, he was the subordinate, and Enya was the leader. Bei Hong politely replied to Enya, "Thank you for welcoming me personally, Lady Enya. This Bei Hong is extremely honored." Enya smiled. His Highness is in seclusion. You must be tired, Lord Bei Hong. Please rest first and wait for the Alliance Conference to begin in a few days. Bei Hong nodded, as this was not a suitable place to talk. He looked at Bei Qing. Unfilial son, hurry up and greet Lady Enya and Lady Anna. Bei Qing hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Enya smiled. This must be Sir Bei Qing. His Highness has mentioned you before. I've heard a lot about you. Bei Qing was stunned. Elder Huaqiao, are you going next door? If I'm not wrong, then the residence next door is for Evenground Palace. Could it be that Elder Huaqiao still hasn't given up and still wants to embarrass the Great Yu Empire? Lu Heng asked in astonishment. Huaqiao's expression turned ugly and he stared at Lu Heng. Don't spout nonsense. I'm just going over to greet them. Lu Heng covered his mouth and laughed strangely. Sorry, I forgot that this is Xenu Star and the walls have ears. Alright, Elder Huaqiao, do as you wish. I won't keep you company. He then left with a smile. Huaqiao snorted. Despicable. He had originally planned to find someone from Evenground Palace and ask them why they had insulted the Vast Earth sect. But after Lu Heng's provocation, he would inevitably be misunderstood as trying to ally himself with Evenground Palace. He had no choice but to return. Today he had been disgusted by Lu Heng. Doro should be grateful to Lu Heng, as the message she had sent to the Vast Earth sect would definitely have been discovered by Elder Maya and the other higher-ups of Evenground Palace. Sending such a message to a large sect was extremely disrespectful, and it was easy to make enemies. Although Mu Nikhang had been the one to send the message, who would believe her? In the eyes of the many elders of Evenground Palace, Mu Nikhang was a steady, intelligent, and mature person. She would never do such a thing, so she had to take the blame. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 718. On the other side, Jibu paid a visit to the Great Yu Empire's imperial cabinet and the upper echelons of the four ministries, including the Hua family and the Anna family. He did not say anything else other than to get acquainted with them. Lan Wu, on the other hand, kept an eye on King Zishan's palace all day long, anticipating Lu Yin's return. Bei Hong and the others strolled around, trying their best to get in touch with the universe. The various weaves all had their own plans. In outer space, Lu Yin sat in his lounge and rubbed his head. He had used his honor points to investigate the four great legions, but he hadn't obtained much information. Many people knew about the reputation of the four tyrants of the universe ocean, but very few people knew about them. It was impossible to find out who was behind the scenes through the information published on the internet. Lu Yin asked the Lemeter Miss Child as well, but she did not know anything at all. She was just a small assassin from the Outerverse mafioso planet who had just started cultivating. She had never even been to the Innerverse, so how could she possibly know about the Cosmic Sea's four overlords? Since the Innerverse and Outerverse had already been cut off, there was no point in trying to figure it out now. It would be better to wait until the future. When Lu Yin returned to Xenu Star, the Lockbreaker Society had also arrived at Planet Hydrodink. Planet Hydrodink wasn't too far from Xenu Star, and they were both in the same region. This was so that Lu Yin could go to Planet Hydrodink whenever he wanted, and he had specifically chosen this location. There were natives on Planet Hydrodink. The planet had not undergone too many technological changes, but it was connected to the universe. There was a space station and a personal terminal. At first, the Lockbreaker Society's arrival had aroused some opposition from the natives of Planet Hydrodink, but they had all been forcefully suppressed. In order to prevent the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society from being harassed by natives, Huan Sha had specially ordered for the two organizations to be separated by the sea. With current technology, it did not take much time to construct a city, let alone a simple residence for lockbreakers. There were only a few thousand lockbreakers who had followed the society to Planet Hydrodink, so it was easy to settle them down. What Lu Yin cared about was the Lockbreaker Society's hidden treasures. Most of the items within the Hall of Insight had been stolen, but Lu Yin did not believe that those were the entirety of the Lockbreaker Society's treasures. The Lockbreaker Society definitely had many source boxes. Currently, only Phelan knew where those treasures were. The only unfortunate thing was that the four tree-sized source boxes could not be moved over, so they could only be left behind on Source Peak Planet. Source Peak Planet was on the verge of collapse, and in a few more years, it would completely disappear and turn into a black hole. It was a pity that those four tree-type source boxes had been lost. The Lockbreaker Society had just settled down on Planet Hydrodink when Kai Jianxiang arrived. Phelan was surprised to learn of Kai Jianxiang's arrival and immediately went to meet him. What exactly happened on Source Peak Planet? Kai Jianxiang asked solemnly. Phelan sighed and briefly recounted everything that had happened on Source Peak Planet. She purposely left out the Wei family and Lu Yin's coercion. The other party definitely wants to obtain the item in President Jeffrey's secret room, which is why they launched a sneak attack on the Hall of Insight. Fortunately, Senior Li and Lu Yin worked together to protect the item. Otherwise, we would have let President Jeffrey down. Kai Jianxiang frowned, secretly regretting it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have left. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen so soon after he left. Phelan looked at Kai Jianxiang and said, "You don't have to blame yourself. You can only blame Saul for his despicable methods. Otherwise, with his strength, the many lockbreakers and Lu Yin, Source Peak Planet would not have been in such a miserable state. At the very least, we would have been able to preserve the Hall of Insight. I will find Saul and make him pay the price." Kai Jianxiang's tone was cold and resolute. Phelan's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Kai Jianxiang in astonishment. Was this person's battle prowess so high? He was actually confident that he could deal with Saul, as Saul was someone who could fight against an enlighter. "Are you guys going to stay in Frostwave Weave from now on?" Kai Jianxiang asked. Phelan nodded and looked at the busy lockbreakers. Lu Yin agreed to protect us with the Great Eastern Alliance's strength. You should know that President Jeffrey has been isolated from the Innerverse, Saul has defected, Senior Li has died, and Yi Feng and Mr. Jun have both left. I'm the only one left and I'm unable to protect everyone. The status of lockbreakers is too high, and we must have offended many people. We need someone to protect us. Could those people who attacked Source Peak Planet be related to Lu Yin? Kai Jianxiang guessed, as Lu Yin was the one who had benefited the most from this entire incident. Phelan shook her head. It has nothing to do with him. If it weren't for him, then the item in President Jeffrey's secret room would have been stolen. Their main goal was to steal that item, and Luin was the one who resisted those people from the very beginning. It was also because of him that many treasures were recovered, and many lockbreakers did not die in vain. Kai Jianxiang's eyes flickered, as this was not enough for him to trust Luin. Ever since he had found out that the Lockbreaker Society was going to move to Frostwave Weave, he had been investigating Luin. There was quite a bit of information on this person, and from what he could gather, it was possible that Luin was the culprit. "I want to meet with Luin," Kai Jianxiang said. Phelan was worried. "Don't do anything rash. I can guarantee that this matter has nothing to do with him. He just happened to be participating in the competition." Kai Jianxiang grunted. "As long as it has nothing to do with him, I won't do anything." Luin was very busy at the moment, and he had no time to visit planet Hydrodink. He had just returned to King Zishan's palace when Lan Wu came to visit him. She had been keeping an eye on the palace all day. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lan Wu bowed respectfully. Luin grunted. "Sit." Zhao Ran poured a cup of tea for Lan Wu. "Why are you looking for me?" "If it's about the Alliance Conference, we can talk about it in 2 days," Luin said. He did not have the time to discuss this matter with these people one by one. Lan Wu organized her thoughts. "Your Highness, you once said that you would allow me to become a captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons in the Great Yu Empire. Does that still count?" Luin was stumped, as he had forgotten that he had indeed told this woman after killing Lei Long. At the time, the Great Yu Empire lacked experts, and they did not have Phantom Sting Aiden or Yen Yen. He had hoped for a hunter to become a captain, which was why he had said those words. Now there were more and more experts in the Empire, and he no longer had such a desire. Although the 5th and 10th squadrons still did not have captains, he hoped to find an absolute expert like Aiden or Yen Yen instead of an ordinary hunter. The 13 Imperial squadrons were very important to Luin. He actually wanted to replace the previous captains, Peach, Shalash, Rakiana, Banjo and Luing Zishan. It was not because he was heartless but because their strength could not keep up. However, now was not the time. Lan Wu grew anxious when she saw that Luin was considering it. "Your Highness, this subordinate would like to serve you. Please give this subordinate a chance." Luin looked at Lan Wu and thought about it. "All right. Help me find a hunter to oversee the 9-stack sect and assist Tianming. I can let you become a captain in the Great Yu Empire." Lan Wu was delighted. "Thank you, Your Highness." After Lan Wu left, Jibu, Lu Ran, and Jake Seamus all came to visit Luin. They did not have any particular business and they were just here to visit. By the time they left, it was already late, and Luin received Huaqiao. When he saw Luin, Huaqiao's expression changed and he bowed deeply. "Greetings, Your Highness." Luin smiled. "Elder Huaqiao, there's no need to be so courteous. The vast Earth sect was able to join the Great Eastern Alliance thanks to Elder Huaqiao." Huaqiao smiled. "I dare not neglect Your Highness' orders. Sometimes one did not necessarily need to know a person's secrets in order to control them. Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires, and as long as one was human, they would have weaknesses. Huaqiao was no exception. Qingyan had been exposed by the Sun family and had died. The Great Yu Empire had lost a spy, and it seemed like a great loss. However, no one knew that this spy had only been on the surface. Luin did not like having the initiative in someone else's hands. These secrets had come from Mafioso Planet, and the number of people on Mafioso Planet who knew about these people's secrets was equal to the number of people who could control these people. Thus, Luin felt that these people were not reliable at all. Only those who were under one's control were the most reliable. Huaqiao was such a person, and no one knew that he was the true spy that the Great Yu Empire had placed in the vast Earth sect. "I'll remember your contributions and I'll fulfill your requests. Don't worry." Luin smiled. Huaqiao was grateful. "Thank you, Your Highness." "From now on, Meng Qianlong's every move will depend on Elder Huaqiao," Luin said. Huaqiao was solemn. "Rest assured, Your Highness. I'll definitely serve you to the death." "Right, is Meng Qing really dead?" Luin suddenly thought of something and asked. Meng Qing was the vast Earth sect's only enlighter, and he had not appeared since he had entered seclusion. Meng Tianlong had been waiting at Meng Qing's location, which made Luin feel uneasy. An enlighter was enough to change certain situations. Huaqiao was troubled. "Your Highness, no one knows about this and Elder Meng's life is a mystery." Luin muttered to himself. "Your Highness, Meng Tianlong has been waiting outside Elder Meng's location every day, so there's a high chance that Elder Meng is still alive. Please make preparations, Your Highness," Huaqiao said respectfully. Luin grunted. "All right, you may leave." Yes, Your Highness. There were two enlighters in vast earth weave, Elder Zhua and Meng Qing. Elder Zhua was still in Ironblood weave, and she was not a member of the vast earth sect. She might have some connections, but she did not have the qualifications to meddle in the Great Eastern Alliance's affairs. However, Meng Qing was different, as he had the power to decide whether the vast earth sect would stay or leave. Once he woke up, he could find Elder Zhua to join forces, and the two enlighters would be troublesome. On one hand, Lu Yin did not want Meng Qing to wake up and hinder his plans, but on the other hand he also hoped that Meng Qing would wake up. This was because the Sixth Mainland was likely to use the technocracy to invade the Outerverse, and the Outerverse needed high-end power. It was truly a contradiction. Only Dark Mist Weave's Bei Hong and Bard Weave's Elder Maya had not arrived, so Lu Yin decided to summon them and meet them all at once. When Elder Maya saw Lu Yin, her attitude was exactly the same as Elder Huaqiao's. She was the Great Yu Empire's spy in Evenground Palace, and her secrets were still in Lu Yin's hands. Doro was not summoned as she really wanted to meet Lu Yin. However, after being separated for several years, this person had grown a little too big. Back then, this person had needed their influence to force the Ross Empire to withdraw their troops. Now this person was able to suppress an entire Eastern weave. With the power that he controlled, even if the Ross Empire attacked again, he would not be afraid. In just a few years, he had developed a power that could rival the Interverse's great powers. This person was a legend. Elder Maya came out, and Doro asked curiously, "Elder, what did you talk to Lu Yin about?" Elder Maya glared at her. "Watch your attitude when you speak. In less than 2 days he will become the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master. In the future you cannot call him by his name." Doro grunted and then looked at King Zishan's palace with curiosity. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 719. The last to arrive at King Zishan's palace was Bei Hong and his son, Bei Qing. Lu Yin summoned both of them. "Bei Hong greets Your Highness." "Bei Qing greets Your Highness." Lu Yin raised a hand. "No need for formalities. Please take a seat." Bei Hong bowed again and sat down nearby. Bei Qing stood behind Bei Hong and occasionally glanced at Lu Yin as if they had met before. Zhao Ran brewed a cup of tea and looked at Bei Hong curiously. Many guests had come today, but she had prepared enough tea for a few more waves. "How long have you known the Reverend King?" Lu Yin asked casually. Bei Hong respectfully replied, "I've known the Reverend King since I was young, and we even participated in the court examination together." Lu Yin was shocked. "The Reverend King participated in the court examination?" Bei Hong smiled. "Yes, the Reverend King's literary talent is admirable, but unfortunately he failed the court examination." "It looks like Sir Bei has a close relationship with the Reverend King," Lu Yin commented. Bei Hong's expression changed. "The Reverend King has been biding his time these past few years, and so have I. Whether it's in the open or in the dark, I've never interacted with the Reverend King, and I've never said anything good about the Reverend King. If not for that, I would not have survived until now." "It looks like Sir Bei contributed greatly to the Reverend King's army," Lu Yin said. Bei Hong lowered his head and did not respond. Of course he did not refute either, as he did not know what Lu Yin meant. He had no confidence in this person, and every time he talked about this person with the Reverend King had warned him to be careful. Lu Yin looked at Bei Qing and smiled. "It looks like Sir Bei Qing has remembered me." Bei Hong looked back. Bei Qing's heart skipped a beat and he bowed respectfully. "Back when the Demon Hunters Society was chasing down the traitor Elder Hammer, there was a misunderstanding with Your Highness. Please forgive us." Lu Yin laughed. "My whereabouts were indeed suspicious at that time, so I don't blame you. Besides, I injured all of you. How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern," Bei Qing replied. Lu Yin looked at Bei Hong. "What is Sir Bei's current position in Shenwu continent?" Bei Hong replied, "I'm still the Minister of Military Affairs." Lu Yin nodded and stared into Bei Hong's eyes. "Does that mean that Princess Ming Yen will have to rely on Sir Bei in the future?" Bei Hong replied, "Your Highness is exceptionally intelligent, and I will do my best." Lu Yin retracted his gaze, as Bei Hong was not surprised at all that Ming Yen would be in power in the future. It seemed that Ming Zhaoshu truly trusted Bei Hong, as he had even told Bei Hong about this matter. "Sir Bei, you should be aware of my relationship with Ming Yen. Regardless of whether it's for public or private reasons, I do not wish for Shenwu continent to descend into chaos. I hope that you will do your best to assist Ming Yen, and I will definitely reward you generously in the future." After this alliance conference, Sir Bei Qing can stay behind, and I will give him a bright future. Bei Hong was shocked. Your Highness, this. Bei Qing stepped forward and said loudly, Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. Bei Qing is willing to serve Your Highness. Bei Hong turned around and glared at Bei Qing, wanting to say something. Luin smiled. All right. Although the older officials are steady in handling matters, they still lack vigor. That's why I like to use the younger ones. As long as Sir Bei Qing has the ability, I will definitely not mistreat you in the future. Ever since he had left Shenwu continent and seen the flourishing and mystical universe, he had wanted to stay behind, and this was the perfect opportunity to do so. Bei Hong sighed and bowed deeply. I'll have to trouble you, Your Highness. Luin nodded and smiled as he watched the two leave. Ming Yan needed capable people to help her take control of Shenwu continent in the future. Since Ming Zhaoshu trusted Bei Hong so much, it proved that this person was capable. Luin naturally had to control this person. He was not Ming Zhaoshu and he would not trust someone without reason. Thus, Bei Qing had to stay behind. Of course, Bei Qing's own abilities were not bad, and he was completely different from when Luin had first met him. The fact that he had joined the Demon Hunters Society to hunt down the remnants of the sect proved that he had changed. Luin could see a desire in Bei Qing's eyes, and he liked this type of person. Only with a goal would there be motivation. When they returned to the National Academy, Bei Hong angrily reprimanded Bei Qing. Do you know what you're doing? Do you know how dangerous it is to follow Luin? That person is very scheming and he has offended too many people. His methods are ruthless and following him will only result in death. Then why are there still so many people following him? Bei Qing retorted. Bei Hong opened his mouth, but he could not say anything. This was the truth. Father, Luin was able to control the Great Yu Empire and establish the Great Eastern Alliance, which means that he definitely has his own abilities. His methods aren't important, as you told me that following him is at least safer than roaming the universe alone. In any case, I don't want to return to the Shenwu continent, Bei Qing said. Bei Hong was exhausted. Also, you saw the situation tonight. Do we have any room to refute? Bei Qing asked. Bei Hong sighed. Since you're following him, you must be careful and think about everything. You have to be even more cautious when dealing with him than when dealing with the Reverend King. I understand, Father. Right, what did His Highness mean by that? What did he mean by assisting the princess? Will the Shenwu Empire be handed over to Ming Yan? That's impossible. His Majesty is still young and he will definitely have a son. Bei Hong glared at him. Do your own thing and don't ask too much. Bei Hong regretted answering too quickly. If he had pretended not to know, then his son would not have been detained in the Great Yu Empire. He had been tricked by Luin. Although Luin was young, he was very smart. He had spent an entire day receiving important people from various weaves, and the remaining powers did not even need to be summoned, as they did not have the qualifications to meet with him. It was time for Luin to visit Phelan and the others on planet Hydrodink. He could not just leave them alone, and he also needed to give some of the chips to Phelan. Most importantly, Luin wanted to investigate the inner workings of the primeval surnames. The primeval surnames had always been ostracized, and the 10 arbiters had used a piece of paper to expel them. No one could refute that. The primeval surnames had a miserable status in the universe, and the Lockbreaker Society had explicitly stated that they were not allowed to recruit people with the primeval surnames who did not meet the requirements. Perhaps Luin would be able to find out something from them. On planet Hydrodink, Phelan was organizing the current list of lockbreakers when her gadget beeped. She took a look and saw that Luin had arrived. Soon after, Luin appeared on planet Hydrodink. The planet was lush with greenery and the sea was vast. The air was very fresh and it had always been a tourist planet. Now that it had become the headquarters of the Lockbreaker Society, its status had changed from a tourist planet to one of the most important planets in the entire outerverse. The prices of goods on the planet had not been high, but now they had increased by several times, and there were no signs of them stopping. Countless merchants flocked to the planet, and if not for the temporary restrictions on foreign population, the planet would have been overcrowded. Even with the restrictions on foreign population, the planet was still surrounded by spaceships, and there were people stationed on all of the surrounding planets. Planet Hydrodink had become a second Xenu star, and it was even more famous than Xenu star. Luin stood in the air above the sea and saw that the number of rune lines at the bottom of the sea was not small. These were the rune lines of a Lemmeter sea beast. There were Lemmeter sea beasts on planet Hydrodink, and while they were dangerous to the natives, they were not that dangerous to lockbreakers. Phelan appeared next to Luin. I thought that you would be here after the Alliance conference. Luin smiled. The Lockbreaker Society has taken over, and as the host, I naturally had to pay a visit. Also, I have something to give to you. He then passed a cosmic ring to Phelan. Inside are some Lockbreaker's lifetime lock-breaking experiences. This is one of the conditions that I promised you. Phelan accepted the ring. She knew that these chips must have come from the Hall of Insight, but they had been unable to protect the Hall of Insight, which had allowed outsiders to take advantage of them. Senior Lee's lock-breaking experiences must be disseminated. This is one of the conditions that I promised you. I hope that you won't forget about it. Phelan fell silent for a moment before asking, what do you need the Lockbreaker Society to do for you? I haven't thought about it yet, but we'll talk about it later. You guys have already helped me, Luin said. He then looked at Phelan. There's something that I'm very curious about, and I hope that you can enlighten me. Phelan nodded. Go ahead. Luin thought about it and then asked seriously, why does the universe reject primeval surnames? Phelan was surprised that Luin would ask such a question, but then she remembered that the person in front of her was surnamed Lu, which was a primeval surname. I don't know. Luin stared into Phelan's eyes. Phelan did not avoid his gaze and instead met his gaze. She answered seriously, this is a rule that has been passed down since ancient times. Anyone with a primeval surname must obtain a legal status, or else they will be ostracized and hunted down. No organization under the Hall of Honor can accept anyone with an illegal primeval surname, and violators will be killed without mercy. This is not a rule set by the Lockbreaker Society, but by the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Hall of Honor? Phelan nodded. Even President Jeffrey might not be able to answer your question as it's been too long. There are many powerful sects in the universe that have inheritances from ancient times, and all of them have records of rejecting primeval surnames no matter how long ago they were. It's as if this rule has been passed down since the beginning of humanity. No one can explain why, but it has to be done. And to be honest, no one has been able to accurately pinpoint what the primeval surnames are. The only ones that we know are Lu, Wang, Xia, and Bai. We don't know the rest. Does the Lockbreaker Society have any records on this? Luin asked. Phelan replied, as I said before, all of the powerful sects have records, but there are no records that can explain why. Also, our society's ancient records disappeared along with the Hall of Insight. Luin felt a wave of pity and sighed. Why were the primeval surnames rejected? Did they not belong to this universe? It seemed that if he wanted to learn more, he would have to start from Jupiter. However, with his current strength, he could not break through Jupiter's defenses. Wei Rong won't let you off, Phelan suddenly said. Luin looked at her and found it rather funny. Are you trying to sow discord? Phelan looked away. You know Wei Rong's character better than I do. He used the internal conflicts within our society to collapse Source Peak Planet and gather a group of lockbreakers. However, your gains are even greater than his, and you're even borrowing his path. He won't be satisfied, and the Great Eastern Alliance borders armament weave, so he won't be at ease. Luin sized up Phelan. You've become smarter. Phelan frowned, but she did not refute him. She had indeed been naive in the past, as she had believed that Wei Rong had sincerely helped her become the president and that he had only wanted to gain her favor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 720. Phelan had underestimated Wei Rong too much. She had looked down on Wei Rong as a lockbreaker and believed that he should serve her. However, Wei Rong had stood at a higher position than her, and he had not looked down on her. Instead, he had completely ignored her. She had been thoroughly played. Not only had Wei Rong been tricked, but Luin had also taken the initiative and gained even more. Although she had become the president, she was still the biggest loser. Now that the situation had changed, lockbreakers were no longer as lofty as they had been in the past. Phelan's way of thinking had also changed. She had learned how to think, how to take advantage of situations, and how to increase her own worth. I'll handle Wei Rong's matter. Perhaps you'll be able to meet him soon, Luin said. What do you mean? Phelan was confused. Luin smiled. If I remember correctly, Wei Xnr is your disciple. As her older brother, shouldn't he meet his younger sister's mentor? Wei Rong is coming to planet Hydrodink? Phelan's gaze turned cold and a murderous glint flashed through her eyes. Luin frowned. Don't do anything that will embarrass me. Some things can be resolved simply and crudely, but others cannot. Wei Rong is smart and he won't place himself in danger. I don't want him to become passive because of you. Phelan snorted and turned to leave. Luin watched her leave. Although this woman had learned how to think, her mentality had not completely changed and she needed time. As he thought about it, he turned to look in another direction. There, a boundless number of rune lines was rushing over, and it was infinitely close to an enlighter. It was Kai Jianxiang. Luin had not expected Kai Jianxiang to appear on planet Hydrodink. It seemed that Kai Jianxiang's feelings for the Lockbreaker Society ran deep. If Kai Jianxiang had not left early during the battle on Source Peak Planet, then the outcome would not have been the same. This was Lu Yin's first official meeting with Kai Jianxiang. During the Lockbreaker competition, the two had not spoken a single word, and even their exchange had been brief. Kai Jianxiang sized up Lu Yin seriously. "Why did you attract the Lockbreaker Society here?" Lu Yin retorted, "Source Peak Planet is uninhabitable, so is there a problem with me letting them stay here? Or do you think that the current Lockbreaker Society can resist the greed of the Outerverse bandits?" "You're not a bandit?" Kai Jianxiang did not hold back in his tone. Lu Yin laughed. "At least you didn't openly rob me. So you're saying that you still have designs on the society?" Kai Jianxiang clenched his fists and in an instant the surrounding space froze. This was forcefully stabilized by star energy, and it was as if this region of space had been isolated from the outside world. At this moment, Kai Jianxiang's rune lines actually shot up in a straight line, to the point that Lu Yin was shocked. Lu Yin suddenly recalled that this person seemed to be synonymous with invincibility in the minds of his generation, and he had even suppressed the youth council members of his generation. He was an existence who could easily challenge those who were a realm breaker. This person's rune lines were not only infinitely close to an enlighter's, but they had even surpassed the average enlighters. In the third round of the Lockbreaker competition, if they had not teamed up with Ku Wei, this person would not have been able to unlock a Lockbreaker, and they would not have been able to eliminate him. This person's strength was terrifying. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "The Lockbreaker Society can increase my reputation, help me unlock, and help me find source boxes. It's too valuable, so of course I'm interested in them. However, I'll have to pay a huge price in return. Don't forget that there's someone who's been keeping an eye on the items in President Jeffrey's room." Kai Jianxiang suddenly calmed down. "Do you know what it is?" "I don't know, but I'll protect him well." Kai Jianxiang frowned. "Do you know who wants that item?" Lu Yin was about to mention the Neo-Human Alliance, but then he suddenly paused and raised his head. "The three dark hands." Kai Jianxiang's pupils shrank. The two fell silent. "If you're worried that I'll harm the Lockbreaker Society, then why don't you stay? With your strength you can protect them." Kai Jianxiang spoke up. "I have no obligation to protect them." "I know, Master Wuxing," Lu Yin said. Kai Jianxiang's eyes flashed and he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin continued, "My lock-breaking qualifications were reviewed by Master Wuxing, and he loves the Lockbreaker Society a lot. Although he didn't say it explicitly, I could tell from his tone that if possible, he would do everything in his power to protect the Lockbreaker Society, even if it means his death." Kai Jianxiang had a complicated expression as he looked at the sea and enjoyed the sea breeze. "I believe that you're the same, but you lack a reason to protect the Lockbreaker Society. If I gave you that reason, would you stay?" Lu Yin asked. Kai Jianxiang stared at Lu Yin. "What reason?" "I'll provide you with a lifetime worth of lock-breaking experiences of senior lockbreakers for you to learn from. Treat it as a reward for staying behind to protect planet Hydrodink. You should be able to rest assured." Kai Jianxiang muttered to himself for a moment. "All right." Lu Yin smiled and tossed him a chip. "This is the first one. Once you're done learning, come find me for the second one." Kai Jianxiang put away the chip and looked at Lu Yin strangely. "Since you know that the three dark hands are after that item, why do you still dare to stay behind? Just because you killed an enlighter? That power vessel was destroyed in Iron Blood Weave. Aren't you afraid of facing the threat of the three dark hands? Or do you think that they won't be a threat to you now that the innerverse and outerverse have been separated?" Lu Yin shrugged. "I love lockbreaking as much as you do, and I don't want the Lockbreaker Society to be destroyed either. President Jeffrey has protected that item so closely, and I believe that it's very important. I won't allow it to fall into the hands of the dark powers, even if I have to die." Kai Jianxiang's expression changed and he solemnly said, "It seems that the outside world's evaluation of you isn't true." Lu Yin smiled. "Some paths can only be walked by one person, and it's normal for countless people to criticize me. I don't care as long as the people I care about understand me. Brother Kai, I'll leave planet Hydrodink to you." Kai Jianxiang solemnly said, "As long as I'm here, planet Hydrodink will be safe." Luin nodded and did not say anything else. He stepped into outer space and left planet Hydrodink. Seventh bro, that guy is very strong, but he's also very smart. He was moved by your words just like that, ha. The monkey laughed. Luin rolled his eyes. I was speaking from the bottom of my heart and I didn't lie to him. He's a straightforward person and there aren't many people like him around. That's why he's so easily tricked. I didn't lie to him. He wanted to stay behind to protect planet Hydrodink, but he couldn't get past his psychological barrier because of his lock-breaking ability. I just helped him. But seventh bro, that guy is terrifyingly strong. I think he's even stronger than Aiden, the monkey said seriously. Luin could feel it as well. Of course, he did not say that Aiden was stronger than Aiden. Aiden focused on defense while Luin focused on offense. Every move of his was filled with a berserk aura, and he was just like Aiden. He would first settle Aiden down on planet Hydrodink, and when the time was right he might be able to rope him into the 13 Imperial Squadrons. Even if he could not rope him into the 13 Imperial Squadrons, planet Hydrodink was not too far from Xenu Star, and Aiden would still be a layer of protection. The price he had to pay was just a lock-breaking chip, which was too easy. There was still one day before the Alliance Conference, and Wei Rong appeared on Xenu Star with Wei Xen. He did not hide his identity, and Luin quickly received the news. Given Wei Rong's status, Luin should have received him. Wei Rong was the successor of Armament Weave's Wei family, while Luin was the Great Yu Empire's royal regent. Their statuses were about the same, but the Alliance Conference was about to begin. If Luin went to receive Wei Rong at this time, it would cause the outside world to speculate. Luin thought about it, and not only did he not personally receive Wei Rong, he did not even send Enya, Huansha, Hilana, and the others. He only sent Kaze to bring Wei Rong to King Zishan's palace. Within the space station, Wei Xener was furious. Bro, this Luin is too arrogant. He only sent a gatekeeper to receive us and he's so ugly. Wei Rong smiled and looked at Kaze's figure in the hover car. Don't underestimate this gatekeeper. He's from the Dire Barbarian clan. The Dire Barbarian clan? Wei Xener was surprised. Wei Rong explained, the Dire Barbarian clan is a large clan from the Innerverse Spirit Seal Flow Zone. They are constantly at war with the Soul Dream tribe, just like how we are with the Lars Weave Six-Fingered tribe. This person's name is Kaze, and he was one of the Dire Barbarian clan's young experts when they were fighting over Pyrolite in the Astral Wilderness. In terms of power, he's comparable to the top 80 on the top 100 rankings. Wei Xener was speechless. He's so powerful, but he's just a gatekeeper. Wei Rong smiled. That's right, he's just a gatekeeper. Luin didn't come to welcome us, and he didn't send any of the Great Yu Empire's ministers either. He was afraid that our identities would cause an accident in the Alliance, so he sent this person to represent King Zishan's palace's attitude. This person represents Luin himself, and he has nothing to do with the Great Yu Empire. The second reason is to demonstrate his power, as he wants to let me know that even the Innerverse's powerful clans can only submit to him. Wei Xian snorted. So what if they're from the Innerverse's powerful clans? The Lockbreaker Society still collapsed in the end. Wei Xian then sighed with regret. I wanted to cultivate on Source Peak Planet, but it's a pity that it's gone. She did not know that Wei Rong had been the mastermind behind the events on Source Peak Planet. Wei Rong rubbed Wei Xener's head. Source Peak Planet is gone, but Planet Hydrodink is the same. Just treat it as a new beginning. You have to be serious when you follow Teacher Phelan, and if you want to learn lock breaking, then you have to give it your all. Don't embarrass our Wei family, got it? Yes, I got it, Wei Xener replied happily, but her eyes gleamed. Her biggest goal in learning lock breaking was to break free from her family's control so that she could go out and play freely. She was finally about to realize this dream. Soon the group arrived outside King Zishan's palace. Luin still did not come out to receive them as he had already made his stance clear. In any case, they would be enemies in the future, not friends. Kaze led the way and brought them to the guest hall. Please have a seat. His Highness will be here shortly. He was already used to his current status. Wei Rong smiled and nodded. He then sat down with a calm expression. Wei Xener snorted in dissatisfaction, as she had never been treated so disrespectfully before. She wanted to see just how many heads this Luin had to be so arrogant. A few minutes after the two sat down, Luin walked into the guest hall and smiled at Wei Rong. Wei Rong immediately stood up. Great Yu Empire's royal regent, Luin? Luin nodded. Armament Weave's Wei Rong? Wei Rong smiled. Yes, brother Lu. It's been a while. Luin smiled. Brother Wei, I've heard a lot about you. The two smiled as they both admired each other. Wei Xan pouted, but she remained seated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 721. Wei Rong looked at Wei Xan and barked, "Xan, you're being rude. Stand up." Wei Xan snorted and turned her head away. Wei Rong wanted to say something but Lu Yin smiled. "Long time no see, Miss Wei Xan." Wei Xan looked at Lu Yin in confusion. "Have we met before?" Lu Yin's face changed, and he returned to his original appearance on Source Peak Planet. Wei Xan was shocked. She suddenly stood up, covered her mouth and pointed at Lu Yin. "It's you." Lu Yin laughed heartily and gestured for Wei Rong to take a seat. He then asked Zhao Ran to serve tea. Wei Xan stared at Lu Yin with wide eyes. "You're Lu Yin? Aren't you a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker? Hold on, there must be a secret behind your disguise test. Were you the one who instigated the war on Source Peak Planet?" Lu Yin sighed. As expected of Wei Rong's sister. "You're so smart. Someone did instigate the battle on Source Peak Planet, but it wasn't me. You should ask your brother." Wei Xan looked at Wei Rong in confusion. Wei Rong whispered, "I'll tell you when we get back. Sit down first." Wei Xan's eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion, but she knew that now wasn't the time to talk about this. She pursed her lips and sat down looking at Lu Yin. "Brother Lu, it was a pity that we didn't meet on Source Peak Planet. This trip to Xenu Star allowed me to see Brother Lu in person. Only then can I confirm that my defeat on Source Peak Planet was justified." Wei Rong smiled at Lu Yin, his tone very relaxed. Lu Yin was astonished. "Lose? What is Brother Wei talking about? Your goal has been achieved." Wei Rong could not help but laugh. "But I also paved the way for Brother Lu. Brother Lu is the biggest winner here. I just happened to be here at the right time. Brother Wei's methods are brilliant. Actually, after the battle on Source Peak Star, I've always wanted to meet Brother Wei," Lu Yin praised. Wei Rong smiled. "You and I are the same. I have a question that I would like Brother Lu to clear up." "Please speak, Brother Wei." Wei Rong asked. "Brother Lu, you clearly promised Phelan that you would come forward and identify Saul after the competition. Why did you suddenly go back on your word?" "Because I found out that there's someone behind Phelan. There must be a reason why that person doesn't want me to know." Wei Rong came to a sudden realization. So it was Brother Lu who found my men. Phelan can only blame herself for being too stupid. She knew Brother Lu's character, but she still wanted to lure Brother Lu into her trap. "Phelan sent me here to guard against you. She's considered quite smart among lockbreakers." But she never considered that Lu Yin was someone who had unified the entire Eastern Weave. His methods were not something she could predict. "Actually, I also have some questions that I would like to ask Brother Wei to answer." "Please speak, Brother Lu. Why didn't you choose Phelan? With Brother Wei's methods, controlling Phelan is too easy. Yifeng can still hide his identity and stay in the research society. There's no need to expose himself." Wei Rong smiled. "Because I don't need a woman who thinks she's smart. If it hadn't been for Phelan acting smart and pulling him into this situation, then he would not have contacted Wang Wen after discovering the Wei family's involvement, and he would not have moved the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society into Frostwave Weave. All of this had started because of Phelan. She had thought that she was smart enough to balance the Wei family and Lu Yin, but she had been played by both sides, and she had even ended up in prison. This sort of person was incapable of accomplishing anything but was good at ruining things." Wei Xana listened to the conversation between the two, and her gaze constantly swept over them. She felt that these two were very similar and their temperaments were very similar. According to these two, the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's acting president, Phelan, was just a stupid woman, and they were looking down on everything. It was like a game of chess and these two were the players. Phelan, the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, and even Saul and the other Enlighters were just chess pieces. Lu Yin and Wei Rong did not hold back in their conversation, and neither of them hid anything about Source Peak Planet. Of course they asked what they should, and neither of them asked anything that they should not. As they chatted, Lu Yin and Wei Rong both felt that the other was very pleasing to the eye. Zhao Ran poured tea for the two of them once again. Wei Xener yawned as the two had been chatting for almost an hour. Two grown men chatting for so long and they were even smiling. How disgusting. Should she give them a kiss? "I had a great time chatting with Brother Lu today. My trip to Frostwave Weave was not in vain," Wei Rong said with a smile. Lu Yin also had a great time chatting with Wei Rong. They did not scheme against each other, but their conversation was even more brilliant than any schemes. This was the way to talk with smart people, and both sides avoided questions that the other did not want to answer. Brother Wei, if possible, please stay for a few more days so that I can play host. Of course. Last time, Brother Lu said that you would show me around Xenu Star. Ah, no problem. After the Alliance conference, Brother Wei can look for me at any time. Then it's a deal. It's a deal. Right, I have one more question. Lu Yin stared at Wei Rong seriously and then asked, why did you choose the Lockbreaker Society? Wei Rong's expression changed and his lips curled up. Because they're standing too high. Lu Yin smiled. That's right. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. Ha, I knew that Brother Lu would understand. It's getting late and I still have to take my sister to Planet Hydrodink. Brother Lu, I'll take my leave now. Lu Yin made an inviting gesture and watched Wei Rong leave with Wei Xner with a pensive expression. Seventh bro, you seem to like him a lot, the monkey said. Lu Yin frowned. He's too smart. His speech and actions don't seem like a scheming person. He's more like a good friend that I haven't seen in many years. His seemingly innocuous words actually managed to glean a lot of information from me. He's been observing me and collecting data on me this entire time. He's very threatening, isn't he? I've lived for so many years and I've seen a few people like him. Although they don't have much power, their brains are even more frightening than their power, the monkey muttered. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He's lived for so many years? How many years? The monkey was stunned. What do you mean how many years? We astral beasts calculate our age differently from you humans. Don't overthink things. Lu Yin did not refute the monkey's claim. The damned monkey had hidden a lot of information, and there weren't many people like Wei Rong in the entire universe. From what Lu Yin knew, Wang Wen was one, and Shui Chuanxiao should be another. There weren't many others, but the damned monkey had actually said that he had seen a few of them. That wasn't right. Of course, he might be lucky enough to meet them, but the monkey's tone just now had sounded more like he was reminiscing about them. After this Alliance conference, Lu Yin had to find a beast tamer and learn more about beast tamers. After leaving King Zishan's palace, Wei Rong's face sank, and no one knew what he was thinking. Wei Xner carefully glanced at him. She understood her brother well, and this expression indicated that he was in a bad mood. Are you unhappy, bro? Wei Xner asked. Wei Rong sighed and his lips curled up. I'm happy. Of course I'm happy. It wasn't easy for me to meet a decent opponent. Unfortunately, he can only be an enemy. An enemy? Are we going to war with the Great Yu Empire? Wei Xner asked. Wei Rong had a complicated look in his eyes. They were definitely going to war, but if they relied solely on armament weave, they would definitely lose. Lu Yin was one step ahead of him, and Wei Rong had originally believed that he was the one leading the way. However, after speaking with Lu Yin today, Wei Rong had discovered that this person was the same as him in terms of breadth of mind, vision, and vision. Lu Yin even had an unfathomable ambition. Wei Rong had originally believed that Lu Yin's actions on Source Peak Planet had been a coincidence, and that the Great Eastern Alliance had only been formed because of Iron Blood Weave. Wei Rong also believed that the Great Eastern Alliance had been formed because of Iron Blood Weave, and that the Hall of Honor might have been behind it. However, Wei Rong now knew that he had been wrong. This person had long since embarked on this path, and he was far ahead of Wei Rong. During the battle on Source Peak Planet, rather than saying that Lu Yin had borrowed Wei Rong's path, it would be more accurate to say that Wei Rong's path had intersected with Lu Yin's, and they had both discovered each other's existence. This person was too great of a threat, and Wei Rong had to eliminate him as soon as possible. However, the Great Eastern Alliance's momentum had already been established, and it would be very difficult to disintegrate it unless they united with one of the central weaves and started a great war that would sweep across the outerverse. Wei Rong's gaze turned cold as this great war would erupt sooner or later. He was already regretting his decision. If he had understood this person earlier, he would not have disintegrated the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. At the very least, he would have waited until he had unified one of the central weaves. Now he was in a passive position. At the same time, he also rejoiced that he had come this time. Otherwise, he would not have understood this person and would have allowed this person to develop. In the future, Wei Rong might not even have been able to resist. Isn't that the Six-Fingered Tribe's Jake Seamus? Wei Xner exclaimed as she looked up. Wei Rong looked up and coincidentally saw Jake Seamus. His eyes flashed and he raised a finger and flicked it. A strong wind tore through the air and struck Jake Seamus's hover car. Jake Seamus looked down and met Wei Rong's eyes. His pupils shrank and he immediately descended, There was a thump as the hover car crashed to the ground. Jake Seamus glared at Wei Rong. "Why are you here?" Wei Xener shouted. "Hey, what are you yelling about? Where are your manners?" Wei Rong smiled. "Brother Lu invited me to Xenu Star for a tour. Is there a problem?" Jake Seamus's eyes narrowed. "Luin invited you?" "Of course. We talked for more than an hour and I regret not having met earlier." "Oh, right, your six-fingered tribe is also one of the Great Eastern Alliance's allies. I almost forgot." Wei Rong smiled. Jake Seamus glared at Wei Rong. The six-fingered tribe and the Wei family's relationship was like fire and water, and a great battle would definitely erupt whenever they met. Many people had gathered around them, and they formed a large circle as they watched the confrontation. Jake Seamus was usually a calm person, but that also depended on who he was dealing with. None of the six-fingered tribe members could suppress their anger when facing Wei Rong. Although Jake Seamus was a Lemiter, he still wanted to attack Wei Rong, who was an explorer. The surrounding star energy trembled and Jake Seamus clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Wei Xener stepped forward and glared at Jake Seamus. She would not allow her brother to be labeled as someone who bullied the weak. She was a melder and she wanted to challenge someone who was a realm breaker. Wei Rong continued to smile and did not stop her. Just as Jake Seamus was about to attack, the surrounding star energy suddenly trapped him. This was an expert who was far stronger than him suppressing him. Hua Qingshan had arrived. "What's going on?" Hua Qingshan looked at Wei Rong and questioned. Wei Rong shrugged. "This person wants to attack me." Hua Qingshan looked at Jake Seamus. "Young master, His Highness requests your presence." Jake Seamus glared at Wei Rong with unwillingness, but he gradually loosened his grip and snorted before flying towards King Zishan's palace. He really wanted to attack. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 722. Hua Qingshan looked at Wei Rong and apologized. "We were careless just now, and we hope that your excellency will not take offense." Wei Rong smiled. "It's fine." Hua Qingshan looked at Wei Rong seriously and then dispersed the crowd. "Bro, why did you provoke Jake Seamus on purpose?" Wei Xener asked curiously. Wei Rong replied, "I have to find something for Lu Yin. I can't let him have an easy time." Wei Xener seemed to understand, but she still followed Wei Rong to the space station. On the other side, Jake Seamus had angrily arrived at King Zishan's palace and entered without any prior notice. Lu Yin was leisurely sitting in the living room when Jake Seamus rushed in. "Your Highness, why has Wei Rong come to Xenu Star?" Lu Yin looked up. "Are you questioning me?" When he saw Lu Yin's icy gaze, Jake Seamus was stunned. He suddenly remembered that this person was not from the Six-Fingered Tribe, but rather the future leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. A single word from him could cause rivers of blood to flow in the Six-Fingered Tribe. Jake Seamus took a deep breath and slowly bowed. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I was too rash." Lu Yin calmly replied, "Sit." Jake Seamus sat down and looked at Lu Yin. Although he had suppressed his anger, he could not calm himself down. He was especially worried that the Great Eastern Alliance and Armament Weave had reached some sort of agreement, which the Six-Fingered Tribe could not accept. Currently, Armament Weave had gained a large number of lockbreakers, and if Armament Weave wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance, the Six-Fingered Tribe was not confident that they could drive them away. "It seems like your Six-Fingered Tribe and the Wei family have a very bad relationship," Lu Yin said. Jake Seamus replied, "Either we die or they die." Lu Yin looked at Jake Seamus. "If I told you that Wei Rong is here to issue a challenge, would you believe me?" Jake Seamus was stunned. "A challenge?" Lu Yin nodded and casually replied, "Something like that. He's here to scout out the situation. There will definitely be a great battle between us in the future." Jake Seamus was furious. "Just them?" "Your Highness, as long as you say the word, our Six-Fingered Tribe will definitely charge to the front and destroy Armament Weave's Wei family." Lu Yin laughed. "There's no rush. Even if we want to start a war, we'll have to wait until the Allied forces are formed. Otherwise, what's the point of forming the Great Eastern Alliance? Don't forget that there's a clause in the alliance that states that the Great Eastern Alliance must protect its allies. Your Six-Fingered Tribe is our ally, and if we want to fight, the Great Eastern Alliance will come together." Jake Seamus was overjoyed. He stood up and bowed. "Thank you, Your Highness." Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. "But before that, you need to control your temper. Don't act just because Wei Rong provoked you. You'll only embarrass our Great Eastern Alliance. Do you understand?" Jake Seamus hurriedly replied, I understand, Your Majesty. Don't worry, I won't do it again. Luine nodded and dismissed Jake Seamus. He felt a headache coming on. Wei Rong was able to sow discord so easily, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He thought about it for a moment, then decided to contact Wang Wen. Wei Rong has arrived at Xenu Star? It seems like he wants to understand you thoroughly. You've already been targeted by him. Wang Wen was happy, taking joy in Qin Feng's misfortune. Luine felt a headache coming on. He started sowing discord as soon as he left. If it weren't for the fact that I still had some authority, I wouldn't have been able to suppress the Six-Fingered Tribe. What do you think I should do? You want to know what Wei Rong plans to do, right? Then I'll tell you that I don't know. He's just a little bit dumber than I am, and he's barely on the same level as me. It's very difficult for both of us to guess what the other is thinking. However, I can teach you something. Divert attention, Wang Wen said. Divert attention? Luine did not understand. Wang Wen was pleased. What Wei Rong needs to do right now is to understand the Great Eastern Alliance and think of a way to disintegrate it. The Alliance Conference will be held in a day, and if you want some peace, then find something for him to do. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Got it. He then ended the call. After thinking about it, he contacted Phelan. I want to pull Source Peak Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance. Phelan was shocked, as she had not expected Lu Yin's first sentence to be this. Source Peak Weave is too far away from the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin solemnly replied, It's fine. I need your help. With the Lockbreaker Society's foundation in Source Peak Weave, it's completely possible. You have to do it as soon as possible. Phelan was put in a spot. You can tell Wei Rong about this, Lu Yin said. Phelan did not understand. Tell him? Aren't you afraid that he'll cause trouble for you? Lu Yin replied, The more trouble he causes, the easier it will be for me to pull Source Peak Weave over to my side. Just do as I say. He then ended the call. Phelan was confused. What did he mean? Was he trying to test her? She did not understand. Wait, Wei Rong was here? When Wei Xena saw Phelan again, she was somewhat apprehensive, as she had already learned about the situation on Source Peak Planet. Wei Rong and Phelan met alone, and Phelan was furious when she saw Wei Rong. You really have some tricks up your sleeve. Wei Rong smiled. President Phelan, we're just taking what we need. You've already become the president, haven't you? Phelan's expression was gentle, but her eyes were cold. If it weren't for Lu Yin, then even if I became the president, these lockbreakers would have been brought to Armament Weave by you sooner or later. It's a pity that despite your scheming, you still lost to Lu Yin in the end. Wei Rong did not mind. I've already achieved my goal. That's enough. Do you really think that I'll teach your sister properly? Phelan asked coldly. Wei Rong smiled. You will teach her properly. You're very smart and you know how to leave yourself a way out. Xener is your way out, just like how you pulled Lu Yin into your trap. I don't need any way out. This is my way out, Phelan said resolutely. Wei Rong shook his head and laughed. Is that so? If that's the case, then why do you still want to see me? Phelan fell silent. You know Lu Yin's character very well. He's the same type of person as I am, and we both have designs on the society. You don't trust me, but you also don't trust him. I'm here to give you a way out so that you won't be completely controlled by Lu Yin. You should thank me, Wei Rong said with a smile. Phelan's eyes narrowed. She was a dignified, perceptive intermediate lockbreaker and the acting president of the society, but she was being toyed with by someone else without being able to resist. The helplessness and sullenness in her heart had reached its peak. President Phelan, I hope that you can properly distinguish the difference between me and Lu Yin. Although I caused Source Peak Planet to collapse and schemed against you, I did not completely suppress your abilities. What about Lu Yin? He's someone who has killed Enlighters before. Even if Saul returns to the society, he might not be able to break free from Lu Yin's control, Wei Rong said. You won't believe anything I say right now, but that's fine. Take your time. I've given you Xener as a way out, so take care of yourself. Phelan looked at Wei Rong. When you were willing to support me back then, was it because you had designs on Source Peak Weave? Wei Rong's gaze turned cold. Why do you say that? Phelan replied, Lu Yin asked me to contact the people in Source Peak Weave. He wants to pull Source Peak Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance. Wei Rong's expression turned solemn. He had indeed thought about this before, which was why he had been willing to support Phelan as the president of the Lockbreaker Society. Source Peak Weave had also been one of his goals, but when Phelan had moved the Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave, he had temporarily put this matter aside. He had not expected Lu Yin to have thought of this as well. The Great Eastern Alliance encompassed the Eastern Weaves, but Source Peak Weave was located in the center. Lu Yin had extended his hand into Source Peak Weave, which meant that he was going to interfere with the situation in the Central Weaves, which was troublesome. With Lu Yin's current abilities, it was still possible for him to take action in the Central Weaves. Wei Rong had just been thinking about how to unite the Central Weaves to resist the Great Eastern Alliance, but he had not expected Lu Yin to be planning on taking action before him. Are you planning on helping him? Wei Rong looked at Phelan. Phelan calmly replied, I have no other choice. Wei Rong's eyes flashed. If you want the Lockbreaker Society to regain its former status, then you cannot help him. Phelan did not reply. The reason why Lockbreakers had such a transcendent status in the past was because they never interfered in the disputes between powers. This was an ironclad rule. If you break this ironclad rule, then in the future when the Innerverse and Outerverse are connected, you will be punished by the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society and even the Hall of Honor, Wei Rong threatened. Phelan looked at him and mocked, Are you afraid? Wei Rong's expression remained indifferent. It looks like Lu Yin is really pressuring you. Don't worry, Source Peak Weave won't be easily won over, at least not in the short term. You have time to make arrangements, Phelan said. I hope so, Wei Rong replied. Lu Yin had asked Phelan to reveal his intentions for Source Peak Weave in hopes that Phelan would divert Wei Rong's attention so that Wei Rong would not cause trouble for him. However, Wei Rong and Phelan's conversation had caused Phelan to change her mind once again. Wei Rong's words had been effective, and Phelan had decided to leave Wei Xner as an escape route. She truly felt that Lu Yin was more dangerous than Wei Rong. As for Source Peak Weave, she did not plan on making an appearance. Just as she had said to Wei Rong, Source Peak Weave would not be easily won over. If the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters were still on Source Peak Planet, then it might have been possible, but now that they had left, their influence over Source Peak Weave had greatly decreased. In Ironblood Weave, thanks to the assistance of Enlighters, the various strongholds were gradually being rebuilt, and the defenses of the Primal Zone had been restored. However, Elder Lohar did not plan on allowing the Outerverse Enlighters to leave. In his opinion, the Outerverse was currently peaceful, and it would be better to restrain these Enlighters. He also wanted to see how far Lu Yin could go. Although the Hall of Honor did not wish for a unified Outerverse, Elder Lohar still hoped for the Outerverse to be unified, and he was worried about the Sixth Mainland. The Astral Beast domain had already been invaded by the Sixth Mainland, and the Outerverse was probably not far away. At Season's Fort, there was a large black shadow on a defensive planet at the border. This planet was located behind Season's Fort, and its location was concealed. Furthermore, it was not illuminated by any light all year round. Topmist was on this planet, and as an assassin he could not be exposed to the light of day. In the sky above the planet, an old woman suddenly appeared. Her Enlighter realm star energy swept across the entire planet, and her body disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in an extremely gloomy area of the planet. Topmist, let's meet. Granny Chan, I've never had anything to do with you. Why are you looking for me? Topmist's voice was fleeting, and even Granny Chan did not know where he was. Granny Chan replied, You should know about what happened in the Outerverse, right? Topmist did not reply. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 723. The Eastern Weaves have already formed an alliance. Lu Yin has established the Great Eastern Alliance and Dark Mist Weave is one of them. Mafioso Planet won't be able to escape. Topmist growled, So what? Aren't you worried that he'll deal with Mafioso Planet? Granny Chan asked. Topmist answered, Mafioso Planet is just one of the places where we live. As assassins we don't have a fixed place to live. If he wants it, we can give it to him. Regardless, it's still your ancestral land. Are you willing to give it up? Granny Chan questioned. Topmist calmly asked, What are you planning? Granny Chan answered, Let's go to the Outerverse together to deal with this disaster. Topmist was confused. If I'm not mistaken, your Northline Flow Zone has a good relationship with him. Why do you want to deal with him? He chased away our Northline Flow Zone's people from the Tri-Banner Federation, which infringes on our interests. Topmist did not reply. Granny Chan raised her voice. Lu Yin was known as an Enlighter's nemesis when he was a Lemiter, and he's arrogant and conceited. Now that he's become an explorer, he's even more arrogant. Are you willing to let someone like him stand above us? You should be able to tell from his establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance that he's not someone who's willing to be lonely. He doesn't just want power but also authority. Let me think about it, Top Mist said. Granny Chan replied, all right, as soon as possible. I've already discussed this with Elder Zhua. With you included, 3 Enlighters should be enough to deal with him. You'd best be clear about the Hall of Honor's stance. Don't forget that Night Queen Chiyu was warned by Elder Lohar. I know, Granny Chan replied before disappearing. After Granny Chan left, Top Mist reappeared and unhesitatingly opened his gadget to call someone he had never expected to contact. It was Luin. Far away on Xenu Star, Luin had not expected Top Mist to contact him. Their contact information had been exchanged in Iron Blood Weave, and neither had expected to contact the other. Long time no see, Luin. Top Mist's black figure appeared on the screen. Luin looked at him and curiously asked, why did you contact me? Granny Chan just asked me to join forces to deal with you, Top Mist said. Betraying Granny Chan, Luin narrowed his eyes. Granny Chan? Luin had not forgotten about this person. When they had first met outside of planet Pyrolite, the two of them had gotten along very well, and Granny Chan had even promised to help the Great Yu Empire rise to power. However, her attitude had suddenly changed, and she had even secretly told Darkstar Gorge about how Luin had killed Lei Long, which had caused Luin to be hunted down by Darkstar Gorge. Now she was doing something like this again, which was too strange. Luin had guessed that Granny Chan might have been uncomfortable with his title as the Enlighter's nemesis, which was why she had hit him while he was down. But now it seemed that things weren't that simple. She had deliberately tried to kill him. Why are you telling me? Top Mist replied, with your abilities I feel like you won't be easy to deal with. How about I give you a favor? Just remember it. Do assassins know how to do favors? Assassins are also humans, Top Mist said lightly before ending the call. Luin looked at his gadget and fell into deep thought. An assassin's senses were far sharper than an ordinary person's, and this was especially true for an old and cunning assassin like Top Mist. Why did Granny Chan deal with him? Just because he had killed an Enlighter? Or banish Northline Flow Zone from the Tri-Banner Federation? Speaking of which, the people from Northline Flow Zone had not been banished by Luin. They had left the Tri-Banner Federation on their own accord, so why had they left? Luin thought about it for a moment. It was very likely that Granny Chan knew that her snitch had been exposed, so she wanted to make the first move. Perhaps she had revealed his secret because she did not like him and had done it casually. Now that he had been exposed, she had no choice but to deal with him for real. Luin tapped the table with a single finger. It seemed like this old woman would have to be dealt with soon. She had even taken the initiative to contact others to deal with him. She was very enthusiastic. One day later, the Alliance Conference officially began. This time, the Great Eastern Alliance Conference was being broadcast live to the various weaves of the Outerverse. There were 172 representatives from various powers participating, and they were all representatives from the various powers that had formed the Great Eastern Alliance. Each of the Outerverse large weaves had a leading power, but that did not mean that they had complete control over that weave. For example, in Frostwave Weave, the Great Yu Empire was the sole ruler, but there were still a few smaller powers that existed within it. The Great Yu Empire's territory was simply too large, and it was impossible for them to control it completely. If Frostwave Weave was like this, then it was even more so in the other weaves. Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect was the strongest power, but even they only controlled half of the weave. The other half was controlled by dozens or even hundreds of other powers, while Dark Mist Weave had hundreds of powers, both overt and covert. These powers were scattered throughout the various weaves, and they were the true rulers of their respective weaves. Although the Great Eastern Alliance encompassed 8 weaves, it would still take some time for them to completely control these weaves. However, that was only a matter of time. Although only 100 or so people were participating in the Alliance Conference, that was enough to represent a large portion of the Eastern weaves. The Eastern weaves did not only consist of these 8 weaves, as there were also Eastleigh Weave, Northcastle Weave, Wuri Weave, Ironblood Weave, and so on. However, these weaves all had their own reasons, and Mafioso Planet did not know the secrets of those weaves' leading powers. Thus, it was not easy to rope them into the alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Conference was the focus of everyone's attention, and everyone in the Outerverse was waiting for it to happen. This was a major event that transcended eras, and its influence was no less than that of the Lockbreaker Society's collapse. Even Ironblood Weave was paying attention to this event. The Alliance Conference was being held in the Great Yu Empire's Imperial Palace, and there were no less than 10 hunters participating in the event. All of Xenu Star and the surrounding planets were being strictly monitored. As the various powers representatives entered the palace, the last to appear were Lan Wu, Jake Seamus, and the others. 172 people were seated around a large round table, and only the seat at the very top was empty. That was Lu Yin's seat. The main purpose of the Alliance Conference was to determine the Alliance leader, but it was just a formality. The Alliance leader could only be Lu Yin. Outside the palace, Ku Wei walked in with a serious expression, but Hua Qingshan recognized him and immediately pushed him out. Ku Wei sternly said, "Don't stop me. I'm the master of Dawei Mountain, and I'm representing it in this Alliance Conference." Hua Qingshan growled, "Don't cause trouble. I know Lu Yin and we're brothers. What's wrong with me going in to support my brother's meeting? Alright, there's also this." Ku Wei then took out a large flag with 2 words written on it, "Do your best." The people around him were stunned. Hua Qingshan was speechless. "I'll lock you up if you cause any more trouble." Ku Wei wanted to say something else, but the flag in his hand was suddenly grasped by a hand. "Brother, give this flag to me." Ku Wei turned around and saw a wretched old man dressed in plain gray robes with a starry sky pattern behind his back. The old man looked at his flag with a longing expression, and Ku Wei immediately became unhappy. Where did this beggar come from? Go away. The vulgar old man held onto the flag and refused to let go. "Little brother, this great master will read your fortune. Take this flag as a reward. This great master's wooden flag was destroyed by someone, and I'm looking for something to do. What does that have to do with me? How dare you steal Brother Wei's things? You must be tired of living. Do you have an star at home?" Ku Wei grew impatient. The wretched old man stared at Ku Wei seriously. "Vulgar. What's the use of an star? I'm reading your fortune and I'm Star Sibil's Grandpa Gio." Ku Wei's eyes widened. "You really dare to say that?" The wretched old man cackled. "This is the truth and Star Sibil will never deny it. How about it? Let Star Sibil's Grandpa Gio read your fortune. It's very accurate." Ku Wei raised his brows. "What's your name?" "Xianjiu." The wretched old man proudly raised his head. Ku Wei looked him up and down. "You're from the Star Sibil sect?" Xianjiu coughed. "Why are you asking so much? Are you suspecting my identity?" Ku Wei nodded without hesitation. Xianjiu looked at Hua Qingshan. "Kid, go and call Lu Yin out. Let him prove it for me." Hua Qingshan looked on coldly. These two were crazy. "You know Lu Yin?" Ku Wei's eyes lit up. Xianjiu shouted, "Of course. I've read his fortune before, but it's a pity that this child's fate isn't too good. He even met a dead person's gaze and he won't be able to escape it in the future." He then looked at Ku Wei seriously. "Kid, how did you meet a dead person's gaze like him?" Ku Wei blinked. "King. Which king? There is no king in my eyes. It's a dead person." "King. Dead person. You're a king?" Xianjiu was speechless. "You met a dead person?" Ku Wei was furious. "You're the one who met a dead person. Don't tell me you haven't met a dead person. It was outside a tomb in outer space." Xianjiu was certain. Ku Wei was about to curse when he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Xianjiu strangely. "What else do you know?" Xianjiu chuckled. "I also know that you've always wanted to enter that tomb, which is why you came here." Ku Wei's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" Xianjiu solemnly replied, "Star Sibil's Grandpa Gio." Ku Wei's brows rose. "You're not messing with me, are you?" Xianjiu snatched the flag and changed the words on it. The front of the flag was now engraved with the words Star Sibil's Grandpa Gio, while the back was engraved with the words Fortune Teller, believe it or not. "I tell fortunes based on luck, and it's up to you whether you believe it or not." Ku Wei grabbed Xianjiu's sleeve. "You haven't told me anything. Tell me, can I enter that tomb?" Xianjiu stared at Ku Wei's face for a while before shaking his head and sighing. "You can't. You won't be able to enter in this lifetime." Ku Wei was stunned. "Bro, don't listen to him. He's an immoral person and his fortune-telling has never been accurate. You can listen to him the other way around," someone said. Xianjiu was furious and he glared at that person. "You're the immoral one. Your whole family is immoral. No, they're defective. A bunch of defective." "Here. Defective is here." Zhao Ran shouted excitedly from nearby. She looked at Xianjiu and said, "Kind fortune teller, I remember you. I'm defective. I'm here." Xianjiu's jaw dropped. Why is she everywhere? He then quickly ran off. Ku Wei stood rooted to the ground, unable to react. He felt that what he had just experienced was a little strange. On the other side of the palace, Shichi looked at the screen and said enviously, Brother Lu is so amazing. Above her head, Ud said disdainfully, amazing my ass. He's just controlling a group of two-legged beasts. Just wait, Lord Yu will definitely have more two-legged beast slaves than him in the future. No, Lord Yu remembers having many two-legged beast slaves in the past. That's right, so many of them. Where did they go? Shi-Chi mumbled but did not retort. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 724. The outside of the palace was noisy, but the inside was silent. Around the round table, everyone had solemn expressions as they glanced at the empty seat from time to time. Soon the void flashed and Lu Yin appeared. He very naturally sat at the head of the table and scanned the crowd with a smile. Thank you all for joining the Great Eastern Alliance. The alliance is a single entity, and its goal is to share resources and help each other. I now officially announce the start of the alliance conference. The first rule is to read out the alliance agreement. Following Lu Yin's announcement, countless people on Xenu Star cheered. The establishment of the alliance conference represented a huge change in the Great Eastern Alliance's status, in the entire Outerverse. The Great Yu Empire's status in the Outerverse had also risen. Xenu Star celebrated, the Great Yu Empire celebrated, and the entire Frostwave Weave celebrated. On planet Hydrodink, Phelan watched Lu Yin speak leisurely on the screen with a fearful gaze. This person was even more dangerous than Wei Rong. She had been schemed against by Wei Rong and then threatened by this person, which had forced her to bring the Lockbreaker Society here. But now that she thought about it, everything that Lu Yin had been done before Wei Rong's. This person had extraordinary ambition and ability, and what was even more frightening was that he had also had a fortuitous encounter. To work with such a person, she had to either completely rely on him or avoid him. Wei Rong was right, she had to have a backup plan. Wei Rong was also watching the screen with a smile on his face. The Great Eastern Alliance? Although the establishment of this alliance was a great threat to him, and it allowed Lu Yin to take the lead, it could also encourage the Central Weaves to unite. Only with such a threat would they be on their guard, and he really had to thank Lu Yin. Without him establishing the Great Eastern Alliance, it would not have been so easy for Wei Rong to unite the Central Weaves. In Ironblood Weave, Elder Lohar watched the screen with a look of admiration. He had seen many geniuses before, and the Neoverse did not lack geniuses. However, there were very few who had risen up in the Outerverse like Lu Yin and reached their current status. Even the 10 Arbiters had relied on the support of the Hall of Honor and the various powers behind them to reach their current heights. Lu Yin had relied entirely on his own efforts. In Elder Lohar's opinion, if not for the difference in power, this person would not be any weaker than any of the 10 Arbiters. It was a pity that the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, or else he would definitely recommend this person to replace one of the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters would never willingly withdraw, and replacing them would require a struggle. Lu Yin did not believe that there was anyone in the Innerverse who could compete with the 10 Arbiters, not even the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. Competition required not only personal strength but also strategy and tactics. Lu Yin was the most suitable candidate, but it was a pity. In the Outerverse, at Shamrock Enterprises' Eastern Frontier headquarters, Shun Fu was looking at a screen in front of him while his secretary, Xiao Qin, stood behind him. The two of them were staring at Lu Yin's image. Prepare a generous gift to congratulate the Great Eastern Alliance's establishment. Contact Director Jian and have him make contact with Lu Yin. I need to know his attitude towards Shamrock Enterprises. Yes, President Shun, Xiao Qin replied. Back in the palace, Lu Yin explained the alliance agreement to everyone, and after confirming that no one had any objections, he solemnly said, since it's an alliance, there naturally needs to be an alliance leader. The next topic of discussion is the selection of the alliance leader. Does anyone have any suggestions? As soon as he finished speaking, Jake Seamus immediately declared, I elect the Great Yu Empire's Royal Regent, Lu Yin, to be the alliance leader. From the side, Flaxen Weave's Jibu hurriedly spoke up. I also recommend the Great Yu Empire's Royal Regent, Lu Yin, to be the alliance leader. I agree with the Great Yu Empire's Royal Regent, Lu Yin, to be the alliance leader. I agree with the Great Yu Empire's Royal Regent, Lu Yin, to be the alliance leader. This was just a formality and no one was surprised. Even the commoners were not surprised, as Lu Yin had to be the alliance leader. Lu Yin smiled. Since everyone has chosen me, I am honored. Very well, I, Lu Yin, shall be the first alliance leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. Greetings, alliance leader. Everyone stood up and bowed. On Xenu Star, countless people from the Frostwave Weave, as well as the various weaves, bowed at the same time. Greetings, Alliance Leader. At this moment, the Great Eastern Alliance's voice shook the heavens. Regardless of whether they had been willing to join or not, this moment could not be changed. Wei Rong's expression changed when he heard the cheers from his surroundings. He walked over to the window and looked at the countless people outside, excitedly looking at the screen in the sky. Wei Rong's eyes burned with passion, as he would definitely experience this moment as well. How powerful would the Eastern Weaves be if they joined forces? No one knew, not even Wei Rong. This was because no one had ever accomplished such a feat since ancient times. If not for the innerverse and outerverse being separated, Lu Yin would not have been able to accomplish such a feat no matter how powerful he was. The various great powers of the innerverse would never have agreed to such a thing. For example, Shui Chuanxiao had a great reputation and was the commander of the border warfront, but he had been vetoed by the Hall of Honor after just a brief mention of it. This was a taboo that could not be touched. However, the right time, place, and people allowed Lu Yin to accomplish this unprecedented feat. His success would lead countless people to follow suit, and he was now fully deserving of the title of leader. In outer space, Madame Naylan looked at the screen in Lu Yin's image. How many years had it been? 3 years? Or 4 years? She still remembered that this person's spacecraft had broken down, and he had been taken into the Naylan family's spacecraft. He had seen through the murderous intent that had been planted in her, and the two of them had been bound together ever since. Even when she had found out that this person had been tried by the 10 arbiters, she had not given up and had continued to maintain contact with him. She had never expected that in just a few years, this person would become one of the people with the highest status in the outerverse. The world was unpredictable, but the changes were too great and too fast. If this person could reach this point in a few years, then what would happen if he was given another 10 years? 20 years? How far would he reach? Some people said that once one climbed to the highest peak, the only outcome left was to fall to one's death. She believed that, but where was Lu Yin's highest peak? Perhaps the moment the innerverse and outerverse were connected would be the moment he fell to his death. Of course, there was also a possibility that it would be the moment he reached his second peak. Madame Naylan's eyes lit up. I want to take a gamble with you. Lu Yin, I hope that you won't disappoint me. In Frostwave Weave's Endless Borders headquarters, Dino's eyes lit up as he looked at the screen. Men, immediately prepare a generous gift and send it to Xenu Star's King Zishan Palace. The Great Eastern Alliance's official establishment meant that resources would be consolidated, and it also meant that there would be a need for transportation as well as the opening of new shipping routes. This was what Endless Borders was best at, and he did not care about the upper echelon's attitude towards the Great Eastern Alliance. He only cared about business, and he wanted to monopolize the Great Eastern Alliance's shipping business so that his name would resound throughout the outerverse. Lu Yin's rise had given him a huge opportunity, and he had to make good use of it. Once upon a time, Earth had just been an unremarkable planet in Frostwave Weave. Their technological civilization had just begun, and they had still been working hard to explore the surrounding planets. However, in just a few years, Earth had experienced a despairing apocalypse and ushered in its peak glory. Lu Yin, who had walked out from Earth, had not only shone on the stage of Frostwave Weave, but also throughout the entire universe. Earthlings were proud on this day as their statuses were completely different from now on. Statues of Lu Yin could be found in every corner of Earth, and he had become the only religion that Earthlings had. In Nanjing, Zhou Shan looked up at the screen with reddened eyes. He did not have the courage to leave Earth, but this person who had once fought alongside him had walked out, bringing with him a light that enveloped the entire planet. Daddy hug. The little girl Zhou Cece, who was now 4 years old, looked up at her father with her arms wide open. Zhou Shan laughed as he picked her up and pointed at the screen in the sky. Look, that's Uncle Lu Yin, Daddy's comrade. Zhou Cece blinked her bright eyes and extended her arms towards the screen. Zhou Shan laughed. That's just an image. When Uncle Lu returns to Earth, Daddy will let him hug you. Hug hug. Zhou Cece giggled, her voice childish. In the plains, Wu Sheng looked up at the sky, still in his military uniform. I wonder how Zhang Dingtian is doing. Did he see this? In East Sandios, Lu Xiaoge looked at the screen strangely. You're really fast, but our paths are different and our methods are different. You might not be able to take the lead. On Xenu Star, in the princess residence, Wendy Yushan looked in the direction of the palace. Father, he's done what you couldn't. This is what you've always wanted to see. At this moment, Geraldine, Jerlin, Jerbach, and many others all looked up at the sky. They and Lu Yin had truly become two completely different people. He was high and mighty, looking down on the mortal realm while they could only look up to him. Within the palace, Lu Yin had officially assumed the position of alliance leader. He could imagine the cheers from the outside world and he himself was very excited. In the beginning he had not had any desire to seize power, but the incident at the pirate port had completely changed him. Zhuo Dainite had been safely sent away, while he had been treated like a piece of white meat and tossed onto a desolate planet. This was a direct comparison of power. From that moment on, he had decided that his life would not be controlled by anyone else. He wanted to be above everyone else and decide the fate of others with a single word. Even if he did not consciously do so, his name would still cause countless people to tremble. Cultivation could be achieved, but it would take too long. If he had just cultivated normally, he would still be an explorer with the influence of an enlighter. However, things were different now. The entire Great Eastern Alliance's resources were at his disposal, and this was a combination of power and power. It was still not enough, far from enough. When the day came that he could integrate the entire Outerverse resources and use his Dai's ability, his future would be limitless. There was a time limit to the position of Alliance leader, and it had been mentioned in the Alliance agreement. However, Lu Yin had not mentioned it and no one had asked about it. Everyone knew that if the Alliance did not do well, it would disband sooner or later. If it did well enough, then the position of Alliance leader could only be held by the strongest powerhouse, and any time limit would be meaningless. After confirming the Alliance leader, Lu Yin moved on to the second topic, which was the formation of the Alliance army. This was the topic that everyone was most concerned about. The purpose of the Great Eastern Alliance's establishment was to integrate resources, integrate data, and help each other. The Alliance Army's existence was to protect the Alliance's powers from external aggression. No matter how much competition there was within the Alliance Army's direction would always be directed towards external aggression. Establishing the Alliance Army was equivalent to having an additional layer of protection, which was very important to many smaller powers. This is the Alliance Army's consolidated data. Everyone can take a look. Lu Yin waved a hand and Enya passed the data to everyone. The data detailed the Alliance Army's power structure. The Alliance Army required 2 hunters, 5 cruisers, 20 explorers, 1,000 Lemeters, 20 melders, 100,000 sentinels and 2 million seekers. As for the commoners, they were not qualified to join the Alliance Army. Aside from cultivators, the Alliance Army also required 500 warships and 10,000 ordinary large spacecraft. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 725. This alliance's power structure shocked everyone present. If this alliance truly existed, then it would be enough to wipe out most of the powers present. Even the leaders of the various weaves would be flustered by this alliance. Alliance leader, isn't this alliance too powerful? Lu Ran asked carefully as he was worried that Lu Yin would control the alliance and wipe them all out. Lu Yin smiled. Elder Lu Ran, don't you want the people protecting you to be as strong as possible? Lu Ran laughed dryly. Of course he wanted that, but who knew if this alliance would protect them or destroy them? Everyone present was worried about this and Lu Yin was well aware of it. The alliance's formation will be witnessed by the entire Eastern Weave. No matter how much competition there is within the Great Eastern Alliance, even if you all join forces to deal with my Great U Empire, the alliance will not interfere. The alliance's purpose is to deal with external threats, not internal threats. I can guarantee this and everyone can see and hear me. Everyone looked at each other. Mylar's Weave agrees, Jake Seamus immediately declared. Right now he was most worried about Armament Weave acting against them. With the help of lockbreakers, the Six-Fingered Tribe had no confidence in dealing with them at all. They could not wait for the alliance to grow stronger, and it would be even better if they could directly wipe out the Wei family. Bei Hong declared, Shinwu Continent agrees. Lan Wu quickly followed up. Grand Top Weave's 9 Stacks sect agrees as well. Bard Weave's Elder Maya spoke up. Even Ground Palace agrees. The Tri-Banner Federation agrees, Jibu added. In the end, only the Vast Earth sect and Green Peak Gorge remained. As for the remaining 100 or so representatives from the various powers participating in the Alliance Conference, there was no need for them to express their opinions. They were only participating so that the Alliance Conference wouldn't look bad with too few participants. Everyone looked at Lu Ran and Elder Hannah. Lu Ran glanced at Elder Hannah, and when he saw Lu Yin's gaze sweep over, his heart trembled. He hurriedly said, Green Peak Gorge agrees. Elder Hannah coughed. The Vast Earth sect agrees. At this point, the structure of the Allied forces' strength had been determined. Lu Yin smiled. I understand everyone's concerns and I can assure you all once again that the Allied forces will not attack our internal forces. We will only attack our external forces. Alright, now that we've decided on the commander of the Allied forces, I suggest that Luiying Zishan, the former captain of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial squadrons, be appointed. Although she's only a cruiser, her military accomplishments are extremely high. The commander of the Allied armies would definitely follow Lu Yin's arrangements, and everyone was already mentally prepared for this. They had no intention of competing with Lu Yin, so they all agreed. However, the higher-ups of the Allied army still had to be fought over, and Lu Yin did not interfere. He had to leave some benefits for them, and besides, if the higher-ups of the Allied armies did not have people from these organizations, they would not feel at ease. The reason why Luiying Zishan had been appointed as the first commander of the Allied forces was because her strength could no longer keep up with Lu Yin's standards for the captains of the 3rd Imperial Squadron. He wanted to replace them one by one, but none of the original captains had made any mistakes, so he could only transfer them in parallel. Luiying Zishan's attitude towards him had been the biggest reason why he had been able to become commander, and Lu Yin was very reassured by her. He did not need the commander to have any abilities, he only needed the commander to be loyal. Once a huge battle broke out, the commander would be nothing more than a puppet, and Lu Yin would be the only one making decisions. If the commander was truly capable, then that would be troublesome, as the commander would not have any decision-making power during a battle, which was something that Lu Yin did not want to see. After the two biggest proposals had been discussed, the next step was the integration of resources, the establishment of tariffs, and a series of other regulations. These were mainly discussed by Huan Sha and Gavin, and Lu Yin also listened from the side. To be honest, there were many things that Lu Yin did not understand, and neither did Jake Seamus and the others, which was why they had brought along professionals. The Alliance Conference lasted for 2 days, during which many things were discussed. It wasn't until noon on the 3rd day that the Alliance Conference officially ended, and the first Great Eastern Alliance Conference came to a successful conclusion. Everything that had been discussed during the Alliance Conference was made public, but in reality, the actual matters that needed to be discussed would only be discussed after the Alliance Conference. Lu Yin and Jibu remained in the palace and chased away everyone else. A screen rose in front of them, and images of Bak Seamus, Meng Qing, Mu Nikhang and Green Peak Gorge's master Feng Shu appeared on it. This was a Grand Alliance Conference, so how could the leaders of the various powers not meet each other? The previous Alliance Conference had been a show for outsiders, and this was the real Alliance Conference. There were some matters that could not be completely exposed, such as the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance's military express routes and the establishment of the Special Forces. All of these matters needed to be discussed with the true decision-makers. This was the first time that Lu Yin had met all the leaders of the various powers at the same time. Everyone, it's been a long time. We finally meet. Meng Qing looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. He had seen images of Lu Yin countless times, but when he saw him in person he still gasped in amazement as this kid was just too young. Mu Nikhang curiously sized up Lu Yin, as he was rather good-looking and pleasing to the eye. Feng Shu had a smile on his face and he looked very carefree. Bak Seamus smiled. The Alliance leader has contributed greatly to the establishment of the Alliance. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the group. Everyone should have seen the agenda that I sent to you. If you have any thoughts, feel free to share them. I just want to know one thing. Regarding the Alliance leader's suggestion of hiding the troops among the commoners, who are you guarding against? Mu Nikhang asked with a curious gaze. Lu Yin looked at her and his eyes flashed with amazement. He smiled. Everyone should be aware of the battle on Source Peak Planet, and the mastermind behind the scenes is from Armament Weave's Wei family. Patriarch Bak should be well aware of this. Bak Seamus solemnly asked, Wei Rong? Lu Yin nodded. As the saying goes, hiding the troops among the commoners and establishing the military express routes are meant to deal with what might happen next. The war between the East-West Weaves. This could be considered an alliance conference within an alliance conference. Although it did not last long, the discussions were all about information that could not be made public. While Lu Yin and the others were discussing the alliance conference, Wei Rong's investigation of Source Peak Weave came to a conclusion. Since he knew that Lu Yin was targeting Source Peak Weave, he could not ignore it. No matter what, Source Peak Weave could not be pulled into the Great Eastern Alliance. Not only that, but he also wanted to take care of the remaining weaves in the Eastern Weaves. Before Wei Rong could even hear the report, a cold killing intent appeared from all directions, and the room instantly shattered. Wei Rong's expression did not change and he stood in place without moving. Several assassins appeared around him, but before they could even get close to him, their heads were separated from their bodies. Wei Rong only saw a shadow appear in the void, but he had no idea what it looked like or how strong it was. "Help me thank the royal regent for his protection," Wei Rong said with a smile, even though he could not see anyone. In the darkness, Phantom Sting disappeared. He had received Lu Yin's orders to protect Wei Rong's safety, and more importantly, to monitor Wei Rong and prevent him from causing trouble. He had not expected that someone would actually try to assassinate Wei Rong. After the Alliance conference ended, Lu Yin received a message from Phantom Sting, and his face sank. "Ask young Patriarch Jake Seamus to come see me." Back in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin changed his clothes. Jake Seamus was already waiting in the living room, looking somewhat nervous and restless. When he saw Lu Yin appear, he hurriedly stood up. "Your Highness, no, Alliance leader, what instructions do you have for me?" Lu Yin stared at him coldly. "It looks like you don't take me seriously." Jake Seamus's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Alliance leader, you've misunderstood. Actually..." Lu Yin raised a hand to stop Jake Seamus from continuing. "I'll only say this one last time. Within Frostwave Weave, you are not allowed to act against Wei Rong. If I find out that you have acted against him again, your six-fingered tribe should be prepared to receive the Wei family's revenge. Although the Alliance army serves and protects the Alliance, it will not pay for personal grievances." Sweat dripped down Jake Seamus's forehead, but he did not say anything. Lu Yin walked out. "I can change Adonis Weave's helming power to Green Peak Gorge, and I can also change the helming power for Lars Weave." He then left. Jake Seamus's entire body felt weak, and he felt some lingering fear. He believed that Lu Yin would do as he said. It looked like he could not act against Wei Rong within Frostwave Weave. It was a pity that he had lost such a good opportunity. "Seventh bro, isn't it better for the six-fingered tribe to kill Wei Rong? That person is a huge threat," the monkey said. Lu Yin sneered. "Do you really think that Wei Rong is that easy to kill? If Wang Wen can survive an Enlighter's attack, then why can't Wei Rong do the same? Jake Seamus is an idiot. Assassinating him will only embarrass the Great Eastern Alliance, and I'll be the one losing face. You humans are too petty. You're not like our astral beast domain where strength is everything," the monkey said disdainfully. "That's why you call yourselves beasts and we call ourselves humans," Lu Yin retorted, leaving the monkey speechless for a long time. Because the Great Eastern Alliance's first alliance conference had smoothly concluded, Xenu Star celebrated for 3 consecutive days. Countless people celebrated, and the Great Yu Empire's status had risen to a new height in the universe. Ku Wei was still trying to enter the Imperial Palace, but he was constantly being chased away. Hua Qingshan was getting impatient, and if not for Lu Yin's special care, he would have captured Ku Wei. Xian Jiao went around Xenu Star trying to read people's fortunes. However, one of the people that he had tricked was very persistent and followed him around. Whenever Xian Jiao tried to read someone's fortune, that person would try to undermine him, which made him depressed. With Zhao Ran constantly looking for him, Xian Jiao decided to leave Xenu Star. The fish on Shi Qi's head was similarly depressed. Xenu Star was celebrating and there was noise everywhere. Its words were drowned out, and no matter how much it taunted others, no one could hear it. Wei Rong leisurely strolled through the streets. Xenu Star had gained a few more lockbreakers from planet Hydrodink, and their presence often caused the people around them to cry out in surprise. Xenu Star was filled with cheers and laughter, and distant lights illuminated the city. In King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin remained calm, and he did not raise his head to look at the 3 rings around the continent. "You've accomplished something that father has never been able to accomplish in his entire life." Wendy Yushan's voice came from behind him, followed by a cool fragrance. Lu Yin smiled. "I was just lucky." Wendy Yushan looked at the Imperial Palace with a complicated expression. "If you were lucky enough to unify the eastern frontier, then father wouldn't be so depressed." Lu Yin recalled Ku Wei's words and he casually asked, "What kind of person is Undying Yushan?" Wendy Yushan thought about it. "He's extremely talented, but he doesn't have enough opportunities. He's ambitious, but he doesn't have the means or strength to match his ambitions." "You're really heartless to talk about your own father like that." Lu Yin found it funny. Wendy Yushan remained silent. Lu Yin said, "I'm sorry." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 726. Wendy Yushan shook her head, not minding Lu Yin's words. "Sometimes I really don't understand him. He's clearly been to the Innerverse and entered the top 30 of the top 100 rankings. He's seen a truly grand world, but he still chose to return and become the Emperor of the Great U Empire. What's his goal? It's impossible that he doesn't know that there are people in the Innerverse who won't let him off, but he still did it. Are you talking about the people in the Starfall Sea who are after the Undying Manual? Luin asked. Wendy Yushan nodded. Those people have been hiding in the Great U Empire for many years. They've suppressed Father both openly and secretly, but he still insists on holding on to his position. He even forced eldest brother and second brother to turn against each other. I really don't understand him. Uncle, do you know how to lock break? Luin suddenly asked. Wendy Yushan shook her head and was puzzled. Why do you ask? Luin laughed. I suddenly thought of it. With Uncle's talent, it's possible that you do. Not long after Wendy Yushan left. Perhaps she had come to thank Luin, or perhaps she just wanted to find a relative to talk about how much she missed Undying Yushan. Luin had achieved Undying Yushan's lifelong dream. Wendy Yushan was also human and had feelings, so it was impossible for her to remain indifferent at such a time. If Luin had wanted to, he might have been able to embrace her, but he hadn't. He didn't even know what he was thinking. He just stood at the edge of King Zishan's palace and looked down at the city below. He watched the revelry, and he had accomplished all of this with his own hands. He had accomplished an unprecedented feat to the Frostwave Weave. He was a hero, and to the people of the other weaves he was a formidable character. This was who he was, and he wondered how history would judge him years from now. For some reason, Luin suddenly thought of Progenitor Qin, a character that history didn't even dare to record. Was his ambition still too small? At this moment, Luin saw that Xenu Star was under his control, and a heroic spirit burst forth from his chest. Green lines covered the surface of his body, and they gradually turned blue. Finally they turned blue with purplish-red stripes. His battle force had increased, and as his ambition swelled, his aura burst forth. He finally broke through to 8 lines of battle force. If news of him reaching 8 lines of battle force at such a young age spread, it would definitely shake the heavens. The Sandmaster was right. The improvement of one's battle aura did not only come from battle, but also from one's spirit. There was light in the universe, but there was also darkness. The lights from King Zishan's palace illuminated a large area, making it seem like a giant source of light that illuminated the surroundings of the palace. Luin, on the other hand, illuminated the entire Frostwave Weave. But in King Zishan's palace, behind the light source, Luin felt a chill, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The jubilant cheers in the distance could not reach his ears, and his surroundings seemed to be isolated from the cold. Luin did not dare to move. Behind him, there was an indescribably terrifying rune line that distorted the heavens and enveloped Xenu Star. Outsiders could not see it, but Luin could see it very clearly. These rune lines far surpassed Elder Lohar's, and they gave Luin an unprecedented sense of shock and danger. Luin did not even want to put on his universal armor. At this moment, he was ready to crush the jade that Mr. Mu had given him. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time, Your Excellency Luin. A cold voice rang out, sounding like metal scraping against each other. A shadow appeared on the ground at the same time as the voice, smoothly dispersing the light and appearing beneath Lu Yin's feet. A leaf fell, and the moment it came into contact with the shadow, it turned to dust and completely disappeared. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. Who are you? Black Wushan of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 Sky Gods. Lu Yin's pupils shrank and his heart sank. The Neo-Human Alliance? Your Excellency Luin, there's no need to panic. I just wanted to have a chat with you. I hate people who kill for no reason, as that only creates panic and does not help the situation. You can face me like you did Wei Rong. Lu Yin's face went pale. What do you want? I admire Your Excellency's way of doing things. You understand the Neo-Human Alliance's situation in the universe, and the Outerverse is of great help to us. We want to obtain it, but we can't do it on our own. That's why we wanted to ask for Your Excellency's help. Luin was stunned. You want to cooperate with me? You can say that. As long as Your Excellency is willing, the Neo-Human Alliance will fully support you. Impossible. If I cooperate with you, I'll become the enemy of the entire universe. Luin rejected the offer without even thinking about it. Black Wushan replied, No one knows that you're cooperating with us. That's still impossible. Luin was resolute. He was already prepared to take out the Jade Stone, but he did not know if he would make it in time. He just hoped that Mr. Mu would be able to make it in time. Although Luin would use underhanded methods, there were some bottom lines that he would never cross. Once he understood the darkness of the Neo-Human Alliance, he would definitely not cooperate with them. This organization possessed the deepest darkness of the universe, and even Ku Wei, someone from the Seven Courts, had to admit that. It seems that Your Excellency does not understand the Neo-Human Alliance's abilities. If Your Excellency is willing to cooperate, we can have a weave in the middle of the universe under your rule within a month, Black Wuxian said. Luin was shocked. You have that kind of ability? Do not doubt the Neo-Human Alliance. We are enemies of the entire universe, but we are still safe and sound. You can imagine how powerful we are. What exactly is your goal? Is turning humans into zombies your goal? Luin asked. When he had first merged with the Spectre clan, he had not known the Neo-Human Alliance's goal. This part of his memories was like a forbidden zone that could not be explored. Black Wuxian replied, If Your Excellency is willing to cooperate with us, then you will know our goal. I can represent the 7 sky gods in acknowledging Your Excellency's position in the Neo-Human Alliance. You will be one of our representatives in the universe. Luin sneered. If humans become zombies, then I will be turned into one by you. What's the point of that? It seems that Your Excellency has rejected our offer. There is no need to panic, as I still will not act against Your Excellency. I like to make people submit, and violence is only one of my methods. It does not suit Your Excellency. Let's leave it at that for today. Your Excellency can slowly taste the despair that the Neo-Human Alliance brings. That despair will help you think things through. As he spoke, another leaf fell to the ground. This time it did not turn to dust and instead fell to the ground as usual. Luin suddenly turned around, but he did not see anyone. The shadow that had been connected to him on the ground had also disappeared, and the sounds of laughter once again entered his ears. Everything had returned to normal. The terrifying number of rune lines also vanished without a trace, as if they had never appeared in the first place. Luin felt a wave of powerlessness wash over him, as he had been on the brink of death. If Black Wuxian had even moved a finger, he would have been finished. Beads of sweat dripped from Lu Yin's forehead. It had been a long time since he had experienced something like this, where his life was no longer in his own hands. He had never thought that the Outerverse would have such a terrifying expert. If he had not unified the Eastern Weave, that person would never have appeared. Luin smiled bitterly. It seemed that his establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance had drawn out some well-hidden characters. He had a feeling that this was the first time he had truly come into contact with this universe. Monkey, are you asleep? Luin asked. How did I fall asleep? That's strange. The monkey was surprised. Have you heard of the 7 sky gods? Luin asked. The monkey was confused. Whose sky? Outside the palace, Ku Wei leaned against a wall in the distance and looked on in dissatisfaction. He had tried to enter many times, but he had been stopped every time. The leader was a hunter, and it would not be easy for him to enter. Should he look for Luin? Brother Wei was helping him investigate the secrets of the Yu family. Suddenly, Ku Wei turned around and saw a figure slowly walking over. It was Luin. Ku Wei was delighted when he saw Luin. Brother, we're really telepathic. Brother Wei just thought of you and here you are. Luin asked, Are you free? Let's have a drink. There's no rush. Come, let's take Brother Wei on a tour of the palace. Ku Wei pulled Luin towards the palace, but he did not budge. Have a drink with me. Luin turned around and disappeared with a single step, reappearing 1,000 meters away. Ku Wei pouted. It's not like we're going to consummate our marriage. Why are you in such a rush to drink? Although he was unhappy, he still chased after Luin. It was the same tavern from before and the same familiar smell. Luin had specifically told Ku Wei that the tavern could not be torn down, or else it would have been demolished by the time the Alliance conference arrived. Ku Wei took a sip of wine and frowned. It doesn't taste good. Why are you looking for me? Luin put down his cup. I want to know about the Neo-Human Alliance. Ku Wei raised his brows. The Neo-Human Alliance? Why are you asking about them? They're a bunch of lunatics who want to exterminate the human race and turn everyone into zombies. How long have they been established? Luin asked. Ku Wei thought about it. I don't know, but it's been a long time. Compared to your 7 courts, who's stronger? Who's older? Luin asked. Ku Wei rolled his eyes. Brother, how would I know? Forget about the 7 courts, I don't even know which old monsters are hiding in my Ku family. As for how long ago, it might be because of the 7 courts. We formed an alliance after entering the Neoverse, and the Neo-Human Alliance only appeared after that. Is that so? Luin did not comment. It seemed that Ku Wei did not know what the Neo-Human Alliance was. The scarlet vertical eye that had appeared in the Six-Fingered Tribe's ancestral land was much older than the Neo-Human Alliance's. At that time, Luin had guessed that the Neo-Human Alliance might have appeared even earlier, but it might not have been called the Neo-Human Alliance at that time. However, he did not know the truth. "Hey, why are you suddenly so concerned about those lunatics?" Kuwei was puzzled as he ate. "Have you heard of the 7 sky gods?" Luin asked casually. Kuwei spat out all the wine and looked at Luin in disbelief. "How do you know about the 7 sky gods?" Luin had a strange expression. "You know? Obviously. The 7 sky gods are the 7 people with the highest status in the Neo-Human Alliance. It's rumored that they were the 7 who created the Neo-Human Alliance. No matter how much time passes, the Neo-Human Alliance's controller will inherit the 7 sky gods title. Anyone who inherits the title will become the Neo-Human Alliance's ruler." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 727. Right, these are all secrets of the Neoverse, and even some powers in the Innerverse might not be aware of them. Where did you hear about the 7 sky gods? Kuwei looked at Luin suspiciously. "A powerhouse's autobiography," Luin answered with a solemn expression. If what Kuwei said was true, then the person he had just spoken to was one of the Neo-Human Alliance's rulers. That was impossible. How could he have attracted a ruler from the Neo-Human Alliance? That was one of the rulers of the 3 Dark Hands, and he had a supreme status. Even Elder Lohar should not have been qualified to meet him, but that power was indeed terrifying beyond imagination. Could it really be one of the 7 sky gods? A powerhouse's autobiography? Which powerhouse's autobiography could record the 7 sky gods? If not for my identity, I would never have heard of the 7 sky gods' name. Kuwei obviously did not believe Luin. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. "Do you think that the 7 sky gods will come to the Outerverse?" "Are you kidding me? Of course not. They wouldn't even go to the Innerverse. They're one of the strongest powerhouses in the universe, and they dare to oppose the entire human race. Why would they come to a remote place like the Outerverse? I'm not afraid to tell you that many people in the Neoverse don't even know about the existence of the Outerverse. In their minds, the Innerverse is the Outerverse." Lu Yin's mood grew even heavier. Just because they did not come did not mean that they would not come. If it really was one of the 7 sky gods, then there must be something in the Outerverse that attracted him. He had indeed said this before, so should he tell Elder Lohar? "Where did you learn about the 7 sky gods?" Kuwei stared at Luin. Luin answered, "A powerhouse's autobiography." "You're a tomb raider? An archaeologist?" "Seventh bro, don't put my deeds on yourself." The monkey was helpless. Kuwei was also helpless. "Alright, we've drunk the wine and asked what you wanted to ask. Let's go to the palace." "Are you so sure that the palace is related to the Yu bloodline?" Luin asked. Kuwei answered, "I'm just checking. After all, Undying Yushan lived there for so many years. Would you believe me if I said that it's unrelated?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he paid for the wine before bringing Kuwei to the palace. The guards all bowed to Lu Yin, and Kuwei proudly said, "I told you that you could enter, but you didn't believe me. Look, my brother." Lu Yin frowned. "Let's go." Kuwei chuckled and entered the imperial palace. Ever since Undying Yushan's death, the palace had been without a master for a very long time. Aside from the imperial court meetings and the alliance conference, the palace was rarely used. The palace guards and maids were more like the masters of this place. Kuwei walked around the arch palace but didn't gain anything. He was quite vexed. Finally, he flew high into the sky and stood at the center of the palace. He looked around and his eyes lit up. "So it's like this. No wonder I always felt that this place was familiar." Kuwei landed beside Lu Yin. "Let's go. I'll take you to find some good stuff." Lu Yin found this strange and followed Kuwei. Kuwei came to a corner of the arch palace and exerted force with one of his feet. The ground cracked open and extended into the nearby stream, shattering everything within 100 meters and revealing a spacious underground chamber. When the guards heard the commotion, they hurried over, but they were quickly dismissed by Lu Yin. The two of them then entered the underground chamber. The secret chamber was very spacious and there was nothing inside. He had used his domain to envelop the palace, but he hadn't discovered any secret rooms here. The materials used to construct this secret room can isolate domains. "Just as Brother Wei guessed, this palace isn't simple," Kuwei said proudly. "There's nothing here," Lu Yin said, as this place was completely empty. He had seen a secret room isolated from domains in the ruins of the Daosaur sect. Ku Wei walked around the secret room and finally arrived at the center. He then knocked on the ground, and Lu Yin did not know how he did it, but the ground suddenly trembled, and then a rectangular stone protruded from the ground. Lu Yin was astonished and he sized up the stone. Suddenly, the stone emitted a faint light, and rune lines appeared without warning and enveloped the entire area. Lu Yin and Ku Wei quickly retreated, as this was the danger of a source box. Let's go to the next one. Ku Wei excitedly soared into the sky and flew towards another corner of the palace. Lu Yin's face was solemn, and he followed closely behind Ku Wei. They arrived at another corner that corresponded to the previous one. Similarly, another stone protruded from the ground, and another source box appeared that contained danger. See? Brother Wei knew that the Yu bloodline wouldn't die so easily. This palace was built in imitation of the Yu bloodline's ancestral land in the new universe. It doesn't look like much from any other direction, but if you look at it from the center, you'll notice that the furnishings are exactly the same from every angle. This is an array, a sourcebox array that only the Yu bloodline can comprehend, Ku Wei said proudly. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn, and he turned to look at the last two corners that corresponded to the previous two secret rooms. One of the corners was actually the secret room that Undying Yushan had brought him to. A sourcebox array formed by 4 sourceboxes. What will happen if it's activated? Lu Yin asked. Ku Wei's lips curled up. According to the effects of the Yu bloodline's array, once it's activated, the person within the sourcebox array will not be able to leave. They will be stripped of all their strength, including their star energy, physical body, and spiritual force. They will all be under the control of the array's master. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Of course, that's the effect of the Yu bloodline's array. The source boxes here can't compare to the ones in the Yu bloodline's ancestral land, so the array's effects won't be as good. But no matter how bad it is, it should still be able to deal with an enlighter. Do you still think that Undying Yushan is dead? Ku Wei mocked. Lu Yin looked around him as he recalled all the times he had spent with Undying Yushan. He also recalled Wendy Yushan's words. They had never truly understood that person. How could an absolute genius who could enter the top 30 of the top 100 rankings fall to the level of a dying emperor? How could the dignified Yu bloodline of the 7 courts be exterminated? Lu Yin had never seriously considered any of this. Could it be that Undying Yushan was still alive? Had the Yu bloodline also gone into hiding? Then why had they only left Wendy behind? Why had they handed the great Yu Empire over to him? Of course, there's also a possibility that Undying Yushan himself doesn't know about any of this. This is all set up by those old freaks from the Yu bloodline. He might really be dead, but that's unlikely, Ku Wei said. Why did the Yu bloodline betray the 7 courts back then? Lu Yin asked. Ku Wei shook his head. I can't tell you that. That's a secret of the 7 courts. In any case, I found what I'm looking for. The Yu bloodline definitely still exists, and since it exists, there's a possibility of negotiation. He laughed strangely and then suddenly roared, "You family, my Ku family is here. Come out and have a chat." This roar startled Lu Yin as even Xenu Star could hear it. Lu Yin hurriedly shut him up. "Aren't you afraid that the Hall of Honor will cause trouble for you?" Ku Wei shrugged. "What's there to be afraid of? I haven't done anything outrageous. Although the Hall of Honor is an enemy of the 3 Dark Hands, they won't fight to the death whenever they see us. I've already said that the 7 courts are different from the Neo-Human Alliance." "Are you sure that the Yu family is on Xenu Star?" Lu Yin asked. Ku Wei replied, "I'm not sure, but how will I know if I don't shout? Do you want me to search the entire universe for them? That's not realistic." "The Yu family shouldn't be on Xenu Star," Lu Yin confirmed. After such a long time, he still hadn't discovered any particularly powerful rune lines. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that they were hiding themselves. Ku Wei snorted. "I don't care if they're there or not. In any case, there's Wendy Yushan on the surface, so I'll keep an eye on her. One day the Yu family will contact her." He then looked at Lu Yin strangely. "I almost forgot that there's still you. The Yu family established the Great Yu Empire, but they handed it over to you and even taught you a secret technique. There must be a reason for that." Lu Yin was currently in a bad mood. First, it was the Neo-Human Alliance, and now it was the Yu bloodline. He felt like he was constantly being watched by someone, and everything that he had done felt like it was all for someone else's benefit. This was not something that he wanted to see. Regardless of whether it was the Neo-Human Alliance or the Yu family, none of them would be able to take everything away from him. The only power that he could rely on right now was the Hall of Honor. After chasing Ku Wei away, Lu Yin sealed the 2 rooms that had been opened. After thinking about it, he decided to head to the princess residence. Wendy Yushan must have heard Ku Wei's roar. Others might not understand, but it was impossible for her not to. Wendy Yushan seemed to be waiting for Lu Yin. Someone shouted for the Yu family just now. Was he looking for me? Lu Yin replied, someone from the 7 Courts Ku family came. He's certain that the Yu family hasn't been exterminated, and he wants to find the Yu bloodline. Wendy Yushan was shocked. The Yu family hasn't been exterminated? Lu Yin stared into her eyes. He didn't know if she really didn't know or if she was just pretending, but he decided to assume that she didn't know. Lu Yin told Wendy Yushan about what had happened in the imperial palace, and she fell silent. If the Yu family hasn't been exterminated, then why am I the only one left? Wendy Yushan had a complicated expression. Lu Yin replied, actually his guess might not be correct. Perhaps the sourcebox array in the imperial palace was left behind by a senior from the Yu family, but Uncle Undying Yushan wouldn't have activated it. He might not even know about it himself. Are you trying to make me believe that my father is definitely dead? Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin with amusement. Lu Yin was stumped and he awkwardly replied, sorry, that's not what I meant. Wendy Yushan retracted her gaze. I hope that my father and the others aren't dead. Lu Yin stood up. I'll be leaving first. Wendy Yushan looked at him. No matter what, even if my father and the others are still alive, I will still support you in leading the Great Yu Empire. Thank you. Lu Yin didn't hide his ambitions for the Great Yu Empire. He had sacrificed so much and he couldn't just hand it over to someone from the Yu bloodline. After leaving the princess residence, Lu Yin found Aiden. You said that Undying Yushan knew how to lock break. Was that true? Aiden found it strange that Lu Yin had suddenly asked him about this. It's definitely true. I actually suspect that he was able to break through my defenses because of his lock-breaking techniques, but his lock-breaking abilities are too high, so I can't be sure. Lu Yin asked, you said that Undying Yushan obtained the Undying Manual. Why are you so sure? Aiden replied. He said it himself. He wanted to convince me to follow him, and he even tempted me by saying that he would impart it to me. Lu Yin was puzzled. You don't suspect that? Aiden answered matter-of-factly, why would I? There aren't many people in the same realm who can break through my defenses. It's not strange for someone like him to obtain the Undying Manual. Although the Undying Manual is very famous, there are also legends of similar manuals in the Starfall Sea. It's not impossible for someone to obtain it if they're lucky. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 728. What kind of technique is the Undying Manual? Lu Yin asked as he did not know much about it. Aiden shook his head. I don't know. Legend has it that cultivating the Undying Scripture will allow one to live forever, but no one believes it. Only progenitors can live forever in the universe, so how is it possible for a technique to allow one to live forever? Seventh bro, he's right. How can a technique grant immortality? That's too strange, the monkey said. Lu Yin naturally did not believe it either, but the Undying Manual was so famous that it had attracted the attention of many powers from the Starfall Sea and the Innerverse. It might not be that simple. It would be fine if Undying Yushan had tricked Aiden, but if he had truly obtained the Undying Manual, then the chances of him not dying would increase. But if he wasn't dead, then why was he pretending to be? Following that, Lu Yin met with Undying Yushan's former subordinates one by one, including Hua Qingshan, Peach, Shalash, Rocky Anna, and the Blind Monk. He tried to analyze Undying Yushan's true personality from their words, but it was useless. Although these people had been personally promoted by Undying Yushan, they did not know much about him. Lu Yin was the last to meet Luing Zishan, and she was filled with gratitude towards Undying Yushan. Without him, she might not have been able to survive after being misunderstood for so many years. Although she was cold, there was a limit to how strong a person could be, and Undying Yushan had helped her a lot. Without His Majesty, I wouldn't be where I am today, Luing Zishan said. Lu Yin nodded and sighed. Yes, His Majesty has a good eye for people. You, the Blind Monk, Hua Qingshan, and the others were all handpicked by him. The Great Yu Empire was once powerful enough to sweep through Frostwave Weave. Luing Zishan was puzzled. Why is your highness suddenly asking about His Majesty? Lu Yin smiled. It's nothing. When the Great Eastern Alliance was formed, I thought of His Majesty. How great would it be if he were still alive? Luing Zishan felt that it was a pity. Yes, it would be great if Her Majesty were still alive. Not long after, Lu Yin left Luing Zishan's residence. He did not manage to get any information out of her, and instead, he heard a bunch of praises. Undying Yushan's reign had been a period of resurgence for the Great Yu Empire. Before his reign, the Great Yu Empire had only ruled over a few remote filaments, and it had not been as powerful as Fire's Melt Planet. After Undying Yushan ascended to the throne, the Great Yu Empire had expanded to 13 filaments, and even North Castle Weave and the surrounding weaves had felt threatened by the Empire. The 13 Imperial squadrons had been established to guard the 13 filaments, and they had been as stable as Mount Tai. Without Undying Yushan, there would not be the Great Yu Empire of today. His ambitions were obvious, but it was normal for an emperor to have such ambitions. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. He didn't know if he wanted Undying Yushan dead or not. Undying Yushan had also done him a favor, and he had even been willing to teach him the Yu secret art. This was something that many great powers in the universe did not have. At that moment, a familiar face walked over. It was Delay. The first time Lu Yin had rolled 6 pips on his die, he had fused with Delay's body and felt his control over star energy. That was how his power had increased so quickly. Delay had left a deep impression on Lu Yin, and if not for him, Delay and his little girlfriend would have been dead. Delay also saw Lu Yin and hurriedly bowed. Delay of the 13 Imperial squadrons greets Your Highness, the Royal Regent. Lu Yin smiled. You may rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Delay stood up and respectfully stood to the side. Lu Yin did not speak much with him. The difference in their levels was too great and they had nothing in common. Just as Lu Yin passed by Delay, he felt a strange sensation. His vision suddenly changed, and not only did he see what was right in front of him, he even saw his own silhouette. This was Delay's vision, and Lu Yin had actually overlapped with Delay's vision. Lu Yin suddenly stopped and looked at Delay. Delay's expression was normal, as if he did not know that his vision had been seen by Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the die's 6 pips not only allowed one to fuse with someone at the start, but also allowed one to overlap with the person who had fused with them at close range? Would that person not feel this overlap at all? Lu Yin stood in place, deep in thought. Delay found this strange, but he did not dare to say anything and just lowered his head. Lu Yin saw that there were 2 different visions and his eyes flashed with joy. He had never thought that 6 pips would have such a miraculous effect. This feeling was truly wonderful. He took a few steps forward and the 2 visions disappeared. This temporary overlap required some distance. Lu Yin thought for a moment and then turned around to walk towards Delay. Delay was bewildered. What was His Highness doing? Lu Yin stood in front of Delay. I remember that you were a Lemeter the last time I saw you. Why are you still a Lemeter this time? It's been a few years. Delay was ashamed. I've disappointed Your Highness. This subordinate will cultivate seriously and strive to break through to the Explorer realm as soon as possible so that I can serve Your Highness. He was very grateful to Lu Yin, as if not for Lu Yin he and his wife would already be dead. Lu Yin nodded in satisfaction. Well said. Recently, the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons have all been outsiders, and I'm thinking of promoting captains from within the Empire. It's up to you guys now, so don't disappoint me. He then patted Delay's shoulder. Delay was resolute. I won't disappoint Your Highness. Lu Yin grunted and then turned to leave. Delay looked at Lu Yin's back and secretly encouraged himself. He had to become a captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons. Once he was far away from Luing Zishan's residence, Lu Yin's face sank. The moment he had touched Delay, he had suddenly read through his memories. He had seen fragments of Delay's life, as well as memories of his time in the 13 Imperial squadrons. Delay had been stationed at Luing Zishan's residence all year round and would occasionally enter to listen to orders. Over the past few years, whenever Luing Zishan returned to the residence, she would often cultivate in the middle of the night. Delay had seen this once and had been severely punished by Luing Zishan. Through Delay's memories, Lu Yin had seen Luing Zishan's cultivation. Delay could not see anything, but Lu Yin could tell that Luing Zishan's star energy absorption speed was 10 times faster than normal cultivators at the same level. This speed even surpassed the absorption speed of his 9-star Sirius art. Furthermore, Luing Zishan's star energy absorption came from star essence. This was strange. Luing Zishan was only a captain of the Outerverse Great Yu Empire with the strength of a cruiser. Where did she get the star essence to absorb? And where did she get a technique that could increase her star energy absorption speed by 10 times? Even Zhuo Day Knight and Lu Xiaoyun, the heirs of great powers in the universe, could not absorb star energy that quickly. More importantly, if she could absorb star energy so quickly, why was she still a cruiser? Lu Yin did not believe that the amount of star energy she needed to break through could compare to his own. Luing Zishan's strange behavior made Lu Yin uneasy. As the sky darkened, Lu Yin restrained his aura and appeared outside Luing Zishan's residence. He easily passed through the surveillance of the 13 squadrons and entered the residence. He arrived at the place where Delay had seen Luing Zishan cultivating. He hid in the fake mountain and blocked all information. In the sky, a layer of clouds blocked the moonlight. Not too far away, a figure appeared and slowly walked over. Lu Yin looked out of the corner of his eye and saw that it was Luing Zishan. Luing Zishan was dressed in a thin muslin dress, and she walked towards Lu Yin step by step. The distance between each step seemed to be measured precisely, and her eyes were fixed in front of her without any focus. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. This gaze made it seem as if she was being controlled. Luing Zishan arrived at the base of the fake mountain and sat down cross-legged. She waved her hand, causing many star essence to appear on the ground. Then she began to wantonly absorb the star energy. Soon, the star energy transformed into a visible tornado that enveloped Luing Zishan. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he saw Luing Zishan's rune lines fluctuate between large and small. The rune lines that represented star energy quickly disappeared after entering her body. It was as if there was a black hole in her body that devoured a large amount of star energy. Suddenly, a ball of light rose from the top of Luing Zishan's head, and the star energy that had been absorbed flowed into the ball of light through her body. Lu Yin was shocked by this inconceivable scene, and he inadvertently made a sound. Luing Zishan did not react, and the ball of light suddenly rushed towards Lu Yin. There was no star energy suppression, but it was accompanied by another type of silent pressure. Lu Yin was shocked. This was spiritual force suppression. Lu Yin raised a hand to slap at the ball of light, but he did not make contact with it. The ball of light flowed into his body through his palm and disappeared. Lu Yin was shocked. What was that? The next moment, his mind trembled, and he felt as if he had heard a morning bell. Blood flowed out of his ears, nostrils and eyes, and everything around him spun. Lu Yin knelt down on one knee and gritted his teeth. He did not hesitate to recite the Stonewall Scriptures. To be good at communicating with others, the Tao of Heaven does not allow. To leap through the starry skies and lie down, the Tao of Heaven grants. To leap through the boundless expanse and lie down, to gather chi and swallow the rivers. As he recited the Stonewall Scriptures, the rumbling in his mind gradually slowed down, but he knew that there was a ball of light that was colliding everywhere in his mind. This was the materialization of spiritual force, and it was delusional enough to turn him into an idiot. Fortunately, he had been reciting the Stonewall Scriptures for many years, and his spiritual force resistance was extremely strong. This was why he was able to withstand it for a while. Otherwise, he would have been finished the moment he came into contact with the ball of light. Within the fake mountain, Lu Yin continued to recite the Stonewall Scriptures. Outside, Luing Zishan was still absorbing star energy without any awareness. Everything seemed so peaceful. After an unknown amount of time, the sky turned pitch black. This was the darkness before dawn. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, and they blossomed with a radiant light that was exceptionally bright. Everything that entered his vision seemed to become clearer. He looked at his hands and closed his eyes to sense them. He was ecstatic. He had actually absorbed that ball of light and his spiritual force had changed. Although he did not know what level his current spiritual force had reached, it should be pretty good and much stronger than before. He looked outside the fake mountain and saw that Luing Zishan was still sitting there, absorbing star energy unconsciously. The star essence had long since been absorbed, and she was now absorbing the star energy that had roamed the world. At this moment, Lu Yin could see that her rune lines had increased by a lot compared to the day before. That ball of light had been suppressing her all this time, and now that it had disappeared, the results of Luing Zishan's cultivation had appeared. Even if her current battle technique was not at the level of a hunter, she could still be considered a peak cruiser. What exactly was that ball of light? Lu Yin wanted to ask Luing Zishan about it, but she probably did not know either. Coincidentally, Luing Zishan woke up at this moment. She opened her eyes and looked confused. "Why are you here?" She looked around and then left. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 729. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. It seemed that Luing Zishan had indeed been controlled. Who could it be? To be able to use spiritual force to control Luing Zishan? The Day-Night clan was the most proficient in spiritual force. Could it be them? A low voice came from a dark place. Why is it gone? Even the memories can't be transmitted back. Strange. Lu Ying was still worried about Luing Zishan. She was now the commander of the Allied armies and she had just taken office, so he could not immediately replace her. Thus, over the next few days, he hid in Luing Zishan's residence and observed her until he was certain that she was fine. She had most likely been controlled by that ball of light, and now that he had absorbed it, she had broken free of its control. However, that did not mean that the person who had controlled her would not act against her again. Lu Ying decided to observe her every once in a while. In fact, he was looking forward to that person taking action, as it would be nice to give him a few more balls of light to absorb. With the Stonewall scriptures he was not afraid at all. On this day Lu Ying had left the Daosor sect ruins for nearly 4 months, and the Innerverse had been separated for 21 months. Lu Ying contacted Elder Lohar. Junior pays his respects to Senior. Lu Ying smiled. Elder Lohar laughed. Kid, you don't wake up early without benefits. Tell me, why are you looking for me? I'll make it clear that I'm not interested in the Outerverse struggles. Lu Ying's expression changed. Elder is right. It is indeed related to the Outerverse struggles, but it's not about the various weaves. It's about the technocracy that was left behind. Elder Lohar's expression changed. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Lu Ying solemnly replied, Junior went to the Daosor sect ruins and met White Knight there. She told me that the Sixth Mainland has a certain amount of control over the technocracy's mainframe and that they might use it to attack the Outerverse. Elder Lohar's eyes widened. Are you sure that's true? Lu Ying shook his head. No one can say for sure that the truth hasn't happened yet, but White Knight did tell me that. Junior did not dare to be negligent, and I contacted Senior as soon as I left the Daosor sect ruins. Elder Lohar muttered to himself for a moment and then solemnly said to Lu Ying, Kid, you've done well. I understand, but don't spread this news to avoid causing panic. Elder, rest assured. Junior understands. Elder Lohar nodded. With you in charge, I can rest assured. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. What do I need to prepare in advance? Otherwise, once the technocracy attacks, the entire Outerverse will be plunged into misery and suffering. Elder Lohar replied, Stockpile the supplies. We'll talk about the rest after the Hall of Honor investigates the matter. He then immediately hung up. Lu Ying put down his gadget. He had said everything that needed to be said and the rest would depend on luck. If the Sixth Mainland really did invade the Outerverse through the technocracy, then the first to suffer would be the Endless Weaves, which would then spread from the west to the east. A disaster would be unavoidable, and Lu Ying could only hope that the Innerverse would be able to put more pressure on the Sixth Mainland. Lu Ying smiled bitterly as he had been overthinking things. The Innerverse could not even protect itself. The Sixth Mainland was attacking both the Innerverse and the Astral Beast domain. It still had the spare energy to attack the Outerverse. Lu Ying did not know how the 10 Arbiters were doing in the Daosor sect's ruins, but he had already been gone for almost 4 months, so it was time to go and take a look. On the Xinwu continent, the Imperial Palace in Mingdu had more or less been renovated. Ming Xiaoshu could officially move into the palace, but he did not do so. Instead, he continued to summon Bei Hong at the Reverend King's residence. How do you feel about this trip to the universe? Ming Xiaoshu asked. Bei Hong sighed. The universe is truly vast, and our Xinwu continent is just a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things. Your Majesty, you had the foresight to allow our Xinwu continent to integrate into the universe. Otherwise, there would have been a day when we would have lost our human rights. Ming Xiaoshu replied, My brother's vision is too narrow, and he only knows about the Xinwu continent. However, most people in the universe don't even know about the Xinwu continent. Even the entire Dark Mist weave might not have heard of the Xinwu continent. The Xinwu continent is truly too insignificant in the universe. However, our Xinwu continent's strength cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, Lu Ying would not have allowed us to represent the Dark Mist weave in the Great Eastern Alliance Conference. When Lu Ying was mentioned, Bei Hong asked worriedly, Your Majesty, is this Lu Ying person reliable? Ming Xiaoshu replied, I know what you're worried about. Although this person is ambitious and has a deep foundation, he has a bottom line. He values relationships and righteousness, and he always keeps his promises. This is the main reason why I allied with him. If it were anyone else, I would not have allied with them no matter how powerful they were, nor would I have handed my daughter over to them. Bei Hong nodded. This person is indeed very popular, and he is different from the average person in power. He values relationships and righteousness more, and he also has a bottom line. This subject was able to sense this when I was in close contact with him. However, when it's time to be ruthless, he will not show any mercy. Ming Xiaoshu looked at Bei Hong. I can clearly tell you about Bei Qing's situation. This is an opportunity for him. Bei Hong looked at Ming Xiaoshu. Ming Xiaoshu continued, I have known you for decades and I will not lie to you. Bei Qing staying in the Great Yu Empire will be beneficial to his future. You do not wish for him to become a native in the eyes of outsiders, do you? You do not wish for him to be forever trapped in the 5 ceiling planets as a rich young master who only knows how to eat and wait for death. Bei Hong nodded. I understand. Ming Xiaoshu looked up. The 5 ceiling planets protect Shenwu continent, but they also seal off the continent. Bei Hong left, but before he left he asked Ming Xiaoshu when he would move into the imperial palace. Ming Xiaoshu did not answer and he only said, ask Yener. Although it was only 4 words, Bei Hong's heart was filled with sorrow. He knew that the person in front of him did not have much time left. Because of Ming Xiaoshu's iron rule, the people of Shenwu continent were seething with resentment, and war had broken out everywhere. During this period, Ming Xiaoshu had killed millions of people to suppress the rebellion. The entire continent was like a dormant volcano that could erupt at any moment. There were voices of opposition to Ming Xiaoshu's rule everywhere, and there were assassinations in the Reverend King's residence every day. There were countless assassins waiting to ambush Ming Xiaoshu on the road from the Reverend King's residence to Mingdu's imperial palace. The entire continent was opposed to Ming Xiaoshu. In the study of the Reverend King's residence, Ming Xiaoshu bit his finger and wrote a letter in blood. He sealed the letter and placed it on the desk. He looked at the imperial edict on the other side, which was for Ming Yan. Ming Xiaoshu sighed and waved his hand, causing a map of the entire Shenwu continent to appear before him. Ah! Let me do this for Shenwu continent one last time. Yan, father has let you down, Ming Xiaoshu muttered to himself as tears of blood flowed down from the corners of his eyes. He drew his sword and slit his neck, causing his head to fall off and crash onto the desk beside the imperial edict. Even as he died, his eyes were still fixed on the map of Shenwu continent. Knock knock knock. Father, your daughter requests an audience. No one answered. Ming Yan knocked on the door again but there was still no answer. However, she could smell the stench of blood. Ming Yan's expression changed and she pushed open the door to the study. The scene that greeted her almost made her faint. Behind her, Tang Xi's expression did not change as he had already known. He knelt down and said, Send off your majesty. Send off your majesty. Send off your majesty. Ming Yan closed her eyes as tears flowed down her cheeks. She walked step by step into the study and sorrowfully placed Ming Xiaoshu's head back on the desk. She looked at the imperial edict and letter on the desk. She picked up the edict and glanced at it and her face turned pale. Not long after, Bei Hong arrived and entered the study. Ming Yan handed the edict to Bei Hong, who glanced at it with a sorrowful expression. Princess, follow His Majesty's orders. This is his last act of kindness for the empire. Ming Yan's back was facing Bei Hong as she looked at Ming Xiaoshu's standing corpse. She coldly asked, Father, everything that you've done during this time was just an illusion, right? Bei Hong lowered his head and did not answer. Father deliberately incited the public's resentment and focused all of their discontent on himself. He was waiting for this day, wasn't he? Ming Yan shouted sternly. Bei Hong half knelt. His Majesty is doing this for the empire. Princess, please follow His Majesty's orders. Ming Yan's body swayed and she held onto the chair for support. She was sorrowful and bitter. Is the empire's foundation really that important? Father is too cruel to let him bear infamy for all of eternity, and this infamy is decided by me, his daughter. Bei Hong sighed. His Majesty's ascension to the throne has already caused dissatisfaction among countless people on Shenwu continent, and war has broken out everywhere. If we don't do this, the empire will fall into war for the next 100 years. Princess, please follow His Majesty's orders. Princess, please follow His Majesty's orders, Tang Xi said from outside the study. Following that, a group of courtiers who were loyal to Ming Xiaoshu shouted, Princess, please follow His Majesty's orders. Princess, please follow His Majesty's orders. Ming Yan closed her eyes. Read the edict. Bei Hong let out a sigh of relief and walked out of the study. He opened the blood-stained imperial edict, and his voice spread throughout the entire Shanghai city. Reverend King Ming Xiaoshu has acted in an absurd manner. He has abused his power and slandered his subjects. He has committed monstrous massacres and has given rise to chaos. Princess Ming Yan, on behalf of the heavens, has sentenced Ming Xiaoshu to 28 crimes. His first crime is being a rebel who brings disaster to the country. His second crime is being disobedient. Ming Yan clenched her fists as she listened to the list of crimes listed in the edict. Her nails dug into her flesh and blood dripped down her palms. She did not feel pain but rather heartache. She had personally condemned her father to eternal infamy, and this pain almost suffocated her. Ming Xiaoshu had purposely incited discontent among the people and placed all the blame on himself. He had allowed Ming Yan to punish him on behalf of the heavens and logically inherit the throne while simultaneously winning the hearts of the people. Although this would stabilize Shenwu continent, it would also cause Ming Yan to be branded as someone who had killed her father. Shenwu continent would celebrate, and everyone would think that Ming Yan had done the right thing. However, to Ming Yan this was a cruel thing. She would also personally condemn her father to eternal infamy. This caused her heart to ache and she almost suffocated. She had indeed been tormented during this period, but Ming Xiaoshu's torment had been even greater than hers. At this moment she seemed to have matured. On Xenu Star, Lu Yin suddenly stood up, and his expression changed. "What did you say? Ming Xiaoshu is dead?" In front of him, Anya had a solemn expression. "Yes. Ming Xiaoshu is dead, and Ming Yan has inherited the throne." The edict condemns Ming Xiaoshu with 28 crimes and deprives him of all his achievements. This is a path that Ming Xiaoshu paved for Ming Yan so that she could smoothly inherit the Shenwu Empire and win the hearts of the people. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 730. Lu Yin's expression changed and his heart was in turmoil. He could imagine how much despair Ming Yan must be feeling at this moment. She must be feeling terrible for personally judging her father. Was the Shenwu Empire really that important? Prepare immediately. I'm going to Shenwu continent. Lu Yin walked out of King Zishan's palace and headed towards the space station. Enya hurriedly gave orders to the space station. Soon the Aurora headed towards the dark mist weave. Lu Yin looked at the dark sky with a heavy heart. Her father's death was already a huge blow to Ming Yan, and with all the burden she was shouldering, he didn't know if she could handle it. Now that the Great Eastern Alliance had been established, Lu Yin didn't care even if Shenwu continent didn't exist. He had joined Shenwu continent because he needed someone to lead him. To the Great Eastern Alliance, Shenwu continent wasn't even as important as the Puppet Nine Stacks sect. Mylan Day Knight and the others had already known that Lu Yin would appear. When Lu Yin arrived at the space station, the Day Knight clan members all distanced themselves, as they knew that Lu Yin was not in a good mood. Lu Yin couldn't be bothered with them, and he entered Shenwu continent with Hua Qingshan's help. Ming Xiaoshu's reputation on Shenwu continent was terrible, but he had a good reputation in Shanghai City. After all, he had lived there for so many years. Thus, when he died, the people of Shanghai City fell into grief. All of Shanghai City was busy. On one hand, they were dealing with Ming Xiaoshu's funeral, and on the other, they were preparing for Ming Yan's succession. The Ming family's direct descendants were all dead, and only Ming Yan was left. For countless years, the Shenwu Empire had been controlled by the Ming family, and Ming Yan's ascension to the throne was not hindered by the righteous cause of Ming Xiaoshu's death. The 28 crimes had won her the hearts of countless people. However, it had also caused many people to feel a chill in their hearts. When Lu Yin arrived at Shanghai City, he heard many voices, and there were many opinions about Ming Yan. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he entered the Reverend King's residence. At this moment, the place was heavily guarded. 2 cruisers were using their martial power to cover the entire area. Bei Hong and the other ministers were all inside the residence, helping Ming Xiaoshu with his funeral. Ming Yan was in the study. Ming Xiaoshu's corpse had already been taken care of, but the room still reeked of blood. The desk was still stained with blood and there was a blood-stained letter. It was for Lu Yin. Ming Yan had been staring at the letter for a long time. The door to the study slowly opened, and the guards filed in and stood on both sides. Bei Hong bowed deeply to Ming Yan. "Princess, please restrain your grief. The most important thing right now is to inherit the throne and stabilize the empire." Ming Yan's voice didn't waver at all. "Pick a day." Bei Hong bowed again. "Yes, your subject will take his leave." "Who is it?" Bei Hong and the rest looked over and saw Lu Yin appear outside the study, looking at Ming Yan with a pained expression. The moment Ming Yan saw Lu Yin, tears streamed down her face once more. She stood up and ran towards him, but suddenly, his eyes narrowed. "Don't you dare." Within the study, one of the guards who had been standing on either side suddenly made a move against Ming Yen and grabbed her by the throat. A transparent crystal bottle appeared in his hand as he stared at Lu Yin. "Don't move." This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Lu Yin stared at the person who had captured Ming Yen, and when he saw the person's appearance, a thought flashed through his mind. It was Wu Shang, an expert from the Neo-Human Alliance who had entered the Xinwu continent at the same time as Lu Yin. Lu Yin had actually forgotten about this person. "Release the princess." Bei Hong barked. In the sky, 2 cruisers appeared, and one of them used his martial power to wrap around Wu Shang. Wu Shang's eyes suddenly turned red, and then to Lu Yin's astonishment, they changed again to green. This was the second transformation of a Corpse King, Green Eyes transformation. Green Eyes transformation. 7th bro run. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin had not expected Wu Shang to be able to use the Green Eyes transformation. Wu Shang was only an explorer, but after using it, his rune lines increased by 100 times, and he was no weaker than an elite hunter's. The martial power was immediately repelled by Wu Shang. "Lu Yin, if you don't want her to die, then get the others to back off." Lu Yin shouted, "Everyone back off." Everyone looked at Ming Yen and ignored him as not many people recognized him. Bei Hong hurriedly shouted, "Everyone back off. Quick." The 2 cruisers looked at each other, and when they heard Bei Hong's words, they slowly retreated until they finally left the study's courtyard. In the end, only Ming Yen, Wu Shang and Lu Yin were left in the courtyard. "What do you want?" Lu Yin stared at Wu Shang. Wu Shang's green eyes caused his heart to turn cold, but it could not hide his killing intent. Ming Yen was a forbidden area that he could not touch. Wu Shang's voice was cold. After using the Green Eyes transformation, his speech was different from a normal person's and he stuttered, "My lord said that I will make you despair." 7 sky gods? Lu Yin's tone was icy. Wu Shang stared at Lu Yin and waved the bottle in his hand. "The thing here is the same." Ming Xiaoshu. Ming Yan's expression changed, and she looked at the crystal bottle in Wu Shang's hand with a furious gaze. Lu Yin's face paled. "Life poison. What exactly do you want?" "You should know." Wu Shang slowly opened his mouth, but his words were unclear. Lu Yin clenched his fists and stared at the bottle. The bottle contained Ming Xiaoshu's poison, and there was no cure for it. The short old man who had poisoned Ming Xiaoshu had wanted to use Ming Xiaoshu's poisoning process to develop an antidote. "I'm just a puny explorer. If your Neo-Human Alliance wants to work with someone, there are plenty of powerhouses." "Why me?" Lu Yin asked as he placed his right hand behind his back and crushed the jade that Mr. Mu had given him. He would not use this jade unless it was absolutely necessary, but he was not confident that he could save Ming Yen from Wu Shang's clutches. He also did not dare to gamble, so he could only ask Mr. Mu for help. Nothing must happen to Ming Yen. This was Lu Yin's only thought at the moment. Wu Shang's tone was icy. "Are you stalling?" Lu Yin sternly replied, "I need to know why you want to work with me and what I need to do." Wu Shang stuttered, "There are many people who want to work with us, but there are too few who are interested in working with I. It must show the sincerity." "Speak," Lu Yin said. Wu Shang's green eyes met Lu Yin's. "We need the box. Jeffrey's secret room." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was not surprised, as the last Corpse King that had appeared on Source Peak Planet was also a green-eyed Corpse King. Someone who could use such a transformation was definitely not a weakling. That box was very important to the Neo-Human Alliance. "Alright, I'll go get it for you, but you have to guarantee Ming Yan's safety." "One day after that, despair," Wu Shang coldly replied. Lu Yin agreed. "I'll go get it for you right away." However, at this moment no one was paying attention to Ming Yen. Lu Yin stared at Wu Shang to prevent him from making a move. Wu Shang was similarly wary of Lu Yin. Lu Yin had too many treasures and Wu Shang was worried about him as well. However, he had neglected Ming Yen. Ming Yen looked at Lu Yin longingly, but then she turned around and bit off the crystal bottle's cap. The colorless liquid inside dripped into her mouth in one smooth motion, and even Wu Shang did not have time to react. By the time he did, the poison had already entered Ming Yan's mouth. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his killing intent surged. "You're courting death." He then clawed out with a sky beast claw that tore through the void and let out a shocking bestial roar. It was as if a giant beast from ancient times had descended, and it ruthlessly pressed down on Wu Shang. Wu Shang let go of Ming Yen. This woman was no longer of any value and she would definitely die after being poisoned. He looked up and faced the sky beast claw head-on before sweeping out with a leg. His body, which had been strengthened 100-fold by the green-eyed transformation, collided with the sky beast claw. There was a thump as the void distorted, and a giant black crack spread out in midair. The two's attacks had clearly surpassed the strength of an ordinary hunter, and they had even caused the void to split apart. The Reverend King's residence was instantly split in half. Outside the courtyard, Bei Hong and the rest were aghast. The two cruisers did not dare to move, as this was not a battle that they could intervene in. The sky beast claw forced Wu Shang back, and Lu Yin hurriedly held onto Ming Yen. Her face was pale and her eyes gradually dimmed. Her hair was slowly turning white, and her life force was fading even faster than Ming Zhaoshu's. Lu Yin suddenly stared at Wu Shang. "Hand over the antidote." Wu Shang frowned, turned around and fled. Lu Yin unleashed his full strength and 8-line battle force condensed in his palm. The sky beast claw pressed down once more, and Wu Shang raised his arms in an attempt to block Lu Yin's attack. However, his entire body was smashed into the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. 8-line battle force and 7-line battle force were not on the same level. Coupled with the sky beast claw's breakthrough, Wu Shang was still suppressed even with his corpse king transformation. However, it would be very difficult for Lu Yin to kill Wu Shang. A corpse king's physical strength and recovery abilities were not something that an ordinary person could comprehend. This was especially so when the formless undulations spread out. Lu Yin's body swayed and he almost fell over. This was Wu Shang's innate gift, and it made his entire body feel weak. Wu Shang had no intention of fighting with Lu Yin, and he leaped up in a futile attempt to escape. Lu Yin growled. Even though he knew that Wu Shang did not have the antidote, he still held on to a sliver of hope and would not let Wu Shang escape. As he watched Wu Shang get further and further away, Lu Yin tapped out with a finger. His eyes grew slack as he used the dream finger to freeze the void and rapidly closed in on Wu Shang. His finger pierced through Wu Shang's abdomen, and Wu Shang crashed into the ground once more. Blood spurted out from his abdomen and he looked extremely miserable. The ground of Shanghai City trembled as cracks spread out. Lu Yin did not care that his finger had cracked, and he suddenly descended. He stepped on Wu Shang's body and shouted, "Hand over the antidote." Wu Shang spat out a mouthful of blood. "I don't have the antidote." Lu Yin's face went pale, and he lowered his head and punched Wu Shang's abdomen. "Hand over the antidote." Wu Shang coughed up more blood and tried to escape, but he was punched into the ground by Lu Yin. Both of them were explorers, and although Wu Shang had the green eyes transformation, Lu Yin's increase in strength was even more terrifying. His 8-line battle force alone was not something that an ordinary expert could contend against. Coupled with Lu Yin's already abnormally powerful physical body and terrifying battle techniques, Wu Shang could not even last a few moves with his green eyes transformation. When Lu Yin had been a limiter, he had been able to fight against the experts on the top 100 rankings. Now that he was an explorer with 8-line battle force and the dream finger, there were very few powerhouses who could exchange a few moves with him. Any one of them was enough to place him at the very top of the top 100 rankings. Wu Shang spat out another mouthful of blood, and his figure turned blurry as he looked at Lu Yin. "No wonder my lord took a liking to you. You become a corpse king and cultivate the corpse king transformation. Then, no one will be your opponent in the future." Lu Yin punched Wu Shang so deep into the ground that even magma began to appear. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 731. He panted heavily and his fingers had already cracked. Fresh blood dripped from his fingertips and his eyes were bloodshot. Antidote. There must be an antidote. He leapt down. Ming Yen lay in the distance and closed her eyes as tears streamed down her face. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Outside the courtyard, Bei Hong ordered people to evacuate Shanghai City's people. Lava continued to spurt out from the cracks in the ground, and the sky was filled with smoke. Underground, Lu Yin saw Wu Shang in a sorry state. He grabbed him and brought him back to the surface. Suddenly, Wu Shang opened his eyes and struggled free from Lu Yin's grasp, charging into the distance. The terrifying physical body of a green-eyed corpse king was on full display. Anyone else would have been severely injured if not killed by Lu Yin's attack, but Wu Shang had escaped as if nothing had happened. Lu Yin clenched his right fist and his eyes glowed. Day-night fist. The sky darkened and as black and white alternated, Wu Shang's entire body was pierced through by a single punch. At the same time, a howling gale swept through all of Cheong Island, causing countless people to faint. The Day-Night Fist was a battle technique that Lu Yin had obtained from the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone, and he had not used it in a long time. The Day-Night clan's battle techniques were all related to spiritual force, and the stronger one's spiritual force, the more powerful the battle technique would be. Lu Yin did not know how strong his current spiritual force was, but after absorbing that ball of light, he estimated that it might not be any weaker than the 10 arbiters. At this moment he had unleashed the full power of his fist, and it had pierced through Wu Shang's body. The shockwaves were enough to stun all of Cheong Island and even the surrounding continents. The shockwaves even spread into outer space and caused the 5 ceiling planets to tremble. The might of this punch was extremely powerful, but it was not its destructive power that was even more powerful. Lu Yin was certain that even if a hunter was standing in front of him right now, this punch would still be enough to knock him out. Wu Shang's eyes changed and he left his corpse king state. His body crashed to the ground and fresh blood flowed down the stone floor. He looked up at the sky with a complicated expression and an indescribable reluctance. Then he died. Lu Yin landed on the ground and looked at Wu Shang's corpse as if he had lost all his strength. He immediately took out Wu Shang's cosmic ring and opened it with his blood. He glanced inside and closed his eyes bitterly. There was no antidote. In the distance, Ming Yan called out hoarsely, "Brother Lu." Lu Yin turned around and hurried over to Ming Yan's side, hugging her tightly. He watched as her hair gradually turned white, and his heart trembled. "I'm sorry, Yen'er. I'm late." Tears streamed down Ming Yan's face. "Brother Lu, Yen'er has let you down. Yen'er didn't want to implicate you. Living is too tiring. Yen'er was selfish and gave up on you." Lu Yin hugged Ming Yan tightly, afraid that she would disappear if he let go. He couldn't imagine how much despair Ming Yan would feel if she became as old as Ming Xiaoshu. The pain of losing her life brought not only physical despair, but also spiritual despair. Ming Yan's skin had already started to dry up. Her poison was even more severe than Ming Xiaoshu's. This was because on the outside of the crystal bottle was written SH88, while Ming Xiaoshu's poison was SH91. "Big brother Lu, do you know? Yen'er is too tired. Yen'er wants to rest," Ming Yan muttered to herself as she hugged him. Lu Yin's eyes reddened, and he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Yen'er is too selfish. Father was willing to bear eternal infamy in order to pave the way for me, but Yen'er chose to die. Big brother Lu is willing to cooperate with these monsters for me. Yen'er doesn't want to implicate Big brother Lu. Yen'er wants to accompany father. Yen'er is really tired. Blood was still flowing from Lu Yin's hand, and the pain in his heart made it difficult for him to breathe. In the distance, Bei Hong had everyone leave as he sighed. The Xinwu Empire's fate was full of misfortune, and even the empress who was about to succeed the throne had died. What would the future hold for them? Lu Yin didn't know what to say as he hugged Ming Yan. He had never felt such pain before, and it was so heart-wrenching that it felt as if the entire world had turned gray. Ming Yan raised a hand to touch Lu Yin's face, her gaze filled with reluctance and relief. "Big brother Lu, I'm sorry." Lu Yin held her hand, his eyes red. "Big brother Lu has let you down. I wasn't here when you needed help the most." Ming Yan smiled and shook her head, her skin drying up even more. "Big brother Lu, do you know? Yen'er's happiest moment was when we were fated to be married. Yen'er will never forget that moment." Lu Yin took out Ming Yan's long hair from his cosmic ring and held it tightly. "You are my wife. Regardless of life or death, you will always be my wife. We are fated to be married." Ming Yan smiled beautifully. "Silly." He hugged Ming Yan tightly and lowered his head to kiss her lips. They were icy cold, without a trace of warmth. Her life was quickly slipping away at a speed that no natural treasure could make up for. If even Ming Xiaoshu could not be saved, then there was no need to mention Ming Yan. "Yen'er, let's get married. I want to help you put on your wedding dress," Lu Yin said tenderly as tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes. Ming Yan shook her head. "Big brother Lu, Yen'er is satisfied with your words. Yen'er is destined to let you down in this life. If there is a next life, Yen'er is willing to give you a wedding dress and let you grow old." "Big brother Lu, Yen'er doesn't want to grow old. Let Yen'er go." Ming Yan looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. Lu Yin's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with pain. His entire body was trembling. "Big brother Lu, I beg you. Yen'er doesn't want you to see me grow old. Let Yen'er go," Ming Yan pleaded weakly as she hugged Lu Yin tightly. Lu Yin closed his eyes as tears streamed down his face. He hated himself for not spending more time in the Xinwu continent. He hated himself for forgetting about Wu Shang. He hated himself for not keeping the short old man around so that he could develop an antidote. It was only at this moment that Lu Yin understood the boundless hatred he felt for the Neo-Human Alliance and himself. He slowly looked up, his hands trembling. He wanted to personally send off his most beloved woman. Ming Yen smiled and kissed Lu Yin before closing her eyes. "I'm sorry, big brother Lu. Let's be together again in our next life." Lu Yin growled and slammed down with his palm. Suddenly, his surroundings turned gray, and his movements froze in the void. There was silence all around, and in the distance, the gushing lava had stopped. Bei Hong and the rest had shocked expressions on their faces, and it was as if time had stopped. A sigh sounded in Lu Yin's ears. "Since you've summoned me, there is no despair. Why do you have to be like this?" Lu Yin was ecstatic, and he turned around to find Mr. Mu looking at him. "Master." Lu Yin hugged Ming Yen and knelt in front of Mr. Mu. "Master, please save her. I beg you." Mr. Mu's gaze landed on Ming Yen and he shook his head. "It's a poison that drains away one's life. The Neo-Human Alliance is still developing this poison. Master, do you know? Please save her." Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu hopefully, like a desert traveler who had seen water. Mr. Mu shook his head and sighed. "I don't have an antidote. There's only one way to save her. 2 souls in 1 body. 2 souls in 1 body? Lu Yin did not understand and he hugged Ming Yen tightly. Ming Yen opened her eyes and looked at Mr. Mu in confusion. Mr. Mu explained, "I have a way to gather all of the poison in her body into her other personality, but you have to think this through. From now on, this girl will have 2 personalities. One personality likes you but the other might not. Also, the opportunity that I've prepared for you will have to be given to her." Lu Yin did not hesitate. "Master, no matter what, please save her." Mr. Mu nodded, and with a wave of his hand, Lu Yin appeared outside the courtyard. Mr. Mu placed a palm on Ming Yan's head, causing her to immediately fall asleep. Lu Yin watched this scene from outside the courtyard. He watched as Ming Yan's hair turned from black to white, then back to black, then back to white, and then back again. The changes continued, and Lu Yin was delighted to see that her rune lines were increasing. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had invited his master. Bei Hong arrived behind Lu Yin. "Alliance Master, what's going on?" "Immediately seal off Shanghai City and move all of its citizens to Mingdu. Without my orders, no one is allowed to approach. Don't say anything to outsiders, and anyone who dares to say anything will be killed without mercy," Lu Yin ordered coldly. Bei Hong hurriedly left to carry out his orders. Lu Yin stood outside the courtyard and looked inside, his heart filled with nervousness. An hour passed and Mr. Mu and Ming Yan were still the same. However, in Lu Yin's eyes, the increase in Ming Yan's rune lines was a little strange. Ming Yan had not been a powerful cultivator, and she had only reached the Seeker realm at most. Her rune lines were pitifully few, but now her rune lines had risen to the level of a melder, and they were still increasing. Lu Yin watched in disbelief, unable to understand what Mr. Mu was doing. In his eyes, Mr. Mu did not have any rune lines at all, as if he was independent of this world. 2 hours quickly passed and Ming Yan's rune lines had risen to the level of a limeter, and they were still increasing. It was very strange. Finally, after another hour, Mr. Mu raised a hand, and Ming Yan lay on the ground. Lu Yin hurried in and helped her up. He looked at Mr. Mu. "How is it, Master?" Mr. Mu replied, "She won't die, but from now on she will have 2 souls in 1 body. You must be prepared." Lu Yin had not even considered the concept of 2 souls in 1 body. It was fine as long as he could save Ming Yan. What exactly is 2 souls in 1 body? Mr. Mu looked at Ming Yan, who was still in Lu Yin's arms. "See for yourself." Lu Yin lowered his head and met a pair of cold eyes. He could see the emotionlessness and chilliness in them. These were Ming Yan's eyes, but they were unfamiliar to him. He looked at Ming Yan in shock, noticing that her hair had turned completely white. "Let go of your filthy hands." Ming Yan barked, her gaze growing colder as she slapped at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was pushed aside by her, and he looked at her blankly. It's me, brother Lu." The white-haired Ming Yan glanced at him and frowned. "I know. What's wrong?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Ming Yan growled, "Shut up or I'll bury you." Lu Yin blinked, stunned. Mr. Mu looked at Ming Yan in surprise. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Ming Yan glanced at Mr. Mu and walked out of the courtyard without even saying goodbye. Lu Yin wanted to chase after her, but Mr. Mu stopped him. "There's no need to chase after her. Just wait for her other personality to awaken. Otherwise it'll be useless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 732. Luyin was perplexed. Another personality? She has 2 personalities now. Mr. Mu nodded. I once obtained a secret technique called Deprive. It can strip away everything that has happened to one's body, such as battle techniques, innate talents, injuries, emotions, and even personality. Anything that has happened to one's body can be stripped away as long as one grasps this secret technique. Of course, one will have to pay a corresponding price. The only way to save that girl is to deprive her of the poison, but she doesn't know this secret technique. When I used it, I could only create 2 souls in her, and the second personality would inherit all the poison. What you just saw was the second personality. Luyin's eyes widened. There was actually such a secret technique that could strip away even one's personality, emotions, and injuries. It was too mystical. Master, will Mingyan be alright? Luyin asked nervously. Mr. Mu shook his head. I'm not sure about the specifics. This is the first time I've used the deprive technique on someone. How did her personality change? Luyin asked. Mr. Mu looked at Mingyan, who was walking out of the courtyard. That's the price. The secret technique saved her, so there's naturally a price to pay. This is how the universe works. You get what you pay for. Luyin watched in disbelief as Mingyan walked further and further away. Her personality had changed too drastically, and her rune lines had reached the level of an explorer, even though she hadn't cultivated much. By the way, Master, is the deprive technique that you're going to impart to me? Luyin asked Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu nodded. This secret technique can only be passed down, not learned. I've already used it on that girl and she inherited it. However, whether or not she can comprehend it will depend on herself. Although this girl's second personality has strange emotions, she has a unique innate gift. Not only can she comprehend the deprive technique, but she can also use the poison that drains away one's vitality in battle. Even if she doesn't cultivate, her destructive power is still very strong, and there are very few people at the same level who can match her. Luyin felt bitter as he did not wish for Mingyan to be that powerful. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this second personality would not be easy to deal with. Mr. Mu looked at Wu Shang's corpse and sighed. It looks like you've been targeted by the Neo-Human Alliance. Luyin's heart skipped a beat and he looked at Mr. Mu. Master, I've encountered the 7 sky gods. Mr. Mu's expression changed. Which one? Hey Wushan, Luyin muttered. Mr. Mu thought for a moment before shaking his head. You didn't encounter He Wushan himself, it was just a strand of his essence. If it was He Wushan, you wouldn't have been able to resist at all. I really don't have the ability to resist. What I'm trying to say is that you can't even maintain your own thoughts. The Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods are the rulers, and even the Sea King that you've met before is no match for any of them. Luyin was shocked and his hair stood on end. What should I do now? Mr. Mu raised his hand, and another jade appeared and flew into Luyin's hand. Take this. If Blacklist God comes looking for you again, this jade will protect you. Luyin's eyes flashed. He Wushan was a powerhouse that even the Sea King could not handle, but Mr. Mu was confident enough to protect him. It seemed that Luyin had underestimated Mr. Mu, as Mr. Mu might very well be a powerhouse that far surpassed the Sea King. Master, the 6th mainland is attacking the Innerverse. Can the Innerverse defend itself? Luyin could not help but ask. Mr. Mu replied, you don't need to know. This universe is not as simple as you think it is, and neither is the 6th mainland. Alright, I'll be leaving now. The next time we meet, I'll check your destiny. If it's good enough, I can bestow upon you some good fortune. With that, Mr. Mu vanished without a trace. Luyin shouted as he still wanted to ask about Mingyan, but Mr. Mu had already disappeared. The original location was empty, and waves of scorching heat could be felt from underground while a pungent smell filled the air. Shanghai City had been destroyed by the previous battle. The white-haired Mingyan's stern voice rang out from afar. Did you not hear what I just said? Carry it out immediately. Bei Hong and the rest replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Luyin felt strange, it had only been a short while, but they were already calling her Your Majesty. He walked out of the courtyard and approached the white-haired Mingyan, but she suddenly turned around and glared at him. Don't come near me. Luyin was stunned. Yenner. Don't call me that. My name is not for you to casually use. The white-haired Mingyan retorted. Luyin pursed his lips. Is your body alright? That's none of your business, the white-haired Ming Yen retorted coldly. She then swept her sharp gaze over the two cruisers in the distance. You two useless things. Shanghai City has already been destroyed to this extent, and you can't do anything. The two cruisers exchanged glances, feeling rather uncomfortable. Even Ming Zhaoshu had been polite to them in the past, so they did not think much of Ming Yen. The white-haired Ming Yan's gaze turned cold. What? Didn't you hear what I said? You still don't understand what I'm saying. One of the cruisers stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. Princess Ming Yen, please be more polite when you speak. This old man dashed before he could finish speaking. The white-haired Ming Yen interrupted him. How dare you call yourself a subordinate in front of me? The cruiser's expression changed and he snorted. This old man is old and can no longer serve the empire. Princess Ming Yen, please find someone else. He then turned to leave. Bei Hong looked at Lu Yin worriedly, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would attack. Lu Yin really did want to intervene, as Bai Fei Ming Yen was Ming Yan's second personality. Her emotions were fickle and her actions defied common sense. He could not allow Bai Fei Ming Yen to destroy Ming Yan's foundation for ruling the empire, even though he did not care about the Shenwu Empire and even wanted to take Ming Yen away. However, before he could make a move, the white-haired Ming Yen acted first. She struck out with a palm at the cruiser from a distance. No one could see anything, and only Lu Yin could see rune lines streaking through the void and descending onto the cruiser's body. Then the cruiser visibly aged. This scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb. The cruiser was terrified as he had not felt anything, but he had actually started to age. What was going on? Lu Yin looked at the white-haired Ming Yen in shock. Was this what Mr. Mu had said? Was this an attack that borrowed the power of a life-draining poison? It was actually able to invisibly drain a person's life force. It was practically a humanoid poison. The white-haired Ming Yen reminded Lu Yin of the Lemaitre Mistchild, but she was even more terrifying because there was no cure for this poison. The surrounding people looked at the white-haired Ming Yen in fear, and the cruiser was terrified. He looked at his withered body and hurriedly begged for mercy. The white-haired Ming Yen snorted and retracted her hand. She then looked around with a sharp gaze. From now on, who dares to disobey my orders? The surrounding people all knelt down. Your subordinates do not dare. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Of everyone present, only Lu Yin remained standing, and he looked at the white-haired Ming Yen with a complicated expression. The white-haired Ming Yen glanced back at Lu Yin and snorted again. Her body suddenly swayed and then she collapsed to the ground. Lu Yin immediately rushed forward to catch her. Ming Yan's white hair gradually turned black as she lay in his embrace. She slowly opened her eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. The sense of familiarity from before had returned. Lu Yin was delighted as he had been right this time. Ming Yan's gaze was as gentle as water, and she looked at him with an unresolvable tenderness and helplessness. Brother Lu, Ming Yen whispered. Lu Yin hugged her and then disappeared, leaving behind the dazed crowd. Lu Yin appeared on a distant mountain peak with Ming Yen in his arms. He was pleasantly surprised. Yen, you're back. Ming Yen apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. I said those things to you. Lu Yin was surprised. Do you have memories of your other personality? Ming Yen nodded. I do, but I can't control her. I'm sorry. Lu Yin kissed her forehead. It's fine. As long as you're alive, nothing else matters. Ming Yen smiled happily and hugged Lu Yin tightly. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated, and Ming Yen had clearly become more cheerful in his embrace. It seemed that the deprivation technique had transferred many negative emotions to the second personality, including the sadness and despair from Ming Zhaoshu's death. This might have caused the second personality to become cold and detached. The second personality was equivalent to the grieving Ming Yen, which made Lu Yin's heart ache. Regardless of whether it was the Ming Yen in his embrace or the white-haired Ming Yen, they were both Ming Yen. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute. They are both mine. Brother Lu, what about Shanghai City? Ming Yen looked down at the shattered ground and asked sorrowfully. Lu Yin asked, do you want to stay on Shenwu continent, Yener? Ming Yen nodded without hesitation. Yes. What? Come back to the Great Yu Empire with Brother Lu. Leave Shenwu continent to someone else. Ming Yen shook her head and her gaze dimmed. Father was willing to bear infamy for all eternity in order for me to successfully inherit the throne. Yen-er does not want to disappoint Father. Yen-er wants to inherit the throne and become the only empress in the history of the Shenwu Empire. Lu Yin felt helpless. Ming Yen had changed and the weak Ming Yen from before had disappeared. The current Ming Yen was strong and responsible, and he could not forcefully take her away. Can you bear to leave Brother Lu alone in the Great Yu Empire? Ming Yen looked at Lu Yin. Then Brother Lu can stay and Yen will give the empire to you. Lu Yin was speechless. I'm the Great Eastern Alliance leader. In Yen eyes, you'll always be that coachman Lu 7. Lu Yin could not hold it in any longer, and he hugged Ming Yen tightly and kissed her. Just as he felt her warmth and softness, his body was suddenly pushed away by a huge force. The black-haired Ming Yen in front of him turned into a white-haired Ming Yen, and she glared at him with sharp eyes. If you dare to take advantage of me again, I'll bury you. Lu Yin blinked. That's a little too fast. The white-haired Ming Yen glared at him and then turned to leave. But just as she reached the foot of the mountain, she turned back into the black-haired Ming Yen. Lu Yin was helpless. Yen, why do you change so frequently? Ming Yen apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. I'll control it and try to maintain it for as long as possible. Lu Yin was helpless. Try your best. Ming Yen pursed her lips, feeling wronged. Over the next few days, Lu Yin stayed by Ming Yan's side. The white-haired Ming Yen would glare at him coldly from time to time, and the black-haired Ming Yen would gently console him. It was getting to his limit, but he still wanted to stay for a few more days until Ming Yan's condition stabilized. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 733. They could no longer stay in Shanghai City. After dealing with Ming Zhaoshu's affairs, Ming Yen and many other courtiers headed to Mingdu to prepare for the succession. When Lu Yin returned to Mingdu, the most prosperous city on Xinwu continent had been restored to its former glory. The previous battle had caused the entire city to collapse, but under Ming Zhaoshu's orders, a group of cultivators had participated in the reconstruction of the city, allowing it to return to its original state. Although the city's environment had been restored, those who had died in that battle could not be revived. That day had been the darkest day of Mingdu. Lu Yin felt apologetic towards Mingdu, but even if he could do it all over again he would still do it. If he did not deal with the Neo-Human Alliance, then the 1 billion people on Xinwu continent would eventually turn into zombies. The final outcome would be complete destruction by the Hall of Honor. After this incident, Lu Yin once again traveled around Xinwu continent to see if there were any corpse kings from the Neo-Human Alliance left behind. Half a month later, on a lone island off the coast of Xinwu continent, numerous ships were anchored. The ships were filled with boorish pirates who tied up a group of people and dragged them onto the island. Cries could be heard from time to time, causing the pirates to angrily rebuke them. The entire island was ruled by pirates and there were at least a few thousand of them. The pirate leader was a cultivator who had reached the martial king realm, which was the equivalent of a lemeter. On the shore of the island, a group of women in ragged clothes were being forcefully dragged onto a ship to be sold to other pirates. Some of the women were crying their hearts out. At this moment, a figure was riding the waves over the sea at a moderate speed. Some of the pirates noticed the newcomer and immediately shouted, "Be careful!" In this era where cultivators reigned supreme, there were times when a single cultivator could cause an entire army to collapse. This was very common, and even pirates were afraid of encountering an expert. As the newcomer approached, the pirates could clearly see that it was a young man with a long sword on his back. He was walking on the waves towards the island. A few of the pirates looked at each other and stepped forward to stop him. "Who's there?" The young man looked up and swept his gaze across the shore. He then saw the pirate leader who was a martial king on the island. In that instant, the pirate leader felt a chill run down his spine, and he pushed away the woman in his arms. He picked up his sword and walked out, looking towards the shore. "Hey kid, I'm asking you a question. Who's there?" the pirate shouted. The young man retracted his gaze and gripped the hilt of his sword. No one saw him move, but the pirate in front of him slowly fell to the ground. In the distance, the other pirates' expressions. Enemy attack. In just a few breaths of time, all the pirates on the shore had fallen to the ground. None of them could withstand the young man's sword chi. The women who were tied up by the pirates cried and begged the young man to save them. The young man looked at the island again and swung his sword diagonally. There was a ripple in the void and the air was split open. Sword chi that was visible to the naked eye swept through the space and cut off the mountain peak on the island. The pirate leader had just come down from the mountain. The oncoming sword chi cut him in half without any ability to resist. This scene shocked everyone. A single sword had almost severed the island. How powerful was that? The remaining pirates hurriedly fled. The young man did not give chase. He sheathed his sword and looked up at the sky. It's time to break through. It was unknown when the sky had darkened. Strong winds howled, causing waves to form on the sea. The people who had been kidnapped by the pirates all hid in the center of the island and looked outside in fear. The sky and earth were swept by the strong wind, and they couldn't even see 100 meters away. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was just a gust of wind. However, only cultivators knew that this was martial power. Someone was breaking through. There was another island adjacent to this one, which was also occupied by pirates. The pirates who had escaped went straight to that island and tempted the owner of that island to come and take revenge. The pirate leader of that island was arrogant, and after hearing a few words he immediately led a group of pirates to attack with naval weapons. However, he was quickly scared away by the change in the sky. The pirate leader was not stupid. To cause such a change in the sky, one had to at least break through to the martial emperor realm. Martial emperors could travel freely in the void, and ordinary cultivators like them could not compare to them. The sky and earth were filled with martial power. Above the sea there were martial emperors who were investigating. When they approached the island they felt a sharp chi and were almost injured. They were also shocked. This kind of breakthrough was definitely not an ordinary martial emperor realm cultivator. The young man's breakthrough caused the sea to boil. The surrounding islands trembled one after another. Sword chi spread through the sea, causing all the creatures within 10,000 miles of the island to disappear. After a few hours, the sword chi split open the sky and dissipated into gas. The sky and earth returned to normal, and aside from the mess on the island, it was impossible to tell that martial power had swept through the sky. The young man slowly exhaled and looked up at the sky. He had finally broken through. He had been stuck at the martial king realm for so long, and those who had entered the list of tempering at the same time as him had already broken through. The young man was Li Zimo, second on the list of tempering and the commander of the Ming vanguard. Ever since the battle at Mingdu there had been a change of dynasty. The Ming constables Ming Master, Ming Zhaokai, had been sentenced to death, and the Ming constables had been completely disbanded. Li Zimo could have joined the Demon Hunters Society or the Reverend King's household to serve Ming Zhaoshu, but he had declined. He had decided to wander the continent and focus on his cultivation. This time he had come to the sea just as he was about to break through, so he had followed his heart and immediately broken through to become a martial emperor, which was the same as an explorer. In the past he would have been overjoyed to break through to the martial emperor realm. But now, ever since Ming Zhaoshu had cooperated with the outsiders, their culture had spread to Shenwu continent. This made him realize how small the world that he had seen was. Martial emperors were considered experts on Shenwu continent, and there were not many in the entire Shenwu Empire. However, when compared to the outsiders they were nothing. Li Zimo looked up at the 5 ceiling planets in the sky. He really wanted to go out into the universe and see what kind of experts existed in that vast and boundless world. He also wanted to see how far his path of the sword could go. However, it was impossible for him to leave Shenwu continent unless he joined the new emperor, and that was only if the new emperor was willing to let him leave. Li Zimo lowered his head and looked at his sword. His path of the sword did not allow him to put down his pride. Otherwise, without his path of the sword he would no longer be himself. Congratulations on breaking through to the martial emperor realm. A voice sounded out from behind him, causing Li Zimo to feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Someone had been so close to him but he had not noticed. When had this person appeared? He suddenly turned around and saw a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. It's you? Li Zimo's tone was low as he stared at the person in front of him. Li Zimo was facing Lu Yin. He had been searching for the Neo-Human Alliance and he had been very careful this time. He had just happened to be searching the sea, and he had been attracted by the commotion caused by the breakthrough. He had not expected to see an acquaintance. However, he could not be considered an acquaintance. When Lu Yin had first joined the Ming constables, he had changed his appearance. Although the two of them had fought at the Tower of Resonating Light, their battle had been too brief. Their most recent encounter had been during the battle at Mingdu, where Lu Yin had broken Li Zimo's sword but had not killed him. Li Zimo had left a deep impression on Lu Yin, but Li Zimo had also felt the same way about Lu Yin. This was especially true during the battle at the Tower of Resonating Light, where Li Zimo had lost the most miserably. This person in front of him, who looked younger than him, had the strength to crush him. Now the difference in their strength had become even more obvious. During the battle at Mingdu, Li Zimo's sword had been broken, and if not for this person showing mercy, Li Zimo would have died. It was also that battle that had strengthened Li Zimo's resolve to roam the continent. He wanted to become stronger, and he did not want to meet this person again in the future without even being able to retaliate. Are you surprised to see me? Luin smiled. Li Zimo gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. I shouldn't be surprised. Shenwu continent has already become the garden of you outsiders. You can come and go as you please. Luin looked at Li Zimo's sword. Have you changed your sword? Or have you fixed it? Li Zimo stared at Luin. What do you want? Luin was surprised. You don't want to challenge me? Li Zimo answered in a low voice. I'm not your opponent, so there's no point in fighting. Luin nodded. It's not bad that you can see yourself clearly. You looked up at the sky 3 times just now. What? Do you want to leave Shenwu continent? Li Zimo's eyes lit up, and he looked up at the sky again without saying anything. Luin sighed. Shenwu continent is too small for someone like you. Here your achievements will be limited. I believe that you've heard of the Sword Sect. Li Zimo looked at Luin. The Sword Sect of the Innerverse? The Sword Sect has the 13 swords, which is invincible. In the Innerverse there's also the Myriad Swords Peak, and in the Outerverse there's the Moke Sword Sect, the Phantom Sword Sect, and so on. There are too many sword sects out there. Do you want to go out and experience them? Luin asked. Li Zimo gripped the hilt of his sword even tighter. Can you take me out? Luin nodded. Li Zimo asked, what are your conditions? Join the Great Yu Empire. Li Zimo fell into deep thought. Without me you'll never be able to leave Shenwu continent. Here your achievements will be limited. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to kill your way out. I can take you to see the vastness of the universe and the various sword sections. In the future, I might even help you enter the Innerverse and join the Myriad Swords Peak. Even joining the Sword Sect isn't impossible. Li Zimo's tone was resolute. I don't need to join the Sword Sect, but I want to spar with the Sword Sect's successor and experience the 13 swords. Luin smiled. No problem. I've sparred with the Sword Sect's successor Lu Xiaoqiu a few times. The 13 swords live up to its reputation of being invincible. It's indeed very powerful. Your wish can be realized in the future. Li Zimo nodded and sheathed his sword. I'll go with you. Lu Yin's lips curled up, as this was an unexpected gain. Li Zimo's talent in the sword was the highest that Lu Yin had ever seen. If not for the 13 swords, Lu Xiaoqiu might not have been Li Zimo's opponent. Li Zimo's silent sword had shocked Lu Yin, which showed just how high his talent was. Lu Yin was not joking, as he truly wanted to arrange for Li Zimo to join the Sword Sect. Of course, that would depend on when the Innerverse and Outerverse would recover. With Li Zimo's talent in the sword, joining the Sword Sect would be a piece of cake. As long as Li Zimo could enter the Sword Sect, he would have someone he could communicate with in the future. Another 10 days passed, and during this time, Lu Yin brought Li Zimo around the continent in search of the Neo-Human Alliance. During this time, Li Zimo had exchanged blows with Lu Yin several times, but Li Zimo had suffered a crushing defeat every time. Lu Yin had not held back, as he was not worried that Li Zimo would not be able to withstand the blows. To be able to create the silent sword, Li Zimo's willpower had to be very strong. He was not afraid of being defeated, he was only afraid that no one would be able to defeat him. In the end, Lu Yin had completely traversed Shenwu continent, but he did not find any traces of the Neo-Human Alliance. This time, the Neo-Human Alliance had truly disappeared. Lu Yin's search this time was even more thorough than the last. With his speed, it would not have taken him long to traverse Shenwu continent, but he had spent an entire month searching. Thank you. Ian Yi, thanks for your support. Thanks for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 734. He put away the scarlet eye which he had obtained from Wu Shang. Whenever he had time, he would take it out to see if there was any reaction from his surroundings. Ming Yin had officially ascended the throne 10 days ago, becoming the first empress in the history of the Shenwu Empire and inheriting the title of Shenwu Empress. She was different from Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaoshu had forced Ming Zhaotian to abdicate the throne and forcefully cooperate with the outsiders, which had caused the entire continent to oppose him. This had led to the endless war, and he had used his own death to take responsibility for his actions. Although Ming Yen was Ming Zhaoshu's daughter, she had announced his crimes and stabilized the people's hearts. She was also the only descendant of the Ming family, so there was very little opposition to her inheriting the Shenwu Empire. Furthermore, with the invasion of the outsiders, many people on the Shenwu continent had already adapted to it, and they no longer opposed Ming Yan's ascension to the throne. Within the imperial study of Mingdu's palace, Ming Yen looked exhausted as she read through memorials. She was already used to this. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Lu Yin walked in. Ming Yen was delighted when she saw Lu Yin. "Brother Lu, you don't have to knock before coming in." Lu Yin smiled. "There are still basic rules even if you're one of my people." His words made Ming Yen shy. "How is it? Have you gotten used to life after inheriting the throne?" Lu Yin walked over to Ming Yen and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. He could smell her fragrance. Ming Yen leaned her head against Lu Yin's chest. "I'm used to it. It's no different from the Reverend King's residence." Lu Yin nodded. "That's good. Right, Brother Lu, this is for you." Ming Yen took out a blood-stained letter with a complicated expression and passed it to Lu Yin. "Father wrote this to you before he died." Lu Yin took it and opened it in front of Ming Yen, reading through the contents. The contents of the letter were very short, and it was a letter of entrustment. Although Ming Zhaoshu had forced Ming Yen to inherit the Xinwu Empire, he still could not bear to do so in the depths of his heart, especially when he was on the verge of death. He had hoped that Lu Yin would take Ming Yen away if she was unhappy. As for the Xinwu Empire, he had not mentioned it at all. A father at death's door was only thinking about his daughter. No great ambitions were important. The letter was light and weightless, but Lu Yin felt that it was very heavy. Ming Zhaoshu's words were simple, but they represented the most sincere feelings in his life, a father's love for his daughter. Ming Yen looked at Lu Yin. She had never seen the letter before and she really wanted to know its contents. He passed the letter to her and after reading it, Ming Yen burst into tears. He lifted Ming Yan's head and wiped away her tears. "I'll ask you one more time. Do you really want to stay? Your father has already agreed to let you leave. He doesn't need you to take over this foundation." Ming Yen wiped away her tears and said resolutely, "I want to stay. I want to clear Imperial Father's name. Imperial Father's name should be known throughout the ages. He cooperated with the outsiders for the sake of the entire continent's future, and he did it for the sake of everyone's future. As long as these people don't understand Imperial Father, I won't leave." Lu Yin sighed as he had already guessed that this would happen. "No matter what decision you make, Brother Lu will support you. You have to remember that it's not like you don't have anyone behind you. You still have Brother Lu," he said gently as he hugged Ming Yen. Ming Yen hummed softly. She felt helpless, but she would only show this helplessness in front of this man. In front of others, she was an empress. "By the way, how did you switch personalities with her?" Lu Yin asked, looking at her curiously. Ming Yen whispered, "Actually, she can't stay awake for too long. She split into a second personality because of the poison, so she's always me during the day and only her at night for a short period of time. If there's any danger, she'll automatically wake up." "So you're not the only one who knows what she's doing. She knows what you're doing as well?" Ming Yen nodded. Lu Yin's expression turned bitter. "She'll wake up at night. What will we do in the future?" Ming Yen was confused. "What future?" Lu Yin whispered into her ear, causing her to blush and push him away. Who would do that with you? You're too naughty." Lu Yin laughed, but soon stopped as the white-haired Ming Yen appeared and glared at him. "If you tease me again, I'll bury you. Don't you only wake up at night?" Lu Yin was stunned. Ming Yen snorted. "Get out." Lu Yin looked at her helplessly. "You might be a second personality, but your feelings should be the same. You should like me as much as Ming Yen does." Ming Yan's eyes narrowed. "You think too highly of yourself. I'll bury you." Lu Yin was puzzled. "Where did you learn that from?" Ming Yan's eyes flashed and she sat back down to deal with the memorials. Lu Yin looked at her and suddenly felt relieved. Ming Yen had a weak personality, and it would be difficult for her to manage the Xinwu Empire. However, the white-haired Ming Yen was different. She was decisive and ruthless, which was the kind of spirit an empress should have. With her around, Ming Yen would not be at a disadvantage. "I'll have to trouble you in the future," Lu Yin suddenly said. The white-haired Ming Yen was in the middle of reviewing memorials when she heard Lu Yin's words. "You're leaving?" Lu Yin nodded. "I'm relieved with you around. Take care of yourself." She continued to look at the memorials. "I'll definitely bury you." Lu Yin was speechless. "But only I can do that. Until then, don't let anything happen to you," she added coldly. Lu Yin's heart warmed. Perhaps this was Ming Yan's way of showing her concern for him. "All right, I understand. I'll wait for you to bury me." Lu Yin's figure suddenly vanished, and he gave her a light peck before vanishing once more. Ming Yen was furious. "How dare you take advantage of me? I'll bury you the next time we meet." A red muslin robe floated down from the sky and landed in front of her. This was one of the Hall of Insight's collections, and it was a lock-breaking tool that also had a defensive ability. While Lu Yin had been searching for the Neo-Human Alliance, he had rolled his die and used nearly 20,000 star essence to increase the robe's defensive ability to around 200,000 star essence. This meant that the robe could defend against a peak hunter's attack. Lu Yin could only do so much, and there was no one in the entire Shenwu continent who could break through the robe's defenses. Even in the outer verse there were very few people. With this robe, Ming Yan's safety could be guaranteed. As for poisoning her, Lu Yin did not believe that anyone could poison her to death. Speaking of which, the white-haired Ming Yan had appeared because of the Neo-Human Alliance's life poison. Even Mr. Mu knew about that poison, which showed how much importance the Neo-Human Alliance placed on it. Since she could absorb that life poison, she might become a great threat to the Neo-Human Alliance in the future. Lu Yin had been delayed for a month on the Shenwu continent. Fortunately, the Great Yu Empire had its own cabinet and the 4 ministries to handle government affairs, so he was not too busy. The Allied forces had successfully regrouped and were training at the designated location. Lu Ying Zishan had been acting normally during this time, and Lu Yin had ordered Phantom Sting to keep an eye on her. As for the special forces that Lu Yin had confirmed with the various powers, they were almost done assembling. The special forces were also known as the Rapid Response Unit, and there were 113 confirmed members. All of them were space-exploring powerhouses, but this was only the initial structure. The experts in the unit came from various great powers, and it would take some time for them to get used to each other. Once Lu Yin had complete control over this unit, he would be able to insert the androids into the unit and turn it into a powerful force that could move unhindered in the outerverse. The Wei family had not been idle during this month, and Wei Rong had long since disappeared. Lu Yin believed that Wei Rong was trying to form an alliance with the Central Weaves to resist him. Lu Yin had already discussed this with the bespectacled Mistchild to have Mafioso Planet send people to cause trouble. In any case, he could not let Wei Rong off so easily. The Great Eastern Alliance had been established for a month, and the integration of resources in the Eastern Weaves had been very smooth. Many hidden interstellar pirates had been eliminated along the way, and Endless Borders had been very proactive. Lu Yin could sense the goodwill of Endless Borders, Mavis Bank, Aurora Corporation, Shamrock Enterprises and other giants, but he could also sense the malice from Aegis. The Second Imperial Squadron had discovered that many cultivators from the Dark Powers had entered Xenu Star, and Lu Yin suspected that they were from Aegis. The person he was most concerned about was Ku Wei, as the Yu bloodline had become a thorn in his heart. He could not confirm whether or not Undying Yushan was dead, which made him feel uneasy. However, Ku Wei had not found anything over the past month. There was no point in being anxious. If the Yu bloodline really wanted to hide, then Lu Yin knew that it would be very difficult for him to find them. Even the Neo-Human Alliance had not been able to find them, let alone him. After arranging for Li Zimo to join the First Imperial Squadron, Lu Yin returned to King Zishan's palace. With the Enneatic wings on his back and the spear in his hand, he slowly sat down on his futon. It had been 5 months since he had entered the Daosor sect ruins, and the battle between the 10 Arbiters and the Riemlings should have slowed down by now. It was time to go back in. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin once again entered the Daosor sect ruins and appeared on the floating continent. When White Knight had forced him onto the continent, she had told him that if he returned to the Daosor sect ruins, he would directly appear here. This was the Mountain Sea, and a progenitor's inheritance was hidden here. Lu Yin had just steadied himself when he felt the world spinning around him. The continent beneath his feet was smashing into the sea. No, it was not smashing but rather sucking. There was an enormous suction force at the bottom of the sea that was pulling the continent over. To the side, 2 figures looked at him in shock. Lu Yin turned around and saw 2 familiar faces, White Knight and Shang Rong. Lu Yin's scalp instantly went numb, and he had the urge to curse out loud. How unlucky was he to run into these 2 as soon as he entered? Wait a minute. His gaze flitted past White Knight and Shang Rong, and he saw that in the distance the continent in the sky was being sucked towards the bottom of the sea. There were also figures on the continent. Those who could participate in the battle between White Knight and Shang Rong couldn't all be the 10 Arbiters and Riemlings, right? Had he fallen into a trap? White Knight stared at Lu Yin in a daze. They had not seen each other for several months, and this person had actually chosen this time to appear. Shang Rong also stared at Lu Yin in shock, as he had never seen this person before. He should not be a remnant of the Fifth Mainland, as he had met the Fifth Mainland's 10 Arbiters over the past few months and had even fought with them. Only the 10 arbiters from the fifth mainland could enter this place. I'm sorry to disturb you, Luin said. His expression was not very natural and he looked a little bitter. White Knight did not reply. The continent continued to descend towards the bottom of the sea. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 735. Shang Rong stared at Luin. Which realm are you from? Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he answered without hesitation, the War Martial Realm. You can just call me Mr. Bai. Let's deal with the fifth mainland's remnants together. I'll make the decision and you'll get a share of the treasures at the bottom of the sea. Shang Rong barked. The imprint that Luin had seen before appeared behind him, and a powerful fluctuation swept out in all directions. The pressure made it hard for Luin to breathe. This was the strength of a hunter, and a realmling was strong enough to fight someone who was a realmling. White Knight did not say a word and stabbed at Shang Rong with her spear. Shang Rong raised a hand, causing the void to disintegrate as he collided with White Knight. This was not the first time the two had exchanged blows, and from their stances, it seemed that they had fought quite a few times during this period of time. Luin felt bitter. Shang Rong, realmling, I can't help you with my strength. Shang Rong blocked White Knight's attacks as he barked. If you don't help me then I'll chase you all the way to the War Martial Realm. I Shang Rong am a man of my word. Luin was helpless. Fine, but take it easy. Don't hit me. His Enneatic wings flapped and he gripped his spear tightly. 8-line battle force appeared as he fiercely stabbed at White Knight. White Knight's eyes narrowed as she glanced at Luin, and the two exchanged glances. Shang Rong's imprint caused Luin to feel dizzy, but he still managed to endure the boundless pressure and thrust his spear at the White Knight's back. Lu Yin's spear was aimed at the White Knight's back. Shang Rong was delighted and he grabbed White Knight's spear. The spear slowly disintegrated into motes of light that dissipated. White Knight's sky palace appeared around him, but Shang Rong was already prepared. White air filled the palace like a mist. He had the Bi-Scorch bloodline so he could use the white air to disintegrate everything and open a path for Luin. Stab him to death. Shang Rong growled as he stared excitedly at White Knight. He had already used up all of White Knight's clones, and his main body was being held back by Shang Rong. Alright. Luin shouted. He then arrived behind White Knight and stabbed out, imprinting his 8-line battle force onto the spear. Blood dripped down the spear but White Knight was unharmed. Shang Rong looked down in disbelief as the spear pierced through his abdomen. He glared at Luin murderously. You're a remnant of the fifth mainland's remnant. Sorry, I stabbed the wrong person. You're courting death. Shang Rong roared and the white air around them suddenly solidified. Lu Yin's eyebrows twitched as he had seen this scene before. Back then Shang Rong had created a white sun that had almost disintegrated White Knight. After White Knight grabbed Luin and retreated, the Sky Palace's bell tolled in a majestic manner. Shang Rong was infuriated as he had been played for a fool. Fresh blood flowed from his abdomen, and the pain seeped into his bones. Even after fighting with White Knight for so many days, he had never suffered such a serious injury. He was shocked that Luin was someone from the fifth mainland, but he was even more shocked that this person's weapon could actually break through his defenses. That spear was not simple at all. Why are you here? White Knight asked in a low voice as she glanced at Pike. Luin panted heavily. I didn't want to either. It's been 5 months and I didn't expect to see you guys fighting as soon as I appeared. You guys couldn't have been fighting for 5 months, right? It's normal for cultivators to battle for several years. Don't be surprised. White Knight tossed Luin to the back. In front of them, the white sun that Shang Rong had created was gradually taking shape, and the void was collapsing. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched as he was not wearing his universal armor. If he touched that thing he would be in trouble. At that moment, the ocean was right in front of him. Luin wanted to escape but White Knight growled, "What are you running for? There's something good inside. No matter how good it is, it won't be enough for you guys." Luin had a clear understanding of himself. If he wanted to fight with the 10 arbiters and realmlings over something, then he would have to be tired of living. He wanted to leave but there was someone who did not want him to. Luin had just leaped up when the spear in his hand suddenly lost control and dragged him down to the bottom of the ocean. There was a force controlling the spear, and Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He looked into the distance where a man was coincidentally looking at him. Lu Yin's heart sank. An absolute expert, another realmling. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as the person fighting against that realmling was actually Night King Jinwu. An enormous suction force quickly swallowed everything in the surroundings into the ocean. Lu Yin used his 8-line battle force to imprint the spear and break free from the man's control. However, his entire body also fell to the bottom of the ocean like White Knight and the others, and seawater filled the air. He used his star energy to push the water away and tried to escape again, but the moment he touched the water, the suction force increased by 1,000 times. He could not escape and he could only follow the current and fall to an unknown depth of the ocean. There was a thump, and the suction force suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin crashed to the bottom of the ocean and sank into the mud. Suddenly he felt a sense of danger and he hurriedly used the Eniatic wings to dodge. The mud where he had been standing was disintegrated, and a white air swept past him. It was Shang Rong's attack. Lu Yin rejoiced as he had the Eniatic wings on his back. They had been upgraded by the Dai's enhance, and not only could they defend against a peak hunter's attack, but they also gave him the speed of an enlighter. If not for that, then he would have needed to use a secret technique to deal with Shang Rong. Shang Rong glared at Lu Yin from nearby and suddenly charged over. He raised a palm and pressed down, causing the entire ocean to boil. The white air in his palm disintegrated the seawater and enveloped the entire area. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he had the urge to use the Eniatic wings to escape. White Knight suddenly appeared in front of him and swept out with her spear, forcing Shang Rong back. Lu Yin relaxed, but that was not the end. The spear in his hand inexplicably stabbed towards himself, and his 8-line power imprint immediately took control of the spear. In the distance, the realmling was astonished, as he had not expected Lu Yin to be able to gain control of the weapon while under his control. "You dare to be distracted while fighting me? You're doomed to die today." His Sky Beast claw was supported by 8-line battle force, and an ancient beast roared. However, it was unable to collide with the man's palm. The man actually passed through the Sky Beast claw and pressed his palm against Lu Yin's chest. Lu Yin subconsciously used his fates and to block the attack, but his heart meridian was still shaken by the oppressive attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying towards Shang Rong. White Knight stabbed her spear towards Shang Rong, but she was interrupted by Tollwielder. Just as she was about to break free from Tollwielder's interference and attack Shang Rong again, Lu Yin's body was sent flying towards the White Sun, skyless. White Knight was shocked, and she quickly turned her spear around to block in front of Lu Yin, blocking his path. Without White Knight's interference, Shang Rong grinned. "Enjoy this, the strongest skyless." He then sent the White Sun crashing down towards White Knight and the others. Regardless of whether it was Night King Jinwu or Wen Sansi, they were all obstructed by the white air. The 6th Mainland's realmling and Shang Rong had already retreated, and this attack was aimed at the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin looked up and the white light filled his eyes. White Knight's gaze turned solemn, and she gripped her spear tightly. Lu Yin gritted his teeth as he could not escape. Furthermore, White Knight had only failed to stop Shang Rong from completing Skyless in order to save him. He could not allow White Knight to be attacked. As he thought about it, he growled, "Protect me." White Knight was shocked, but she acted decisively. The bell in the Sky Palace reverberated as it gradually retracted to protect Lu Yin. "Thank you, Inye. I'll give you my brother's reward. Thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 736. Lu Yin approached the White Sun, and the closer he got, the greater the terror he felt. The bell that White Knight had used to protect him was being disintegrated, and the literary prison followed suit. In the distance, when Sansi and Night King Jinwu looked up at the sky, Lu Yin was only a step away from the White Sun, but the literary prison had already been completely disintegrated. At the last moment, he waved his right hand and activated the secret art. The White Sun suddenly vanished for a moment before exploding in the direction of Shang Rong and the others. Lu Yin's secret technique shocked everyone. Shang Rong's expression changed. Secret technique. The Realmling and Tollwielder immediately retreated. Even further away, the man who had pierced through the literary prison also fled in another direction. As the White Sun exploded at the bottom of the sea, a violent shockwave swept through the seabed along with a power that could disintegrate everything. The entire sea was being disintegrated, and the seabed continued to disappear. Everyone fled in all directions. Lu Yin used the Eniatic wings to escape at top speed, and his speed was not any slower than the others. Not long after, the White Sun's explosion ended, and an enormous crater appeared at the bottom of the sea. Lu Yin did not stop at all, and he continued charging towards the surface. He did not want to participate in such a battle, so he wanted to escape whenever he could. At this moment, sword chi tore through the void from the realmling wielding the stone sword. He was the closest to Lu Yin, and when he saw that Lu Yin was about to escape, he slashed out with his sword. Lu Yin was unable to react in time, and he could only use his spear to block. There was a crack and the spear shattered. The sword chi slashed at the Enneatic Wing's protective barrier, causing it to shatter and leaving a large gash on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin had been injured by the sword chi, and he had also been struck by the man who had pierced through the literary prison. He could not endure it any longer, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. He did not even have the strength to escape. At this moment someone grabbed his arm. It was White Knight. She used her spear to shatter the incoming sword chi and looked at Lu Yin. "You're not dead, are you?" Lu Yin was speechless. "Let me go, I want to leave." White Knight frowned. "You can't escape. Follow me." Lu Yin opened his mouth to speak, but a green light suddenly shot up from the bottom of the sea. Everyone looked over, and they saw a palm-sized jade stone floating quietly above the seabed. White Knight's eyes blazed. A progenitor's inheritance. She pulled Lu Yin's hand and rushed over. The others acted as well, as they had all fought for this moment. Lu Yin was being dragged away by White Knight. "I won't take it. Let me go." White Knight said in a low voice, "We all have our own opponents, so it's up to you whether or not you can snatch it. Use your secret technique." Lu Yin really wanted to scold her. She hadn't left him behind to save him, but to use him as a scapegoat to snatch that progenitor's inheritance. Everyone rushed towards the jade in the sky. White Knight was the furthest away, and she threw Lu Yin towards it without a second thought. Although Lu Yin's physical strength was strong, he was unable to resist White Knight in his injured state, and he was smashed towards the jade by a huge force. At the same time, on the opposite side of the jade, when Sansi flicked his finger lightly, and a strong wind hit the jade and pushed it towards Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin was getting closer and closer to the jade stone. Everyone else had their own opponents, and when Sansi was fighting two realmlings by himself, everyone watched as the jade fell into Lu Yin's hand. The moment he got hold of the jade stone, a cool and refreshing feeling entered his body through his palm. It was rapidly healing his injuries. He was overjoyed and held the jade stone tightly. "Give it to me." Night King Jinwu's voice rang out as he stared at Lu Yin with a dignified expression. Lu Yin scanned his surroundings and saw that everyone was quickly approaching him. He could not stay here for too long, especially since the stone sword realmling had unleashed several streaks of sword chi that Lu Yin could not block. He waved his hand and tossed the jade stone towards White Knight before fleeing towards a place where there was no one else around. Everyone ignored him and continued to stare at the jade stone. Soon an endless wave of attacks swept across the area, emitting an aura that caused one's scalp to turn numb. Lu Yin looked back and then hurriedly left. This was not a place where he could stay. So what if it was a progenitor's inheritance? Without his life, any inheritance would be useless. There was a thump as Lu Yin charged out of the seabed. He heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly rushed further away. However, his luck seemed to be very bad, as the moment he charged out of the seabed, the jade stone was also flung out of the seabed by an enormous force, and it blossomed with a green light as it flew into the sky. Lu Yin was speechless. Numerous figures charged out from the seabed, and the chaotic battle extended to the surface. Lu Yin did not know who had launched the attack, but the jade stone had been sent flying in his direction. Lu Yin really wanted to curse out loud. He was someone who had always been hiding, so why did he have to run into these things everywhere he went? Sword chi. Another wave of sword chi attacked him, and the image of a 3-inch-tall elder appeared behind the realmling wielding the stone sword. A vast pressure spread out as the stone sword circled around the elder's body, releasing countless strands of sword chi that swept out in all directions. White Knight and the others were all forced to retreat. The realmling grabbed at the jade stone, and just as he was about to grab it, black and white intertwined in the distance. Lu Yin's scalp turned numb. Not good, it was a battle technique from the Day-Night clan. He subconsciously rushed towards the seabed in an attempt to avoid the attack. He was in the same direction as the jade stone and the realmling with the stone sword. In other words, he was also within Night King Jinwu's attack range. However, he was still a step too slow. Lu Yin did not know what battle technique Night King Jinwu had used, but his brain had been struck. This was fine, as he was not afraid of spiritual force attacks, but his body felt as if it had been torn apart. Fresh blood spilled out in front of his eyes, and he unconsciously spat out a mouthful of blood. The intense pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, and the Enneatic Wing's protective shield shattered. The soil formed from fates and stuck close to his chest, but it was still unable to withstand the pressure, and even the void cracked. Fortunately, the literary prison appeared in front of him and helped him block the attack. The realmling wielding the stone sword was not in a good state either. Night King Jinwu's attack was extremely terrifying, and he had not even used it when he was at the bottom of the sea. The realmling's mouth was bleeding and his skin was being torn apart. He was only a step away from the jade stone, but he could no longer move. Night King Jinwu's figure flickered as he charged towards the jade stone. The realmling wielding the stone sword looked up with a cold gaze. An indescribable fluctuation appeared on the surface of his body, and then, his injuries instantly healed. He then grabbed the jade stone. No one was able to react to this scene, including Shang Rong and the other realmlings. It's a secret technique. He's learned the secret resurrection technique passed down by the secret progenitor. Tollwielder shouted. The realmling turned around and countless strands of sword chi swept out, enveloping everyone within. The sky was torn apart by the countless strands of sword chi. The realmling turned around to leave after this attack, but one person pierced through the strands of sword chi and rapidly approached the realmling. The realmling's gaze was cold. DFA. Sword in the stone, I won't stop you. Why don't you study it together with me? DFA asked. The realmling snorted, but before he could say anything, a figure appeared directly below him from the bottom of the sea. This figure was accompanied by a mighty bell chime. It was White Knight, as her soul-splitting battle technique had been restored. There was one on the surface of the sea, and another hidden at the bottom of the sea. White Knight's appearance was something that neither the sword in the stone nor DFA had expected. She stabbed her spear at the sword in the stone while DFA was trapped by the literary prison. The sword in the stone turned his stone sword around and clashed with the spear, causing the void to split horizontally and extend far into the distance. White Knight reached out to grab the jade, but the sword in the stone raised his arm to block. Palm and arm collided, and White Knight had clearly learned close combat. Her palm nimbly bypassed the sword in the stone's defenses and grabbed the jade. Let go. The sword in the stone's eyes went wide, and an even more boundless amount of star energy clashed with White Knight's. In the distance, Lu Yin silently escaped. Night King Jinwu's attack had worsened his injuries and he would remember this attack. What's in front of me? Lu Yin focused his gaze and his expression changed. Not good. There was another powerhouse whose aura was not any weaker than White Knight's. It was either a realmling or one of the 10 arbiters. There was no time to distinguish between friend and foe, so Lu Yin could only turn around and flee. White Knight was still in a deadlock with the sword in the stone, while when Sansi had trapped DFA and was fighting against Shang Rong. Night King Jinwu was still tangled up with Tollwielder. Lu Yin shouted, "Another one has arrived." Everyone looked over. A woman had appeared in the distance behind Lu Yin. Her eyes were cold and she was staring at the jade in the sword in the stone's hand, which was glowing green. Maiden Xian? The sword in the stone was astonished. White Knight's eyes narrowed as this was another realmling. She looked at Lu Yin and secretly transmitted, "Use a secret technique to steal the inheritance. Remember, this belongs to our 5th mainland, and it cannot be stolen by someone from the 6th mainland." She then grabbed the sword in the stone and rushed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and waved his hand to activate the Use secret art. He directly transferred the jade from the sword in the stone's hand and reappeared in the void. He then grabbed it and the jade landed in his hand for the second time. At this moment he could not help but sigh. The Use secret art was truly an expert at stealing things. The sword in the stone glared at Lu Yin. This person was weak, and he could not even withstand a single strike from the sword in the stone's hand. However, this person had repeatedly gotten in the way, and the sword in the stone's hand could not withstand his secret technique. "Leave it to me." Night King Jinwu's voice approached, and the sword in the stone's hand shook off Tollwielder as he grabbed at Lu Yin. Black and white intertwined in his hand. This was an attack, and the sword in the stone's hand did not care if Lu Yin lived or died. Or rather, he hoped that Lu Yin would die as he had recognized Lu Yin. A murderous intent flashed through Lu Yin's eyes, and he saw that everyone was staring at him. It was not just Night King Jinwu, but even the woman who was rushing over from the distance had raised her hand, which filled Lu Yin with a sense of crisis. Everyone wanted to obtain the jade and no one cared if Lu Yin lived or died. He was like an ant that had accidentally stumbled into a storm, and from the moment he had appeared, he had not even had a chance to breathe. The jade could not fall into the hands of the Sixth Mainland's people, but it could not fall into the hands of Night King Jinwoo either. Lu Yin was not a selfless person, and he would not sacrifice himself for the Fifth Mainland. Since no one cared if he lived or died, then what did he need to care about? Crack. Time seemed to stop, and everyone's expressions changed as they stared at Lu Yin's hand. The jade had cracked open. Lu Yin immediately crushed the jade, and while everyone was still in a daze, he took out the Void Thunderbeast's flesh from his chest pocket. This was his greatest trump card for escaping, and he had obtained it from Wendy Yushan before he had come to the Daosaur Sect's ruins to save his own life. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. The Daosaur Sect's ruins were a shattered space, and who knew if he would accidentally stumble into a death trap. However, he had no other choice at this moment, and he could only use this thing to escape. He only had one chance, and he had to take advantage of the moment when everyone was attacking to escape. Otherwise he would not have another chance. Lightning flashed, and the sound startled everyone back to their senses. The void where Lu Yin was standing distorted, and his entire body disappeared. All that was left behind were the green dots of light that floated in the air, which were the progenitor's inheritance. Thank you. Throne Cannon Brothers reward, I'll give it to you. Thanks for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 737. Who would have thought that someone would be willing to destroy a progenitor's inheritance? That was one of the universe's greatest inheritances, and even the 10 arbiters had risked their lives to snatch it. Now it had been destroyed right in front of their eyes. Regardless of what they thought, Lu Yin had still done it. White Knight looked in the direction that Lu Yin had disappeared with a complicated expression. She felt both pity and admiration, as even she could not bear to destroy a progenitor's inheritance. This person was truly ruthless. Even further away, Maiden Xen frowned as she looked in the direction that Lu Yin had disappeared. This person's aura was very familiar, and it made her want to get closer to him. She even felt a bloodline resonance. Who was this person? Where did he come from? Perhaps he could help her recover her lost memories. There was a loud boom, and Lu Yin felt a sharp pain in his back as his entire body crashed into the mountain. He slowly fell down, leaving behind a human-shaped mark on the mountain wall. He looked up and looked around before sighing in relief. Fortunately, this was not a danger zone, and it was just a very ordinary valley. He endured the pain and took out Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine to treat himself. He had been extremely unlucky this time, as he had appeared directly in the middle of a battle between the 10 arbiters and the Realmlings. Even if he had not died, he was still considered lucky. White Knight and Wen Sansi had both saved his life, and without those two he would have been in grave danger. Lu Yin had never been clear about the gap between him and the 10 arbiters, but this time he was clear about it. When he had entered their battlefield, he had only been able to use the U-Secret art to deflect attacks, and he had not been able to resist them at all. Even his Eniatic wings, which had been upgraded to defend against Peak Hunter's attacks, had been suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. From start to finish, Lu Yin had only felt one thing. He had been unable to breathe. Perhaps only by becoming a cruiser would he have the qualifications to participate in such a battle. With a bang, the Eniatic wings behind him shattered and were completely useless. Lu Yin smiled bitterly as he had made ample preparations for this trip. The Eniatic wings could defend against Peak Hunter's attacks, and it also gave him the speed of an Enlighter. His pike could pierce through an Enlighter's body, and he also had the Void Thunderbeast's flesh. These were the reasons why he had dared to come to the Daosaur Sect's ruins, but they had all been destroyed in a single battle. From start to finish, it had only been 10 minutes, but to Lu Yin, it felt like an eternity as he had faced death's door. For the time being, he could not leave this place at least until his injuries had healed. However, this trip had not been in vain, and Lu Yin was very pleased with himself. He had destroyed that piece of jade, and while the other Realmlings felt that it was a pity, Night King Jinwoo felt that it was even more of a pity. At the very last moment, Night King Jinwoo had been confident that he would be able to snatch the jade, but Lu Yin had ended up destroying it. Now that the Ancestor Realm inheritance was gone, would he be angered to the point of vomiting blood? Lu Yin was looking forward to it. Of course, he also felt that it was a pity. Seventh bro, I really admire you. You destroyed a progenitor's inheritance just like that, the monkey sighed. Lu Yin sneered. What can I do if I don't destroy it? Do I just let them kill me? That's right. That was the only choice in that situation. But from what I can see, that definitely wasn't a progenitor's inheritance, or rather, it wasn't a real inheritance. How could a dignified progenitor's inheritance be destroyed by an explorer like you? Isn't that a joke? The monkey asked. Luin nodded. I know, but even if it's not the true inheritance, it's still related to a progenitor. Perhaps it records a battle technique or the location of the true inheritance. Don't talk about it anymore. It's such a pity, the monkey wailed. Luin had been severely injured this time. DFA's palm strike, the sword in the stone sword chi and Night King Jinwu's battle technique had forced him to recuperate in the valley for 10 days. During that time he had not dared to leave. It was only after 10 days had passed that he finally moved his arm and felt much better. His main goal in coming to the Daosor Sect's ruins was to obtain the battle technique within the cauldrons. He had a way to comprehend it and he definitely wanted to try it out. However, he did not know where the space within the 9 cauldrons was. Luin left the valley and proceeded forward cautiously. At this time, there should be very few ordinary cultivators in the Daosor Sect's ruins. The weakest cultivators were probably at Autumn Frost Qing's level, and there was a high chance that he would run into a Realmling or one of the 10 arbiters. There was a grassland outside the valley, and even after walking for half a day, Luin still could not see the end of it. This place was very large. He was not even sure if he was still in the Daosor Sect's ruins. Could he have used the Void Thunderbeast's flesh to arrive at the 6th mainland? That would be interesting. He carefully released his domain, and before long, Luin saw someone a few thousand meters away from him. This person was advancing as cautiously as he was, or perhaps even more cautiously, as they were practically squatting on the grassland as they advanced. When Luin saw this person's back, he felt a sense of familiarity. He restrained his aura and slowly approached. This person was advancing in such a manner that he was probably not an expert. Luin got closer and closer, but that person did not notice him at all. When Luin saw that person's profile, a strange expression appeared on his face. Wasn't that Brother Ho? In front of him, Nong Zaiqian was advancing very cautiously, almost crawling on all fours as he continuously muttered, "Ancestor above, please protect this descendant and prevent me from running into those freaks from the 5th mainland. This descendant doesn't have any great wishes, and I just want to take all of those things away. Ancestor above, please protect this descendant and prevent me from running into those freaks from the 5th mainland." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Those things? It seems that this person has discovered something good. 7th bro, I remember him. Without him, it would have been very difficult for you to escape from Blood Looney. That guy is your lucky star, the ghost monkey said with a strange smile. Luin also felt the same way. Speaking of which, the Ho was still in his cosmic ring and he could not take it out here. Unfortunately, that thing's speed was not any slower than the Enneatic wings, and it was comparable to an Enlighter's speed. Could even escape from a Realmling. Luin did not reveal himself. Even though he had not interacted much with Nong Zaiqian, he could tell that this person had many thoughts. Now that he had revealed himself, this person would definitely not reveal the things that Luin had mentioned and would continue to follow Luin. Just like that, 2 figures crawled forward on a grassy plain, one in front and one behind. The one in front would occasionally observe his surroundings, but he did not notice the one behind him, while the one behind kept a close eye on the one in front. Unfortunately, neither. Oh fuck. There are so many natural treasures here. We're rich. The monkey shouted. Up ahead, Nong Zaiqian stuck his butt out as he dug for something. Suddenly, his body fell backwards and a ball of light flew upwards. This was a natural treasure that had reached the level of avoiding danger, and it flew everywhere in this space. Nong Zaiqian excitedly tried to grab it, but he suddenly saw Luin from the corner of his eye. His face went pale, and he stared at Luin as if he had seen a ghost. You, how did you get here? Luin sobered up and coughed. I was just passing by. Nong Zaiqian glared at Luin, but then he suddenly remembered something. He pointed at Luin and angrily shouted, "It's you. Give me back my Ho." When Luin had been hiding from Blood Looney's pursuit, he had met Nong Zaiqian with his true appearance. Later, when Night King Jinwu had arrived, he had changed his appearance, and Nong Zaiqian had seen his true appearance. Sorry I forgot to bring it. I'll bring it back to you next time. Luin laughed dryly. Nong Zaiqian gritted his teeth and glared at Luin. Get out. Luin ignored him and looked around with an astonished expression. These natural treasures are probably more than 10,000 years old. No, they can avoid danger, so they might be more than 100,000 years old. This is a good place. It's been so long since anyone discovered it. Nong Zaiqian stared at Lu Yin's back, pondering how to attack him. But after some thought, his face turned bitter. This guy had been able to escape from Blood Looney, so he was not someone that Nong Zitian could match. How did you find this place? Luin asked curiously. Nong Zitian's eyes darted around. Hey, let's make a deal. How about we split the items here 91? I'll take 90 and you'll take 1. Luin looked at him as if he was an idiot. Nong Zitian also felt like he was dreaming and he hurriedly corrected himself. How about 82? Luin shifted his gaze and ignored him. Nong Zitian grew anxious. 73. This is my bottom line and I can't go any higher. How about 73? Luin nodded. Alright, 73 it is. Nong Zitian was delighted. Alright, it's a deal. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'll take 70 and you'll take 30. Nong Zitian's jaw dropped and he was furious. I was the one who discovered this place. Are you shameless enough to fight with me over it? Luin rolled his eyes. This is the ruins of the Fifth Mainland's Dao Source sect, not your home. Everyone has a share, and whoever has the bigger fist has the right to call the shots. Nong Zitian gripped his hoe tightly, and it looked like he wanted to give Luin a hit. However, after some hesitation he gave up. 50-50. Luin smiled, but he did not say anything. He walked over to a plant in front of him. Do you recognize what this is? The monkey replied, No, I'm not an encyclopedia. Luin looked at Nong Zitian. Do you know anything about these plants? Nong Zitian was dejected. Oh, how did you find this place? Luin was curious. Nong Zitian replied, I was hiding from my enemies and accidentally discovered it. The Dao Source sect has existed for too long. If these plants were planted by people from the Dao Source sect's era, they wouldn't have grown to this day. Instead, they would have turned into source boxes long ago. They definitely weren't planted by people from the Dao Source sect, Luin said as he glanced at Nong Zitian. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 738. Nong Zitian's expression remained normal. Luin continued, saying, If it wasn't planted by someone from the Dao Source sect, then it must have been planted tens of thousands of years ago. Since they dared to plant these plants, they must have a way to ensure that no one discovers them. In that case, there's only one possibility. He looked at Nong Zitian. It must be a descendant of the person who planted these plants. Nong Zitian's expression changed and he sighed. You guessed right. These were planted by my ancestor. That's not right. I heard that your ancestor obtained all of the treasures from the Dao Source sect's subsidiary cities' auction houses 10,000 years ago, and that's how your family rose to prominence. These plants are at least tens of thousands of years old, and your family probably hadn't even embarked on the path of cultivation back then. Nong Zitian pouted. My family's inheritance has been passed down for countless years. Forget about tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years ago, there were legends of my family's ancestors dominating the Sixth Mainland. However, my family keeps a low profile and doesn't talk about it. Luin did not say anything else. This space was very large and there were at least 100 natural treasures here. There might even be some hidden treasures that could avoid danger. Luin completely released his domain, wanting to see just how many natural treasures there were. Suddenly, he turned to look at the entrance, where a person had appeared at some point. His black and white hair was very eye-catching. It was Night King Jinwu. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he had never imagined that Night King Jinwu would appear here. Night King Jinwu smiled and he stared coldly at Lu Yin. I didn't expect to run into you here. Lu Yin, your luck isn't too good. Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he slowly retreated. Nong Zitian stared at Night King Jinwu in shock. How did you get here? Night King Jinwu looked at Nong Zitian. 10 years ago, someone from the Nong family came here and died at my hands. Nong Zitian's expression changed, and he clenched his fists as he glared at Night King Jinwu. So my cousin died at your hands. Night King Jinwu's eyes were filled with arrogance. The Nong family's ancestor found this place, and it provided me with quite a few good things over the past 10 years. You can stay here and become fertilizer. He then looked at Lu Yin with a cold gaze. Especially you who dared to destroy a progenitor's inheritance. Night King Jinwu did not move, but Night King Jinwu and Nong Jinwu's eyes became black and white. Night King Jinwu's eyes did not move. Night King Zitian's strength was definitely not any weaker than an Enlighter realm cultivator. Was and of the of his of him, isisofs, ttt, S2, S of, S to strikes of, S attack. To the to face. Of the was. The two fingers collided in the void and a burst of power tore through space. The earth-shattering wave of star energy sent Nong Zitian and many other natural treasures flying. Lu Yin's dream finger had been easily blocked, but in Night King Jinwu's eyes, it was his own finger that had been blocked. He was Arbiter Jinwu, a hunter. He could not accept the fact that his battle technique had been blocked by an explorer. Lu Yin retreated a dozen steps as a gust of wind shot towards him. His fates and appeared in front of his chest and transformed into soil to block the wind. His body was sent flying back another dozen meters and he coughed up blood. Night King Jinwu was astonished. Fate-sen? You have a lot of good stuff, but it's a pity that they're all external objects. He then stepped forward. Night King Finger. This finger battle technique was exactly the same as the previous one, and it flickered with a black and white radiance. Spiritual force wantonly swept out, and Nong Zitian was unable to resist it at all. He was ruthlessly pressed against the mountain wall, and Lu Yin could no longer use his dream finger. When the Night King Finger neared him, he activated the secret art and forcefully redirected Night King Jinwu's battle technique. But in the next instant, the same finger descended and tapped Lu Yin's chest. Secret techniques aren't invincible. The difference between you and me is too great. Lu Yin's body was pierced through by the finger, and his entire body was smashed against the mountain wall. Even his Fate-sen, which was considered a supreme treasure, could not block Arbiter Jinwu's attack. 10 days ago, Lu Yin had participated in the battle for the throne, and he had learned that there was a huge gap between him and the 10 arbiters and the Realmlings. From start to finish, he had not even had a chance to catch his breath, but that had not been direct enough. Regardless of whether it was the 10 arbiters or the Realmlings, they all had their own opponents. What Lu Yin had encountered had merely been the aftermath of the battle. But at this moment, Lu Yin was truly facing Night King Jinwu's attack, and it might even be a casual attack. Lu Yin was completely unable to resist, and even his secret art could not divert Night King Jinwu's battle technique. This was Arbiter Jinwu, and this was the power of the universe's 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters had dominated the universe, and any one of them possessed a power that could stifle those of the same generation. They had been able to transfer their authority to the younger generation not only because of the power behind them and their qualifications to enter the Daosor sect, but also because of their own personal strength. This was the true power of the 10 arbiters, and they possessed the greatest authority in judging the younger generation. Your secret technique looks very familiar. Night King Jinwu looked down at Lu Yin from above. Lu Yin glanced at Nong Zitian from the corner of his eye, as he hoped that this person had a way to escape. I remember now. Wendy Yushan used this secret technique a while back at the budding terrace. Night King Jinwu said coldly as if he was talking about something insignificant. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Why did you attack Wendy Yushan? Night King Jinwu's tone was indifferent. She's just a piece of trash from the outer verse. So what if she's dead? Do I need a reason to attack her? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fists as a monstrous killing intent welled up in his heart. Whether it's Wendy Yushan or you, both of you are just trash, and killing you won't affect the overall situation. However, I'm very curious, how did you get a futon to enter this place? Also, where did your secret technique come from? Night King Jinwu slowly asked as he approached Lu Yin. You want to obtain the secret technique? Dream on, Lu Yin mocked. Night King Jinwu sneered. Although the secret technique is good, it's not like I don't have it. It's just that you don't have the qualifications to make me use it. Still, it's not bad if you can obtain it. I'll give you a chance. Hand the secret technique over to me, and I'll write off the grudge between you and Yanqing, and I'll let you leave this place alive. However, if we meet again, you'll have to think of another way to save your life. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the Night King clan, an arrogant clan that was exactly the same as Night King Yuanjing's. You had to think of a way to save your own life, beg them, and display your own worth. Otherwise you would die. This arrogance and disregard came from their very bones, and they did not place anyone in their eyes. Night King Jinwu's lips curled up. I'll say it one last time. Hand over the secret technique and I'll let you leave. He then turned to look at Nong Zitian. As for you, die. He then moved to attack. However, he suddenly stopped and his face sank. He slowly turned around and saw a man dressed in white robes walking out from the entrance where he had just heavily injured Lu Yin. He looked around in astonishment. I never thought that there would be another world here. My luck is pretty good. Lu Yin looked at the man in shock. Mr. Bai? was Mr. Bai. When Mr. Bai saw Lu Yin, he happily greeted him. Deaf mute bro, what a coincidence. Lu Yin smiled wryly. You came at the wrong time. Mr. Bai blinked. That can't be. The natural treasures here haven't been taken away yet, and no one can use their cosmic rings. The three of you can't take away all of the natural treasures here. How about we split them evenly? I agree. Let's split them evenly. Nong Zitian suddenly shouted as if he had gone crazy, and he even shot Lu Yin a look. Lu Yin was confused. This guy had gone crazy. Night King Jinwu alone could kill all three of them, so how could they split the treasures evenly? Look, that brother has agreed. Mr. Bai smiled. Night King Jinwu turned to look at Mr. Bai. If you want to split them evenly, then we'll have to see how strong you are. I shouldn't disappoint you. Mr. Bai smiled. Lu Yin felt that something was amiss, as Night King Jinwu was looking at Mr. Bai with a hint of fear. Nong Zitian carefully walked over to Lu Yin's side and whispered, Brother, how do you know him? When he saw Nong Zitian's expression, Lu Yin was curious. You know him? Nong Zitian grinned. Nong Zitian's ancestors are above us. It's all thanks to them that we were forced to carry all of the threatening experts of the same generation. You might not know what that person looks like, but you've definitely heard of his name. Nong Zitian coughed and then solemnly said, Dao Source 3 Skies Wu Tai Bai. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart was filled with complex emotions. He really should find a fortune teller to calculate his future. His luck in this trip to the Dao Source Sex ruins had been too bad. First, he had been embroiled in the battle between the 10 arbiters and the Riemlings. Then he had followed Nong Zitian and thought that he had obtained something good, but he had ended up running into Night King Jinwu. Now there was this Wu Tai Bai. Mr. Bai was actually one of the Dao Source 3 Skies. If Lu Yin had not seen the fear in Night King Jinwu's eyes, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Back in the cauldron, Mr. Bai had been saved by Nong Zitian. Was this really Wu Tai Bai? Although Lu Yin had never seen the Dao Source 3 Skies in action, everyone knew that they were powerhouses who could decide everything. No one in the same generation was a match for the Dao Source 3 Skies. Even in the eyes of the 6th Mainland's Riemlings, the Dao Source 3 Skies were unreachable. They had the power to decide everything, and most people did not even consider the Dao Source 3 Skies as part of the younger generation. Their innate gifts transcended time. How could Mr. Bai be Wu Tai Bai? No matter what, the result was obvious. No matter who won, Night King Jinwu or Mr. Bai, it would not benefit Lu Yin. With a bang, Night King Jinwu and Mr. Bai clashed. It seemed like a casual probing attack, but the pressure from the star energy was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas, causing many natural treasures to be destroyed. Nong Zitian straddled his hoe and was about to leave, but then he looked at Lu Yin and recalled how this bastard had used a secret technique to trade for his hoe. He helplessly said, Get on. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony, and he sat down with Nong Zitian on his hoe. Following that, the hoe flew towards the entrance. As for the natural treasures, they did not want them anymore. Against Night King Jinwu and Wu Tai Bai, no amount of natural treasures mattered, as they would not be able to snatch anything. When the entrance was right in front of them, two figures streaked past, and the void was torn apart. Night King Jinwu and Wu Tai Bai were fighting, and Nong Zitian hurriedly changed directions. The two of them and the host slammed into the mountain wall to avoid the void being torn apart. Night King Jinwu and Mr. Bai also slammed into the mountain wall, but strangely the mountain wall only cracked and did not completely shatter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 739. With the power of their attacks, even a planet could be easily destroyed, let alone a mountain. There was something wrong with this mountain. Let's go. Nong Zitian crawled towards the entrance, afraid that he would attract the two's attention. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw that black and white colors were constantly alternating between each other. The attacks were so powerful that it made his scalp tingle, but Mr. Bai was able to deal with them with ease. The two of them clashed, creating countless afterimages as their attacks rained down. They could not stay here or they would be killed by the shockwaves sooner or later. The two of them tried to escape through the underground tunnel, but the ground shook, and a strange flame appeared underground. It quickly spread and burned the entire mountain. The exit in front of Lu Yin and Nong Zitian was also ignited. The flames not only burned the mountain but also the void, causing it to distort and burn like a piece of paper. A dark, empty space appeared. Lu Yin and Nong Zitian looked at each other and then fled without hesitation. These flames were not something that they could resist. As soon as they returned, they saw that the top of the mountain was lit up. Night King Jinwoo and Mr. Bai's battle had pierced through the mountain. Piercing through a mountain was easy for them, but this one was different. Nong Zaiqian was well aware of the mountain's strength, or else he would not have dug his way in. When he saw that the top of the mountain had been pierced through, his face turned pale. Mr. Bai suddenly dropped down and landed not too far away. He looked up at the sky and saw Night King Jinwoo standing tall in the sky with an arrow aimed downwards. Lu Yin was shocked as he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. The entire space had been locked down. Wu Tai Bai. I'll let you die under the battle techniques of your sixth mainland's progenitor. Night King Jinwoo shouted as he released his right hand. The phantom of an arrow appeared in front of him, and the 3 feathers on his tail flickered as he fired an arrow straight at Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai's face turned solemn as he stepped forward and raised his hand. An imprint appeared on his palm, and under the shocked gazes of everyone present, he grabbed the arrow and charged towards Night King Jinwoo. Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters, you underestimate me too much. Night King Jinwoo's pupils shrank and he fired another arrow. Mr. Bai waved his hand, and a shocking collision pressed down on Lu Yin and Nong Zaiqian. Lu Yin was already heavily injured, so he immediately fainted. Nong Zaiqian was not in a good state either, and his organs felt as if they had been shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up at the sky, but he could not see Mr. Bai or Night King Jinwoo's shadows. He struggled to his feet, but he did not care about Lu Yin. He leaped up and tried to escape, but he was forced back by a burst of flames. The flames that were originally burning the mountain covered the sky, completely enveloping the entire mountain. Nong Zaiqian despaired. It's over. I'm going to be roasted. The appearance of this mountain was very peculiar. Flames surged out from the ground and enveloped the entire mountain. As the flames burned, the mountain collapsed and finally revealed a metallic luster. As the mountain collapsed, a pill cauldron appeared within the flames. It was a pill cauldron used to concoct medicine. It wasn't a mountain but rather a pill cauldron, which was where all of the precious materials grew. A furnace naturally needed to be burned with fire to refine medicine. The battle between Night King Jinwoo and Mr. Bai had drawn out the flames that had been buried for countless years. Now that they had left, the flames were burning Lu Yin and Nong Zaiqian. Nong Zaiqian had no idea that the 2 of them were being refined as medicine. He only felt that it was getting hotter and hotter, hotter and hotter until it was unbearable. On the ground, the natural treasures began to burn one by one. Nong Zaiqian's heart ached, and he hurriedly extinguished the flames. However, the temperature on the ground continued to rise, and it was already starting to turn red. Lu Yin was awakened by the heat. With the strength of his physical body, he would be fine even if he was tossed onto a star. However, he had been scalded by the heat of the underground flames. What's going on? Lu Yin looked around. Where's Night King Jinwoo? Where's Mr. Bai? Why are you still worrying about them? You should worry about yourself first. We're going to be roasted. Nong Zaiqian anxiously shouted from a high vantage point. Lu Yin stood on the ground and felt the soles of his feet burning. Even his shoes had been scorched. He looked up and saw the flames sealing off the exit. Where did these flames come from? How would I know? Think of a way to get out. Nong Zaiqian shouted back. Lu Yin leaped up and forcefully endured his injuries as he used the secret art. He wanted to either transfer the flames away or transfer himself away. However, he failed. These flames burned the void and caused the surrounding space to burn, which was equivalent to isolating him in another space. There was a distance limit to using the secret art, so there was no way for him to use it to escape. Nong Zaiqian jumped around like an ant on a hot pan. The temperature around him grew higher and higher, and the void within him started to distort. The natural treasures had all started to burn, and some of the natural treasures that had reached a level where they could avoid danger tried to escape, but they were forced back by the flames. Lu Yin's face turned ugly and he panted heavily. It was over and he might really die this time. He had never thought that he would be burned to death in the end. He walked to the side of the mountain and used his sky beast claw to crack the mountain, revealing a metallic luster. Lu Yin struck the metal again, but there was a loud bang. There was not even a scratch on the metal. It's over, we're going to be burned to death. Nong Zaiqian cried miserably. He had already taken off his outer clothes as it was too hot. Did your ancestors say where this place is? Lu Yin asked. Nong Zaiqian bitterly replied, no. My ancestor discovered it by accident. Lu Yin kept probing, trying to find a way to escape, but it was to no avail. The most likely way to escape was from the top, But that path had also been blocked by the flames. The ground had already turned red, and the surrounding mountains were collapsing. Everything was covered in a metallic luster, and the metal was also turning red. All of the natural treasures had been burned, including those that had reached a level where they could avoid danger. Nong Zhaitian was sweating profusely and he could not take it anymore. He panted heavily and kept muttering to himself, and his eyes were already starting to lose focus. "Seventh bro, what's wrong? Why is it so hot?" the monkey suddenly asked. He had been knocked unconscious by Night King Jinwu's attack and had only just regained consciousness. "Where are we? Why does it look like a furnace?" "No, that's not right. That's a furnace. That's the flame of a predecessor's power. Seventh bro, if I follow you I'll die sooner or later." Lu Yin had already been injured and his head was still dizzy. When he heard the monkey's words he helplessly replied, "We're about to die." "Hold on. That flame comes from a predecessor's power, and it won't burn for long. Hold on, seventh bro. I don't want to die," the monkey shouted. Lu Yin opened his eyes. "What did you say? It won't burn for long?" "Of course. This flame comes from a powerhouse's innate gift, and if that powerhouse is still alive, then this flame can burn for as long as it wants. However, this is the ruins of the Dao Source sect, and it's impossible for such a powerhouse to exist. This flame must have been sealed under a furnace by that powerhouse, and it must have been released due to pressure. But without that powerhouse's support, it won't burn for long." "How long will it burn?" "I don't know, but it definitely won't last long." Lu Yin gritted his teeth and kicked Nong Zhaitian away. Nong Zhaitian woke up and he looked at Lu Yin in a daze. He weakly asked, "What are you doing? You won't even let me die in peace." "Hold on. In another day this flame will burn out," Lu Yin said. Nong Zhaitian's eyes lit up and he asked hopefully, "Really?" "Really, but we have to hold on for one more day." Nong Zhaitian looked around and then took off all of his clothes. It would be useless if he didn't, as his clothes were almost completely burned away. Lu Yin did the same. "How do we hold on for one more day?" Nong Zhaitian asked. Lu Yin shook his head. "Think of a way yourself." He had lied to Nong Zhaitian about a day's worth of time, as he did not know how long the flame would burn. With his current physical strength he could hold on for 1 or 2 days, but any longer and it would be troublesome. He had to increase his strength. No, he had to treat his injuries first. The air was filled with a sweet fragrance, as many natural treasures were being refined. Star energy filled the furnace and condensed into liquid form, which then dripped down like raindrops. However, it was incinerated by the high temperature and turned back into a gaseous state, which then condensed into liquid form again. This process repeated itself over and over again. Lu Yin had a flash of inspiration, and he sat down cross-legged to absorb the star energy in the air. The natural treasures were being refined by the flames, and their medicinal effects were fused into the air. Because of the flames' obstruction, they could not escape. Absorbing the air was equivalent to absorbing the medicinal effects of the natural treasures. There were so many natural treasures, and aside from their medicinal effects, there was also an enormous amount of star energy. These natural treasures required star energy to grow, and over the countless years, they had absorbed far too much star energy. Now that they were being burned by the flames, all of the star energy was released and filled the furnace. Even a normal person could directly become a seeker if they took a breath here. They did not even need to cultivate, as the star energy would push them up. Not too far away, Nong Zhaitian had also thought of the same thing, and he started absorbing the star energy in the air like Lu Yin. The two naked figures absorbed the star energy within the burning furnace, and soon the star energy within the furnace transformed into 2 storms that rushed towards the two. Nong Zhaitian's star energy absorption speed was much slower than Lu Yin's, and when he glanced over, he was shocked. The star energy around Lu Yin was like a tornado, but Nong Zhaitian's was more than 10 times smaller than Lu Yin's. This left Nong Zhaitian speechless. His Nong family was a cosmic imprinter, and their cultivation methods and battle techniques were far superior to the average person's. Their star energy absorption speed was more than 10 times that of a normal person's, but they still could not catch up to Lu Yin. Just where did this guy come from? He seemed to know the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters, but could he be someone from the Fifth Mainland? That shouldn't be the case, as everyone from the Fifth Mainland was a freak. Cultivating here allowed one to absorb star energy much faster than in the outside world. Lu Yin opened his eyes and discovered that his body was being burned by the flames, and his star energy absorption speed was actually increasing. He did not know why, but perhaps it had nothing to do with his body. Perhaps it was because the star energy was being burned by the flames, making it easier to absorb. He glanced at Nong Zhaitian. This guy's absorption speed was not slow either. Lu Yin closed his eyes again and activated the Sirius Art with all his might. The current Sirius Art had increased the number of stars in his body to 65, which meant that his absorption speed was 65 times faster. However, in this place his absorption speed far exceeded 65 times. The star energy was not being absorbed, but rather being devoured. Such a terrifying devouring speed caused all the surrounding star energy to gather, forming a storm that quickly healed Lu Yin's injuries. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 740. A day quickly passed, and Nong Zhaitian opened his eyes and looked around. The flames were still burning and the temperature around them was still high. He couldn't help but ask, "Hey, it's been a day. Why hasn't the fire extinguished yet?" "I didn't do it, so how would I know?" Lu Yin replied. Nong Zhaitian was stunned and then he raged, "You're messing with me." Lu Yin growled, "Shut up." Nong Zhaitian was furious and he wanted to kick this bastard, but he decided against it. Because he had absorbed star energy, a small storm had formed around him, and the high temperature had been greatly reduced. Nong Zhaitian didn't dare to move, as he was afraid that the storm would disappear and he would be burnt to a crisp. He could only grit his teeth and continue waiting. Another 3 days passed, but the flames still hadn't extinguished. All that could be seen from outside the furnace was darkness, as the void had been isolated. Nong Zhaitian was now worried that even if the flames were extinguished, they wouldn't be able to leave. The only way was to endure until the time limit was up, then disappear and leave the Daosor sect ruins. However, he calculated that there were still 12 days left before the time limit was up. Could he endure for 12 days? He wasn't sure, so he looked at Lu Yin and rubbed his eyes. Was he seeing things? This guy seemed to be smiling. Nong Zhaitian wasn't seeing things, as Lu Yin was indeed smiling. In just 4 days he had absorbed the amount of star energy that would normally have taken him several years to absorb, and his speed was still increasing. This was unimaginable, as his star energy absorption speed was already dozens of times faster than a normal person's. Now his current speed could no longer be considered fast. It was as if the star energy was pouring into his body like an avalanche. Based on his current speed, it should be 600 times faster than Lu Yin's Sirius Art. In other words, Lu Yin's current speed could only be achieved by revolving more than 40,000 stars, which was 40,000 times faster than a normal cultivator's speed. 40,000 times. Lu Yin didn't even know if the Sirius Art could allow him to revolve more than 40,000 stars. This speed was definitely the best among his peers, but it was only for this moment. Once he left the furnace, there would be no flame to burn his natural treasures, and his speed would recover. Even if there was a flame, it would be useless if he didn't have enough natural treasures. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly opened and they lit up. He felt like he had discovered a shortcut to increasing his strength. Other people might lack natural treasures, but would he? Impossible. With the Dai's 3 Enhance, any plant with spirituality could be upgraded to a level where it could avoid danger. Coupled with the high temperature of the flames and placed in a sealed environment, it was completely possible to recreate a similar cultivation scene, increasing one's cultivation speed by 10,000 times. Lu Yin's breathing quickened at the thought of this. He did not want to train slowly. Even if the Sirius Art could increase his training speed by 100 times, it would still be far slower than his current training speed. That's right, that's what I'll do. After I leave, I'll speed up my search for natural treasures. Hey, how much longer until the flames extinguish? Nong Zhaitian hurriedly asked when he saw Lu Yin open his eyes. Lu Yin casually replied, "Ask it yourself." Nong Zhaitian choked on his words. He felt that this guy was rather despicable. First he had snatched his hoe, then followed him here. Not only that, he was even teasing him now. Was this the time for jokes? While Nong Zhaitian was sulking, Lu Yin was at a loss. He had forgotten that with the strength of his physical body, it would not be easy for him to find a flame that could threaten him. The reason he could absorb star energy so quickly was related to this flame, which had been left behind by an ancient powerhouse. Normal flames would not be able to threaten him, and they would not be able to burn natural treasures. They would also not be able to isolate the void. This was troublesome, as he still had to find this flame. Mr. Bai returned from outside the furnace. His clothes were neat and tidy, as if he had not fought at all. He looked at the furnace that had been isolated from the void, and a look of pity appeared in his eyes. Even he did not dare to come into contact with such a flame, as those two were definitely dead. Deaf-mute brother, farewell. What a pity. Mr. Bai then shook his head and left. It was unknown whether he felt pity for Lu Yin or for the many natural treasures that had been wasted. There were many natural treasures within the furnace, and there was also a lot of star energy that appeared after being burned. Even with Lu Yin's speed of absorption, he still could not completely absorb all of it. Some of it was absorbed by Nong Zitian, forming a storm that isolated him from the high temperature, allowing him to survive within the furnace. This continued for 10 days, and the storm of star energy around Nong Zitian's body gradually shrank. Nong Zitian panicked. Hey, slow down. You've taken all of it. Lu Yin opened his eyes and glanced at him. You've gained quite a bit, haven't you? Not a bit, my ass. I don't want that sort of gain. Slow down a bit and don't take all of the star energy. Nong Zitian hurriedly retorted. Lu Yin did not want to harm Nong Zitian. Although this person was from the 6th mainland, Lu Yin always felt that this person was his lucky star. Every time he saw Nong Zitian, something good would happen. Thus, Lu Yin slowed down his absorption speed. Nong Zitian's storm of star energy continued for another 2 days. After 2 days he laughed maniacally. Time's almost up, so I'll be leaving first. Thank you, big brother. Without your reminder, I would have been reduced to ashes a long time ago. I hope that you can leave as soon as possible. He then disappeared and left the ruins of the Dao Source sect. When he saw Nong Zitian leave, Lu Yin sighed. His eyes grew cold and he began to absorb the remaining star energy at full speed. He only had 2 days left before he would be able to leave this place. As Lu Yin absorbed at full speed, the storm around his body grew even stronger. All of the star energy within the furnace's space gathered and poured into his body. He was like a monster that was madly devouring star energy. When an ordinary person broke through to the explorer realm, they would need to use up more than 100 star essence to circulate their star energy, which was the equivalent of 10 million star crystals. Lu Yin, on the other hand, needed 20,000 star essence, which was 200 times more than an ordinary person. It would take him a very long time to complete a single cycle, and it would take him even longer than an ordinary cultivator. However, at this moment, with such a terrifying absorption speed, he had completed a single cycle in less than 10 days. When he completed a complete cycle, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. Surging star energy swept out in all directions, causing the void around him to become unstable. The amount of star energy within his body had even surpassed that of an ordinary hunter. Unless an enlighter intervened, even a hunter would not be able to suppress him in terms of star energy. In fact, they might even be suppressed by him. This was the benefit of having more star energy. The more star energy one could circulate, the longer it would take to complete a cycle. However, at the same time, one's strength would also increase. At this moment, Lu Yin did not need to use his universal armor, the Yu secret art, or even the dream finger to fight against an ordinary hunter. Generally speaking, a normal person's power level would increase by 10,000 after completing a single cycle. Correspondingly, if one wanted to complete a second cycle, they would need twice as much star energy and time. This was the same for Lu Yin. If he wanted to complete a second cycle, he would need twice as much star energy and time as the first. Lu Yin exhaled. If he wanted to complete a second cycle, even with Sirius's 100-fold absorption speed, it would still take him several decades. He could not afford to wait that long. After the second cycle, there would be a third, and he would only be able to complete his 9th cycle when he broke through to the Hunter realm. Above the Hunter realm, he would still need to absorb star energy to complete a cycle, and it would be the same when he became an enlighter. This was a level of unlimited cultivation, and if he continued to absorb star energy at a 100-fold rate, he would not be able to live long enough. He needed to find another method, such as a powerful flame. The scene in front of him suddenly blurred and the time was up. Lu Yin relaxed as he had not died, but it was a pity. If he had stayed here for a while longer and absorbed all of the star energy from the natural treasures, he might have been able to close in on completing his second cycle. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin returned to a secret room in King Zishan's palace. He cut a sorry figure, as not only were his clothes gone, but his skin had also been charred black by the flames, and there were even some burn marks in some places. The pike, the Enneatic wings, and the void thunderbeast's flesh that he had brought with him were all gone. He did not know if this trip had been worth it, but it had definitely left a deep impression. After experiencing 2 near-death situations, Lu Yin decided that he would not return for the time being. Regardless of whether he ran into the 10 arbiters or the Riemlings, He would not be able to fight back unless he was absolutely certain that he could escape from them. During this time Zhao Ran was very vexed. She had been living in King Zishan's palace, and every day was very leisurely. His Highness did not show up much and she did not need to do anything. However, ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had been established she had been very busy. Congratulatory gifts had been sent to King Zishan's palace from all over the universe. These gifts were not for the Great Yu Empire, but specifically for His Highness. Thus there was a problem. There were so many congratulatory gifts that the storeroom could not hold them all. If it were just these gifts she could slowly sort them out. However, the annoying part was that she would often forget things halfway through and then have to start over again. Along the way new gifts would constantly be sent to her. Zhao Ran was very depressed as it was so difficult to sort them out. Right, couldn't she just have His Highness spend some of the gifts? Zhao Ran's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly jogged to the living room to wait for His Highness. Not long after, Lu Yin sent Gavin to King Zishan's palace to ask about the cooperation with the Nalan family over the past half a month. Zhao Ran was already waiting in the living room and she wanted to say something. Lu Yin found it funny. Zhao Ran, is something the matter? Zhao Ran nodded and looked at Lu Yin with wide eyes. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze suddenly became confused. Who are you? Lu Yin was speechless. After a while, Zhao Ran looked at the piece of paper that she had placed in front of her chest and suddenly remembered. Ah, His Highness, you've come out of seclusion. Lu Yin nodded. Zhao Ran, amnesia is an illness. Has it been treated? I'm out of stock and there's no way to treat it, Zhao Ran answered seriously. Lu Yin actually had no way to refute this. All right. What did you want to talk about? Zhao Ran thought about it. All right. I remember now. The storeroom is full. The storeroom is full? Lu Yin did not understand. Zhao Ran nodded. Many people have sent congratulatory gifts to His Highness, so the storeroom is full. It's not easy to sort them out. You should spend some of them. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Right, he had forgotten that many powers that did not belong to the Great Eastern Alliance had sent congratulatory gifts during this period of time, including Shamrock Enterprises, Endless Borders, and so on. These gifts had been piled up in the storeroom and had not been touched. Lu Yin felt an itch in his heart. Previously he had rolled 6 pips on his die, and he had spent more than 100,000 star essence in one go. He had been worried about not having enough money, but now that he had discovered a way to rapidly absorb star energy, he needed a large number of natural treasures. His lack of money had become even more severe. Let's go. Show me around. Zhao Ran hurriedly led the way. She was very happy as she finally did not have to tidy up the storeroom every day. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 741. Large families usually did not store their treasures in cosmic rings, as it was too inconvenient. Opening a cosmic ring required a specific person's blood, and if the family encountered an emergency and that person was not present, then it would be troublesome. If that person's blood was stored in the warehouse, then it might cause other problems. There were many strange battle techniques and innate gifts in the universe, and no one could guarantee that no one could influence the owner of that blood. Thus, no family would store their treasures in cosmic rings. They would rather occupy space and hire experts to protect them. King Zishan's palace was huge, but there were only 3 people in it: Lu Yin, Zhao Ran, and Case. Gavin and the others had asked Lu Yin many times to add more guards and maids to King Zishan's palace, but Lu Yin had rejected them all. He had many secrets that could not be exposed, and having too many people around would be troublesome. Besides, Zhao Ran was enough even if she was unreliable. King Zishan's warehouse was located in the northeast corner, and it took up quite a bit of space. There were no guards and there was no need for any. It was just like the palace, with the 13 imperial squadrons patrolling the perimeter. Lu Yin had no qualms about stealing anything from King Zishan's palace. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw the inventory list that Zhao Ran had compiled. There were all sorts of precious items such as antiques, paintings, letters from predecessors, exquisite tools, carvings, and so on. Of course, there were also star crystals and star essence, but there were not many of them as very few people would directly give them away. What surprised Lu Yin the most was an astral route map that Endless Borders had sent over. It depicted a region in the Eastern Weave that had yet to be developed. If one followed this route from Frostwave Weave to Vast Earth Weave, they would save a lot of time. This astral route map was a priceless treasure, and one should not underestimate the time it saved, as it would save a lot of money. If this route map was auctioned off, countless transportation companies would be willing to pay an astronomical price for it. Endless Borders was truly generous, and Luin directly sent the route map to Gavin for him to use. Endless Borders had given Luin a pleasant surprise, and Shamrock Enterprises was not bad either, as they had sent over 10 glowing natural treasures. Although they could not compare to the natural treasures in the Dowsor Sex ruins, they were still very rare, and they were at least 10,000 years old. The Nayland family was very direct and they gave Luin a Mavis Bank card. Madame Nayland understood Luin too well, and she knew that giving him money would make him happier than anything else. In fact, she wasn't wrong, as Luin was very happy now that he had money. Many forces had sent congratulatory gifts. Some of them were close to the Great Eastern Alliance while others were hostile. Even the Wei family of Armament Weave had sent congratulatory gifts. Although these gifts weren't particularly precious, they still represented the Wei family's sincerity. Wei Rong was a person with lofty ambitions, and he would never do anything short-sighted. Luin saw the Amethyst Trading Company's name on the list of gifts. They were giving 5% of Xenu Star's profits to King Zishan's palace. This was interesting. Luin looked at the Amethyst Trading Company's logo. This was equivalent to giving him free shares. Looking at the bottom of the Amethyst Trading Company's list of gifts, there was a name, Zi Xianxian. The Amethyst Company was one of the Outerverse's 4 major corporations. On the surface they were a chain of businesses that spanned across the 72 weaves of the Outerverse, but in reality, they were the Outerverse's largest intelligence organization, and they were not as simple as they appeared to be. Luin did not know why they were giving him free shares, but it seemed that he should find some time to meet this Zi Xianxian. Of the Outerverse's 4 major corporations, 3 had sent gifts, and only Aegis had not done anything. Luin did not mind, as he had never interacted with Aegis before. However, Aegis seemed to have a close relationship with Wei Rong, so it was hard to say whether they would be friends or foes in the future. Luin wanted to exchange most of the items in the warehouse for money, but at that moment, Gavin arrived. "Your Highness." Luin grunted and then turned to look at Gavin. "How's the cooperation with the Nayland family going?" Gavin smiled. "Everything is going well. Ever since the 2nd Imperial Squadron investigated many of the Empire's powerful officials, many of the businesses that we worked with the Nayland family were handed over to private enterprises. This has boosted the Empire's employment rate, and at the same time, we've improved our services and gotten rid of the bad practices. The Empire's economy is now thriving and we've completely recovered." Luin nodded and smiled. "Then shouldn't the Empire return the money to me?" Gavin looked embarrassed. Your Highness, the Treasury doesn't have that much money right now. Can you wait for a while?" Luin was only joking, but he had not forgotten that the Empire still owed him 50,000 star essence. This was not a small sum, and he had become the Great U Empire's biggest creditor. "Alright, I've called you here for something else." He then tossed the inventory list over to Gavin. "Sell everything on this list for some money. Convert everything into star essence and then purchase more natural treasures. The more the better." Gavin glanced at it. "Your Highness, exchanging for star essence is rather difficult. Look for the Mavis Bank. They have some in stock," Luin said. Star essence was almost non-existent in the Outerverse, and everyone traded in star crystals. For example, the 9-stack sect had plenty of star crystals, but very few star essence. The Mavis Bank was an exception. They did not exchange star essence for external transactions, but they did have some. Luin knew that there were very few people who could directly exchange for star essence from the Mavis Bank, and he was one of them. "Your Highness, the Central Weave's Mavis Bank has run into trouble recently. Someone started a rumor that the Mavis Bank's inventory has been depleted, and they can no longer exchange for star crystals. Thus, many people have withdrawn their savings, causing the Central Weave's Mavis Bank to constantly transfer their inventory from the surrounding weaves. Their inventory has also been robbed along the way or met with accidents. The bank is currently in a terrible state." Luin was shocked. "I remember that something similar happened in the Frostwave Weave before. Someone started a rumor, and the Mavis Bank also managed to survive by transferring resources from the various branches. Can they not hold on this time?" Gavin replied, "I'm not sure. The Mavis Bank has a very deep foundation, so they might or might not be able to hold on. This time it's not just one weave that's facing problems but rather more than 10 weaves. Furthermore, they've been robbed along the way. News that the Mavis Bank is about to go bankrupt is spreading everywhere, and many people believe it." "The Central Weave?" Luin muttered to himself. "It couldn't have been Wei Rong, right? That would be too fast." He had just dealt with the Lockbreaker Society, and now he had to deal with the Mavis Bank. Could he handle it? The Mavis Bank was not the Lockbreaker Society. The Lockbreaker Society's greatest pillar had been Jeffrey, and he had been trapped in the Innerverse, which had led to the collapse of the Lockbreaker Society. If Wei Rong treated the Mavis Bank as the Lockbreaker Society without Jeffrey, then the Lockbreaker Society would be in trouble. However, Lu Yin felt that it might not have been Wei Rong who had acted, as he was not that anxious. How about this? Contact Shamrock Enterprises and use these items to exchange for their natural treasures, Lu Yin said. Gavin was put in a difficult position. Most of the items on the list were paintings by famous masters and manuscripts by famous people. Would the Lockbreaker Society accept these items? However, Lu Yin had given the order, so he had no choice but to comply. If the Lockbreaker Society did not accept these items, then he would have to think of a way to sell them to collectors and exchange them for money to buy from Shamrock Enterprises. However, Shamrock Enterprises did not seem to sell natural treasures. They only sold medicine. Speaking of natural treasures, Lu Yin thought of Bushtree Planet. It was also this planet that had caused his falling out with Puyo. Bushtree Planet was located in the Wuri Weave, and it was a peculiar planet. All of the planet's water resources were hidden underground, and there were no animals, only plants. There were also many natural treasures, but it was a pity that these natural treasures only had a lifespan of 10 years, and they would wither after 10 years. Thus, to most cultivators, natural treasures that had a lifespan of 10 years were useless. Even if they were taken away, they would still wither after 10 years. Only a few young cultivators could use them, which was why Bushtree Planet had been designated as a training ground by Darkstar Gorge. Ever since Lu Yin had chased Darkstar Gorge away, he had been keeping an eye on Bushtree Planet, and he had not allowed anyone to train there. He had always wanted to find some time to take a look, and now was the time. If he could use the natural treasures of this planet to cultivate, then it would be perfect. A few days later, Lu Yin left Xenu Star and took a spacecraft directly to Wuri Weave. Wuri Weave and Dark Mist Weave shared a common border, but because Wuri Weave did not have any leading powers, if Lu Yin wanted to pull Wuri Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance, he would have to pull in all of the hundreds of internal powers. Furthermore, these powers did not have any information that Mafioso Planet could use against them, so it would be rather troublesome. Thus, Lu Yin had initially excluded Wuri Weave. However, Wuri Weave was still a part of the Eastern Weave, and it had to join the Great Eastern Alliance. There were far more than 8 weaves in the Eastern Weaves, and the remaining weaves had to be pulled in one by one. Inya had been dealing with these matters recently, but it was not easy, especially since Wei Rong might cause trouble. Sometimes things could not be done in the same way, and it took time to find the correct method. Just like the current Great Eastern Alliance, if not for Mafioso Planet's secrets, it would have been very difficult for Lu Yin to establish it. This was the method. There were also methods for the remaining weaves, but he had not found them yet. Lu Yin believed that he would find them one day. He recited the Stonewall scriptures for a while and checked the route. There was still an hour before he would reach Bushtree Planet. Lu Yin thought for a moment and then activated his gadget to check Peach and the others' resumes. Lu Ying Zishan's encounter had always been a thorn in Lu Yin's heart. Where had that ball of light come from? It seemed to have its own consciousness, and it should have been forcefully fused with Lu Ying Zishan's body by some powerhouse. Even Lu Ying Zishan herself did not know about it. Lu Yin had a suspicion that it might have been the work of someone from the Yu bloodline. If Lu Ying Zishan had encountered such an encounter, then what about Peach, the blind monk, and the others? Lu Yin had been monitoring the captains over the past few days, but he had not discovered anything similar to what had happened to Lu Ying Zishan. However, he still felt uneasy, and so he casually flipped through the captains' resumes. After a while, he discovered a strange phenomenon. These captains all came from different weaves. He had originally thought that the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons were all from Frostwave Weave, as someone had told him this before. However, after using his authority as the royal regent to flip through the captains' resumes, he discovered that this was not the case. Peach was from Motor Weave, Shalash was from Myriad Veil Weave, the Blind Monk was from Grand Forest Weave, and Banjo was from Future Weave. Even the captains who had already died were not from Frostwave Weave. Only Hua Qingshan and Rocky Ana were from Frostwave Weave. This was very strange. Where had Undying Yushan brought these people over? The weaves that these captains had been born in covered nearly half of the Eastern Weaves, and there were a few that Lu Yin had never heard of before. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 742. Lu Yin had assumed that the captain's strength was due to Undying Yushan's teachings, but now it seemed that they were not simple at all. Undying Yushan had the Yu bloodline's battle techniques, so why hadn't he taught them to the cultivators of Frostwave Weave? Lu Yin felt that something was off. There was definitely something wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. He had originally thought that Undying Yushan was just an unlucky genius who had fallen, but after Ku Wei's words and Aiden's words, Lu Yin realized that Undying Yushan was not as simple as he seemed. However, he still couldn't find any proof that Undying Yushan was still alive. Aiden's words and the sourcebox array found in the palace were not enough to prove that Undying Yushan was still alive. At most, they could prove that the Yu bloodline still existed. The Yu bloodline? Lu Yin muttered to himself. This was troublesome. The higher one's status, the closer one could get to certain truths, and the more troubles one would have. However, Lu Yin's eyes were bright, and there were many interesting things to look forward to. Bushtree Planet was not very big and was about the same size as Earth. The only difference was that Earth was blue while Bushtree Planet was pure green, so green that it was strange. The Outerverse Youth Council had sent people to monitor Bushtree Planet. Although the Youth Council had declined and did not have much power, there were still some places that were under their control, and Bushtree Planet was one of those places. Lu Yin revealed his identity before entering. There was a loud thump as the spacecraft crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft, and the fresh air that greeted him made him feel comfortable. However, the smell was not pleasant as it was too vegetal and had a fishy smell. The soil was moist as Bushtree Planet's water flow was hidden underground, causing the entire planet's surface to be wet. This planet's surface area was much larger than Earth's. Most of Earth's surface area was ocean, but this planet was completely covered in vegetation. There were carnivorous plants and all sorts of strange plants, and the plants here formed their own ecosystem. Before arriving, Lu Yin had read up on many introductions to Bushtree Planet. He crouched down and touched the soil, using his palm to crush the ground and spray water into the sky. The air was normal, the water was normal, and the soil was normal. Everything was normal, but the plants on this planet were abnormal. Ordinary plants were fine, but natural treasures would wither after 10 years. Lu Yin released his domain and he saw quite a few natural treasures. The biggest difference between natural treasures and ordinary plants was their ability to absorb star energy. Ordinary plants couldn't absorb star energy, but natural treasures could. Of course, there were also natural treasures that didn't absorb star energy, but any plant that could absorb star energy was a natural treasure and had its own unique effects. Half a day later, Lu Yin exhaled. He had seen no less than 100 natural treasures, but it was a pity that they were all too young. If only they were at least 10,000 years old, then they would be of great use to cultivators below the explorer realm. But if that was the case, this planet would have been snatched up long ago. There was a whoosh as the ground cracked open, and a strange attack enveloped Lu Yin from below. He casually waved his hand, causing a plant underground to shatter and explode, causing green liquid to splatter everywhere. This planet had a lot of aggressive plants, which was one of the reasons why it could become a trial planet. 7th Bro, this planet is useless to you. Natural treasures that are less than 10 years old are no different from weeds. Even if this planet changes, these natural treasures can grow indefinitely, and you don't have that long of a lifespan. Say these natural treasures can't be more than 10 years old, but what about their medicinal effects? If there's a way to accelerate their growth, will they still wither? Lu Yin asked. The monkey replied, probably not. I just saw some natural treasures with medicinal effects that are more than 10 years old. As long as they're less than 10 years old, they should be fine. Lu Yin thought the same, but thinking about it was one thing. He still needed to test it out. He blocked the monkey and raised his hand, causing his die to appear. It had been almost a month since he had last rolled it on Xinwu continent, so he could roll it now. He was afraid that he would roll 6 pips, so he placed his cosmic ring to the side and tapped it. The die slowly spun before stopping. His luck was extremely good and he rolled 3 pips. Lu Yin was excited as his bad luck was about to come to an end. 2 screens appeared and it was a familiar scene. Lu Yin plucked a natural treasure and tossed it onto the screen, followed by a cube of star essence. Suddenly he paused and his expression changed as he stared blankly at the screen. He seemed to have made a mistake. The natural treasures in the Daosor Sect's ruins had been able to produce so much star energy because they had been absorbing it for a long time. Only after they had been burned would they produce a boundless sea of star energy. But what about these natural treasures? His die's 3 pips could only increase the medicinal effects, and as for star energy, that would take time to absorb. Even if he could increase these natural treasures to the point where they could avoid danger, it would be useless, as they would not be able to absorb a huge amount of star energy. Even if they were burned, they would only produce medicinal effects but not star energy. Lu Yin felt helpless as shortcuts were not easy to take. Bushtree Planet could not be used as a cheating tool for his cultivation. His only consolation was that the natural treasures here were just as he had guessed. As long as they were not old enough, they would not wither even if their medicinal effects were more than 10 years old. Even if they could not help him rapidly increase his power, they would still be of great help. After looking around, he found quite a few natural treasures, but he did not know what they were used for. His dye's 3 pips were still on, and he could not remove the monkey's barrier. Helpless, he looked for some natural treasures that seemed gentler to increase his strength. The white fruit that had been filled with vitality had been upgraded to the point where it could avoid danger, and the natural treasures that Lu Yin had given Ming Xiaoshu had also consumed 100 star essence. Most of the natural treasures that Lu Yin had given Ming Xiaoshu had consumed 100 star essence as well. Lu Yin upgraded the 22 natural treasures to the point where they could avoid danger, stored them in his cosmic ring, and then left Bushtree Planet. He would return to this place in the future, and he did not know how many years the 22 natural treasures that he had taken from this place had been growing for. Some of them might even be close to 10 years old, so he had to use them as soon as possible. In the darkness of outer space, meteorites occasionally streaked past. Some smashed into planets, and the friction with the atmosphere caused the meteorites to burn red. Others continued to fly out into the boundless universe, and no one knew how far they would fly. One giant meteorite flew towards the north at an extremely fast speed, and no one knew where it had come from or how it had started flying. The meteorite was very large, even larger than an ordinary planet. At this speed, if it crashed into any planet, that planet would collapse. Suddenly, the giant meteorite split open in the middle and then split into 2. An astral beast let out an eagle's cry as it appeared on the other side of the meteorite. It waved its claws, and the star energy it generated pushed the 2 halves of the meteorite apart, causing them to fly off in opposite directions. This astral beast looked like an eagle, but it had 2 heads. Its eyes were like lightning and it was extremely fast. Every time its wings flapped, the void would ripple. This was an astral beast with a power level of over 100,000. In the outerverse, there were not many astral beasts with such strength, especially in the eastern weaves. Such strength was enough to dominate an entire region. However, at this moment this astral beast was in an extremely sorry state. Large amounts of blood flowed from its abdomen, and one of its wings was broken. Several of its sharp claws, which should have been terrifying, had been broken as well. Fear flashed through its eyes as it rushed off in a certain direction. No, don't go there. That's Frostwave Weave. There was a person on the beast's back. His face was pale and half of his body was covered in blood. It was obvious that he had been severely injured. The beast let out a cry as if asking where to go. The person weakly lay on the beast's back. East. Fly east. The giant beast turned around and flew toward the east. After an unknown amount of time, the beast seemed to be unable to withstand its injuries, and it let out a mournful cry before crashing towards a planet. The people on the planet looked up at the sky only to see a huge object crashing down. It caused a huge panic. The astral beast crashed into the planet's ocean, causing a tsunami that flooded the coastal areas and killed many people. This planet had only just begun to develop its technology, so it had never encountered such a terrifying astral beast before. Fortunately, there was an even more powerful civilization monitoring the planet, and they took the heavily injured astral beast and the person on its back away. All that was left behind on this planet was a legend. In outer space, an Aurora spacecraft headed towards Xenu Star. Lu Yin sat in the spacecraft and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures as he pondered his next steps. If he wanted to completely simulate the 99 stars of the Sirius art, then unlocking source boxes was the fastest way to do so. Only by perfectly circulating the Sirius art could he increase the speed at which he absorbed star energy. Other than that, there was also battle force, domains, battle techniques, and so on. He seemed to have grasped too many things, and the Great U Empire had many things to do as well. It was no wonder why so many cultivators ignored worldly matters and focused on cultivation. However, because of his innate gift, the more resources he had, the faster he could improve. This was something that could not be helped. He had to earn as much money as he could when he returned, and he had to try his dyes enhance frequently. The Sky Beast Claw had given him a taste of its sweetness, and perhaps the next person he fused with would give him an even greater benefit. Right, it was not impossible for him to fuse with a disciple from the Sirius sect. With his strength, the disciple he fused with would definitely not be weak. Even if he did not become a top disciple, he would still be one of the top disciples. Luin was still confident in this. So what if the Neoverse was powerful? He was confident that he would be as close to invincible as he had been when he was a Lemeter. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped. Luin looked over and was surprised to find that it was Tianming. Ever since Tianming had been treated as a puppet and placed in Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect, the two had rarely contacted each other. Tianming would only report to Huansha or Enya if something happened, and he would not contact Luin directly. He accepted the call. What is it? Luin asked. Tianming's solemn voice came from the other end. Your Highness, Anfield is currently at the 9-stack sect and is heavily injured. Anfield? Luin felt like he had heard this name before. Anfield is a hunter from the Innerverse Beast Tamers Flow Zone's 2nd grade hall, and he participated in the Astral Wilderness? He also participated in Ironblood Weave's battle at Planet P, Tianming reminded him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 743. Luin suddenly remembered that this person was from the 2nd grade hall. Why is he with you? I've questioned him, and Anfield said that he was injured by someone from Aegis. If not for his tamed beast speed, he would already be dead, Tianming said. Luin raised a brow. Aegis? Yes. The 2nd grade hall has occupied North Castle Weave's Greatsword Dynasty ever since the battle on planet Pyrolite began. Over the past few days, someone from the Greatsword Dynasty paid a huge price to hire Aegis to slaughter them all and reclaim the Greatsword Dynasty. That person is called Ding Xing, Tianming said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. I see. Do you know who Aegis sent to the Greatsword Dynasty? Anfield told me that it was a hunter, 3 cruisers and 10 explorers. Luin was puzzled. Aegis hunters can injure Anfield? I want to talk to Anfield. Ahem Anfield, a weak voice answered. Luin asked coldly, tell me the details. Anfield stuttered, Aegis? Aegis hunter, and he's an expert with a power level of 150,000. Furthermore, Aegis didn't fight us head-on. They poisoned the air and assassinated us. Anfield did not say much, and the entire process had been brief. However, what Luin saw was a gory scene. Aegis had used the most despicable method to slaughter the entire 2nd grade hall without any hesitation. If the Innerverse and Outerverse had not been separated, and if the 2nd grade hall's enlighter, Karthika, had not died, Aegis would not have dared to do such a thing. But now Aegis was acting without restraint. Anfield was filled with resentment towards Luin. If not for Luin, Karthika would not have died and they would not have ended up like this. An enlighter could have turned them into predators instead of victims. This was also the reason why Anfield had not gone to Frostwave Weave after being injured. He was afraid that Aegis would kill him, but he was even more afraid that Luin would kill him. According to what you're saying, Aegis is more like a killer, Luin said. Anfield replied, a professional killer. Luin grunted in acknowledgement and then gave Tianming a few instructions. Just as he was about to hang up, he suddenly thought of something and blocked the monkey. He then asked Anfield, how did you manage to subdue your tamed beasts? Has there ever been a tamed beast that was afraid of death and automatically fused into a human's body? Anfield was surprised. I've never heard of it before. Our Beast Tamer's Flow Zone has a beast taming technique that allows one to imprint a beast within their body. Are there really no giant beasts that have integrated into their bodies on their own? For example, what if the giant beast has mastered the beast taming technique? Anfield replied, I've never heard of an astral beast being able to use a human's technique, and it's impossible for a human to cultivate an astral beast's technique. Luin fell into deep thought. Soon the call ended. Luin glanced at his right arm. Could the monkey really control a beast taming technique? Back then, Anfield had said that it had used the beast taming technique to brand itself into Lu Yin's body and become his tamed beast. Logically speaking, that should have been true, as Lu Yin should have been able to control Anfield's movements and could have killed it at any time. However, Anfield's words had left him confused. Either the monkey had lied to him or Anfield had lied to him. Of course, there was also the possibility that Anfield did not know. Luin sighed. No matter what, he would need to ask a stronger expert from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone if he wanted to imprint something. Anfield was only an early hunter and did not have much contact with the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. Furthermore, he was only from the 2nd grade hall. The top power in the Beast Tamer's flow zone was the Divine Great Hall, and perhaps even Kwang Wang knew more than Anfield. Lu Yin decided not to think about the monkey for now, as he needed to consider North Castle Weave and Aegis. Ding Xing had actually asked Aegis for help, so where had he gotten the money? He must have paid the price with the Great Sword Dynasty's treasure trove. That treasure trove had originally been given to Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had not helped Ding Xing expel the Second Great Hall. Thus, Ding Xing had given up on the Great Yu Empire and sought out Aegis instead. However, Lu Yin had sent people to monitor Ding Xing and not allow him to leave. This was to prevent him from seeking outside help. Lu Yin contacted Xenu Star and found out that the person who had been monitoring Ding Xing had been injured. His face sank. How bold. Lu Yin felt as if something that belonged to him had been stolen. More importantly, Ding Xing was an important person who had allowed North Castle Weave to join the Great Eastern Alliance. The Great Sword Dynasty was the top power in North Castle Weave, and as long as Lu Yin controlled Ding Xing and helped him restore the Great Sword Dynasty, Lu Yin would not have to worry about North Castle Weave not joining the Great Eastern Alliance. But now Ding Xing had been intercepted by Aegis. This was not only a loss of wealth, but also a loss to his entire plan. Lu Yin could not allow such a loss to occur. He immediately contacted Yen Yen and ordered the 7th Imperial Squadron to head to North Castle Weave's Great Sword Dynasty and bring Ding Xing back for questioning. Ding Xing's crime was to injure an Imperial cultivator. At the same time, Lu Yin also warned Yen Yen to be on guard, as Aegis methods were shady. Of course, Lu Yin was not too worried. With Yen Yan's strength, if he could not deal with the people from Aegis in North Castle Weave, then there was no need for him to compete with Aegis. Wei Rong was rather busy during this period. On one hand, he had to think of ways to cause trouble in the Great Eastern Alliance, and on the other, he had to contact the Central Weave to establish an alliance to resist the Great Eastern Alliance. He also had to prevent Source Peak Weave from being pulled away by Lu Yin. Even with his abilities, he felt overwhelmed. However, he received some good news today. Aegis had actually gone to a weave in the east and had been hired by North Castle Weave's Great Sword Dynasty. Wei Rong was very cautious in his actions. Since he was destined to become Lu Yin's enemy, he had already investigated many things regarding the Great Yu Empire, including the Great Sword Dynasty's request for assistance from the Great Yu Empire. He had taken note of this matter and wanted to use it to make a fuss, but who would have thought that Aegis would actually intervene? Aegis and Lu Yin definitely did not have any enmity, but Aegis was tyrannical in its actions, especially since the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, which made Aegis even more unbridled. Lu Yin was just as tyrannical, and he was the type who refused to suffer losses. Aegis had stolen something from the Great Sword Dynasty from Lu Yin's hands, and a conflict had already formed between the two sides. There would be a good show to watch soon. Young master, should we do something? A figure appeared behind Wei Rong and asked in a low voice. Wei Rong smiled. There's no need. Aegis is incompatible with Lu Yin, and there's no need for us to act. They will naturally become enemies. North Castle Weave was located to the north of Frostwave Weave. Before the battle on planet Pyrolite, North Castle Weave had been very prosperous. Anyone from the innerverse or outerverse who wanted to explore the astral wilderness from the east would have to pass through North Castle Weave, and these people had brought great wealth to North Castle Weave. However, after the battle on planet Pyrolite, North Castle Weave had been the first weave of the outerverse to be divided. The Great Sword Dynasty was one of the strongest powers in North Castle Weave, but it had been occupied by the Second Great Hall. Sword Origin Planet was a rather peculiar planet in North Castle Weave. It was not accurate to call it a planet, as Sword Origin Planet was shaped like a broadsword, which was why it had been named Sword Origin. It was more like a floating continent in the universe, and the Great Sword Dynasty had originated from Sword Origin Planet. At its peak, the Great Sword Dynasty had ruled over more than 20 filaments, and it had been the undisputed overlord of North Castle Weave. However, as the successive emperors had become muddle-headed, the dynasty's territory had gradually fragmented. By the time of the battle on planet Pyrolite, only 12 filaments had remained. At that time, the Emperor had even been unwilling to interact with Frostwave Weave because of Undying Yushan. At this moment, in the capital of Sword Origin Planet, a group of courtiers were kneeling and trembling within the lofty imperial palace. At the front of the group was a youth dressed in embroidered robes, and beside him was Ding Xing. All around them were mercenaries from Aegis, and it was obvious that they were different from Ding Xing and the others. These mercenaries had come from all over the outerverse, and they all wore Aegis battle suits and wielded technological weapons. They looked mighty and majestic, and most of them looked normal. However, there were also some who had strange appearances. For example, their arms were especially long, their heads were squarish, or their bodies were covered in scales. Different environments gave birth to different people, and although they were all humans, some places had developed over hundreds of thousands, millions, or even billions of years, so there were bound to be differences. The mercenaries under Aegis came from all 72 weaves of the outerverse, and there were all sorts of people. Among these people, the leader was a tall and skinny man who was almost 3 meters tall. His legs were especially long and slender, and his legs alone were 2 meters long. He looked very out of place. Ding Xing occasionally looked up in fear, and his heart was filled with bitterness. He had been living well on Xenu Star, waiting for the royal regent to rescue the Great Sword Dynasty. Although he had been very anxious, he had been left with no choice. One day, someone from Aegis had contacted him and asked if he wanted to rescue the Great Sword Dynasty. At the time, he had been very hesitant, but he had not been granted an audience with the royal regent. Aegis had been too ruthless. Not only had they massacred the Second Great Hall, but they had also massacred many of the Great Sword Dynasty's cultivators in the palace. These people did not care about the lives of others, and more importantly, they had no intention of leaving. Ding Xing had originally thought that they would leave after he gave them the Great Sword Dynasty's treasures, as this was the reward that they had agreed upon. However, they had now gone back on their word and wanted to stay in the Great Sword Dynasty just like the Second Great Hall. They had even said that they were going to build a training base on Sword Origin Planet, which made Ding Xing realize that he had been tricked. Aegis wanted to occupy Sword Origin Planet, which was why they had tricked Ding Xing out of Xenu Star. These people's ultimate goal was the Great Sword Dynasty. The tall, thin man sat nearby and looked at the star chart on his gadget. Aegis' target was the Great Sword Dynasty, which was a very important location. Although the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, the search for pyrolite had not stopped, and many people had entered the astral wilderness to search for pyrolite. As the price of pyrolite in the black market had risen, the search for pyrolite had become increasingly popular. Before the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, Aegis had not dared to target pyrolite. It was not just them, no power in the entire outerverse had dared to target pyrolite. But now that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, Aegis was not afraid of anyone, and they naturally set their sights on pyrolite. Controlling North Castle Weave was equivalent to controlling a passage from the astral wilderness to the outerverse. Not only would it be convenient for them to transport and explore, but it would also be convenient for them to plunder. The more pyrolite they obtained, the more powerful their weapons would become, and the stronger they would become. This was the wish of all of Aegis, as they wanted to suppress the outerverse. Ding Xing, where are the treasures you mentioned? The tall, thin man asked slowly. Although their goal was to occupy the Great Sword Dynasty, they could not ignore the reward. Ding Xing's expression changed. If I give you the treasures, will you leave? The tall, thin man sneered. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Ding Xing, and a kick sent him flying 100 meters into a wall. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 744. After being kicked, Ding Xing felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he almost couldn't breathe. The others were even more terrified, especially the youth, who almost wet himself. I think you still don't understand. Remember, we are Aegis, the tall, thin man said coldly. Ding Xing had blood at the corner of his mouth, and he panted heavily with his head lowered. He regretted not staying on Xenu Star. These people from Aegis had tricked him into leaving, which meant that they were afraid of Lu Yin. However, he had still foolishly come out, and he had even exposed his identity as a prince. When he thought about the prince, he looked up at the youth. Coincidentally, the tall, thin man stood up and walked towards the youth. The youth was one of the Great Sword Dynasty's surviving princes. The Second Great Hall had killed many people from the Great Sword Dynasty, and only this youth had managed to escape. It had to be said that Ding Xing was very loyal, and he wholeheartedly wanted to help the Great Sword Dynasty revive. However, in front of absolute power, he was too weak. The tall, thin man squatted down and looked into the youth's eyes. Tell me, are you willing for us to stay and help you? The youth was terrified and his face went pale. Yes, I'm willing. The tall, thin man smiled and patted the youth's shoulder. He then looked at Ding Xing. Go and find the treasure. Otherwise you don't need to live anymore. Ding Xing was bitter. This is North Castle Weave, which is close to Frostwave Weave. Aren't you afraid of the Great Eastern Alliance? This sentence caused the tall, thin man's face to darken. Aegis was tyrannical in its ways, and if they wanted to rob the Great Sword Dynasty, they would not even discuss it with them. Just like the Second Great Hall, they would directly slaughter them. But now they wanted the Great Sword Dynasty's official support. What? It was because they were afraid of the Great Eastern Alliance and Luin. Although they were not afraid of Luin, they were still worried that Luin would cause trouble for them. That would be very uncomfortable, which was why they needed the Great Sword Dynasty's support to stay. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to stay. This made the tall, thin man very unhappy. Since when had Aegis been so apprehensive of an explorer? What Great Eastern Alliance? They were just a bunch of weaklings. There was a thump as Ding Xing was whipped once more, and he almost spat out his organs. No one dares to say anything about Aegis's actions, the tall, thin man coldly said. Ding's vision blurred and his heart sank. The Great Sword Dynasty. Ding Xing touched the ground. It was extremely cold. What was going on? The Sword Origin planet was like spring all year round, so it was impossible for it to freeze. He raised his head and looked around. Could this be the talent of someone in Aegis? After looking around, he didn't see anyone releasing their talent. Ding Xing was puzzled. He looked at the ground and his pupils shrank. The ground was slowly freezing. Not only that, but his feet were also frozen. He tried to pull his feet out, but he found that he could no longer feel them. The extreme cold was gradually spreading. Ding Xing was terrified. He was a cruiser with a power level of 60,000, but he had been silently frozen by someone. Who's there? At this moment, not only Ding Xing but everyone else also discovered that they were actually frozen by the extreme cold. The tall and skinny man was shocked. The ice under his feet cracked and with a bang he floated into the air. He was the only one who wasn't frozen in place. The others, including the mercenaries from Aegis, were all frozen. When the mercenaries realized that they were frozen, they immediately tried various ways to escape, but to no avail. The tall and skinny man suddenly raised his head. Streaks of red meteors smashed down with a loud bang. This was a personal flying ship. Many people had descended, at least 100 of them. The tall and skinny man's heart sank. Who dares to attack Aegis? Ding Xing felt the extreme cold and a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly thought of someone, the captain of the Great Yu Empire's 7th Imperial Squadron. During his time on Xenu Star, Lu Yin had investigated all of the important people in the Great Yu Empire, so he was no stranger to the captains of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. This captain had just been appointed not too long ago, and it was rumored that he had almost frozen the entire Anna family. Even Shuashan Anna, a hunter who specialized in the snowstorm palm, had been helpless against him. If it's him? Ding Xing's eyes lit up. Lu Yin had acted. The tall and skinny man felt uneasy, and he looked into the distance where a figure slowly walked over. It was Yen Yen, and as he approached, the chill intensified. However, he didn't freeze everyone, only their lower bodies. Aside from the tall and skinny man, everyone else was unable to move, including the cruisers. Yen Yen was someone that old Gouda had been helpless against, and even Shuashan Anna had been helpless against him. He was an expert who could rival Aiden, and he wasn't someone that Aegis could deal with. Yen Yen had heard Lu Yin's warning. Since he was so good at using underhanded methods, then he would immobilize them, which was exactly what Yen Yen was good at. In the sky, figures appeared one after another and surrounded the Great Sword Dynasty's palace. The tall and skinny man stared at Yen Yen. Who are you? We're from Aegis. Yen Yen looked up. Great Yu Empire, captain of the 7th Imperial Squadron Yen Yen. The tall and skinny man's pupils shrank. What had to come had finally come. They had expected that the Great Yu Empire would not remain indifferent once they tried to occupy North Castle Weave, but they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Aegis has been hired by the Great Sword Dynasty to chase away the Second Great Hall. What is the Great Yu Empire trying to do? The tall and skinny man shouted. Yen Yan's tone was cold. Arrest the criminal Ding Xing. His crime is that he attacked an empire cultivator. The tall and skinny man's eyes narrowed. Fine, take him away. Ding Xing shouted, Captain Yen Yen, I have an agreement with the Royal Regent. I'm requesting the Great Yu Empire to help the Great Sword Dynasty revive. Please fulfill your end of the agreement. The tall and skinny man was furious, and he raised his hand to attack Ding Xing. He did not hold back this time as he had intended to kill Ding Xing. However, the attack was blocked by a chill. Yen Yen stared at the tall and skinny man. The Great Yu Empire will confirm Ding Xing's crimes. He has an agreement with His Highness, and His Highness has already instructed that the moment Ding Xing requests the Great Yu Empire's assistance, the Empire will provide it. You people from Aegis can leave now. The tall and skinny man raised an eyebrow. Captain Yen Yen, you can't say that. The second Great Hall has already been chased away by Aegis. Isn't it too late for the Great Yu Empire to act now? Before Yen Yen could speak, Ding Xing hurriedly said, My agreement with the Royal Regent is to help the Great Sword Dynasty revive. It's not limited to just chasing away the second Great Hall. Anyone who tries to seize the Great Sword Dynasty is an enemy. The tall and skinny man was furious, and he glared at Ding Xing. You're courting death. Ding Xing had already thrown caution to the wind. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that the Great Sword Dynasty would be finished. Aegis clearly wanted to take over the Great Sword Dynasty, and Ding Xing could not let that happen. He quickly knelt down and faced Yen Yen. Captain Yen Yen, please help the Great Sword Dynasty chase away Aegis. The Great Sword Dynasty will be eternally grateful. Yen Yen glanced at the tall and skinny man. You heard that. You can leave now. He had instructed them not to fight to the death with Aegis unless it was absolutely necessary, and he did not want to casually make enemies. The tall, thin man sensed Yen Yan's strength, and the cold aura caused him to panic. He raised his head and saw that this so-called 7th Imperial Squadron didn't have any experts, but this captain made him afraid to take action. How could a mere Great Yu Empire have such an expert? All right, Captain Yen Yen. Aegis will remember what happened today. Please pass this message to your Royal Regent. I hope that he can bear the consequences, the tall and skinny man said coldly. He then leaped up and flew into the universe, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yen Yen melted the chill, and the rest of the Aegis members immediately left without another word. They were all very disciplined. Yen Yen watched the scene with astonishment. This was Aegis, the strongest bodyguard and mercenary company in the Outerverse. The Empire had provoked a powerful enemy this time. Aegis was not one of the remnant powers of the Innerverse. Those powers did not have deep roots in the Outerverse and were supported by Enlighters. If an Enlighter were to encounter an accident, they would be finished and would not be able to cause any waves. Aegis was different. They had deep roots in the Outerverse and they were also part of the Dark Powers. Once they acted, they would cause even more trouble than an Enlighter. After Aegis left, Ding Xing hurried over to Yen Yen and thanked him. Thank you for saving me, Captain Yen Yen. I am eternally grateful on behalf of the Great Sword Dynasty. Yen Yen coldly replied, His Highness personally confirmed your crimes. Ding Xing was bitter. I know. I will definitely plead guilty. Where's the treasure? Yen Yen asked. Ding Xing replied, I'll go get it now. In the crowd behind them, the youth looked at Yen Yen in fear. He was a prince of the North Castle Weaves dynasty, but now he was so scared that he did not even dare to stand up. The Great Sword Dynasty had been occupied by the Second Great Hall for almost 2 years, and the entire dynasty had lost all of its dignity. Although the last few emperors of the Great Sword Dynasty had been muddle-headed, they had always adhered to a tradition, which was to hide the treasure trove well. The Great Sword Dynasty's geographical location was very special, as it was right on the edge of the Astral Wilderness. The previous emperors had foresight and knew that something would happen sooner or later. Now the treasure trove had been put to good use. Luin looked at the list that Yen Yen had sent back and his eyes lit up. He had not expected the Great Sword Dynasty's treasure trove to give him such a pleasant surprise. Treasures were generally the most valuable items that didn't require much effort to exchange for them. The Great Sword Dynasty's treasure trove was very pure, and it consisted of star crystals and star essence. There wasn't even a single universal coin or anything like that. 3 billion star crystals and 12,000 star essence were the Great Sword Dynasty's treasure trove, which was worth more than 40,000 star essence. This was a considerable amount of wealth. The Great Yu Empire's annual military expenditure was not much, and this amount of wealth was enough to tempt even Enlighters. Luin felt like a windfall right in front of him. He ordered Yen Yen to send the star essence to King Zishan's palace. As for the 3 billion star crystals, they would be placed in the Great Yu Empire's treasury. After all, the 7th Imperial Squadron had been mobilized this time, and it was impossible for him to keep all of the spoils of war. Of course, he also silently increased the debt that the Empire owed him to 80,000 star essence. These star crystals would be considered a loan to the Empire. The treasure trove was just a pleasant surprise. What he really needed was the Great Sword Dynasty's influence over North Castle Weave. The various great powers of North Castle Weave had once been fighting over it. The Great Sword Dynasty was still the strongest, and as long as the Great Sword Dynasty joined the Great Eastern Alliance, North Castle Weave would naturally belong to the Great Eastern Alliance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 745. As for Aegis, Lu Yin's expression sank. According to Ding Xing, they were actually planning to take over the Great Sword Dynasty, and it wasn't as simple as he had thought. It seemed that the Aegis shield had become arrogant and wanted to imitate the inner verse in seizing Pyrolite. They were truly courting death. If Lu Yin had been able to do so, he would have attacked the Pyrolite a long time ago. Elder Lohar had once said that Pyrolite was a strategic resource, and anyone who touched it would die. Lu Yin did not dare to cross that line. Now that the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, Aegis was confident, and they also had enlighters who dared to act against anyone. It was very troublesome for a force that was already domineering to begin with to expand. They feared nothing. Lu Yin was already prepared to wage war against Aegis, as he would not give up on North Castle Weave. Although he had been prepared for battle, he hadn't expected Aegis to act so quickly. 2 days later, on a desolate planet not too far away from Xenu Star, Lu Yin was currently unlocking his source box. Xenu Star was densely populated, and the source box that he needed to unlock was already at the perceptive intermediate level. He was also worried that the danger of the source box being leaked would cause other people to die, so he could only come to this desolate planet. This planet had already been isolated by Lu Yin, and it would become an important place for him to unlock source boxes in the future. Even if an accident occurred, it would not implicate anyone else. Many space-exploring cultivators would choose to cultivate in places where there was no one around. This was because if an accident were to occur while they were cultivating, the repercussions would be too wide. Wendy Yushan had reminded him of this when he had been practicing the Sky Beast Claw, and he had decided to leave Xenu Star to train. The source box in front of Lu Yin had come from the Lockbreaker Society. Phelan had moved the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters to planet Hydrodink, and the treasures from Source Peak Planet had been moved over as well. The treasures from the Hall of Insight had been stolen, but fortunately, these source boxes had not been stored in the Hall of Insight. Lu Yin did not know exactly how many source boxes the Lockbreaker Society had, but as long as he wanted to unlock a source box, he could just send someone to planet Hydrodink to purchase them. 1-star perceptive intermediate source boxes cost at least 500 star essence, and the one that Lu Yin had bought cost 300 star essence, which wasn't considered expensive. Unlocking a perceptive intermediate source box was a very long process. And even though Lu Yin had experience unlocking perceptive intermediate source boxes, the one in front of him was still rather difficult. This was because this source box was not harmless, and it constantly emitted a suffocating stench. Lu Yin was speechless as he felt that Phelan was doing this on purpose. This source box didn't have any special killing intent, and it just smelled so bad that it was unbearable. Even if one didn't breathe in it, the stench would still rush into one's brain, and there was no way to get rid of it. It was precisely because of this stench that no lockbreaker was willing to come into contact with this source box, even though it did not contain any killing intent. Phelan had finally found an opportunity to get rid of it. Lu Yin was very curious about what was inside this source box. The stench had already taken on a visible color and form, and it was extremely pungent. Lu Yin was surrounded by the stench at such a close distance, and he felt like vomiting at every moment. He was sure that Phelan was doing this on purpose to disgust him. While he was trying to unlock the seal, Lu Yin suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He aimed a sky beast claw in the direction that the assassin had fled, and an ancient beast's roar traveled across time. The claw descended, covering an area of 100 kilometers and shaking the planet. The terrifying attack caused the planet to crack open, and magma to erupt from the sky as high temperatures scorched the void. However, the assassin had disappeared, as Lu Yin's large-scale attack had not been able to capture any trace of him. Lu Yin's face sank. Where were his rune lines? Since this person was a hunter, he should have had rune lines, but why hadn't he? This was more serious than the assassin himself. Lu Yin could predict many things in advance based on his rune lines, but if someone could completely conceal their rune lines, then it would be disadvantageous to Lu Yin, as he was already used to having rune lines. The universe was filled with mysteries, and there would always be things that surpassed one's knowledge. However, Lu Yin had not expected them to arrive so quickly. However, there had not been any rune lines in the Daosor Sect's ruins, so there could be some sort of connection between the two. Lu Yin immediately contacted Phantom Sting and described what had just happened. On the screen, Phantom Sting said, "Feng Zi 9th on the Outerverse Assassin rankings. He should be the one who tried to assassinate you." "Where did this person come from?" Lu Yin asked. Phantom Sting answered, I don't know, but according to rumors he's related to Aegis. 6 of the top 10 assassins in the Outerverse are from Aegis, and this person is one of them. Luin had already guessed that there were not many people who wanted to kill him and had the ability to hire such an assassin, so Aegis was the most likely candidate. He had not expected Aegis' revenge to come so quickly. This was no longer a warning but rather a declaration of war. Aegis was too tyrannical, and they had not even discussed things with Luin before sending assassins. Luin had not experienced such a feeling in a long time. Ever since he had killed several Enlighters and returned from Ironblood Weave, aside from the Dausor Sect's ruins, he had almost reached the peak of the universe. Aegis' actions made him relive what the Day-Night clan had done to him. It was a completely uncaring attitude that overlooked everything. How did Aegis train so many assassins? Also, what's your ranking? Luin asked curiously. Phantom Sting answered, 12th. That low? Luin was shocked. Your innate gift is not bad. You're a hunter and have comprehended a domain, but you're not even in the top 10. The ranking of assassins is based on efficiency, not strength. My innate gift gives me a lot of survivability, but in terms of efficiency, I'm not in the top 10. As for Aegis, it's rumored that all of their top assassins have the ability to completely conceal their aura. I don't know the specifics, but their success rate far surpasses that of other assassin organizations. After countless years, Aegis has become the largest assassin organization in the Outerverse, and even the Innerverse is wary of them. Luin fell into deep thought as he completely concealed his aura. No wonder he could not see any rune lines. This Aegis was a little troublesome. Luin finally managed to unlock the stinky source box, but there was only something that looked like a fruit inside. He casually put it away and then left the desolate planet. Luin had just returned to Xenu Star when he received a call from an unfamiliar number. He was puzzled as not many people knew his contact details, so he answered the call. Your Excellency Luin, do you like our gift to you? The cold voice sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Who are you? You should know that we're from Aegis. The voice laughed strangely. Lu Yin indifferently asked, Feng Zi is your gift to me? We do not wish to become enemies with your Excellency. As long as your Excellency does not interfere with North Castle Weave, Aegis is willing to compensate your Excellency. Throughout history, very few people have earned our respect. Your Excellency Lu Yin, are you willing to accept our good intentions? The voice laughed, sounding pleased with itself and a little arrogant. If I almost succeeded in my assassination because of Aegis' good intentions, then it's not easy to accept, Lu Yin sneered. Your Excellency has experienced the Innerverse and Outerverse, so you're not a superficial person. There's no need to be so calculative. Your Excellency was able to survive our assassination attempt, which is enough to earn our respect. But to be blunt, Feng Zi is only the 9th-ranked assassin, and there are many more who are more powerful than him. You should have heard of Aegis' strength. Just because Feng Zi couldn't succeed doesn't mean that other assassins can't. Lu Yin's face darkened. Are you threatening me? If your Excellency thinks so, then it's not wrong. Lord Egret sent me to greet you, the voice said with an indifferent smile. Lu Yin fell silent. The assassins controlled by Aegis and the Enlighter Lord Egret were very powerful forces. They had kept a low profile when the Innerverse and Outerverse had been connected, but now they were finally revealing their fangs. Why do you want North Castle Weave? Lu Yin asked. That has nothing to do with your Excellency. Please give us an answer, as the higher-ups do not like to wait. Lu Yin coldly replied, Let your leader speak to me. I can do that. If your Excellency has anything to say, feel free to say it. Lu Yin's voice was icy. You don't have the right to speak to me. The voice fell silent for a moment. Your Excellency Lu Yin, it seems that you do not understand the current Outerverse. We'll speak again after you do. I hope that you can still be so arrogant then. He then hung up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 746. Lu Yin put down his gadget and returned to King Zishan's palace. There, he summoned Phantom Sting and inquired about the locations of all of Aegis' bases. Phantom Sting could only name a few, and these were the few bases that Mafioso Planet controlled. However, Aegis wasn't just an assassination organization, they also accepted bodyguard missions. Just the Eastern Weaves alone had over 1,000 Aegis bodyguard companies, and there were also countless secret organizations that accepted assassination missions. Lu Yin didn't hide the fact that he had been assassinated by Aegis, and he immediately announced that the Great Eastern Alliance was purging Aegis. Regardless of whether it was a bodyguard company or a secret organization that accepted assassination missions, anything related to Aegis would be purged. This was the Great Eastern Alliance's largest operation since its establishment, and the entire Eastern Weaves were mobilized. In just a few days, everything related to Aegis within the Great Eastern Alliance was purged. All of the company's personnel were arrested, and Aegis assassins were either killed or captured. Aegis had suffered great losses in the Great Eastern Alliance. However, the greatest losses were Aegis training bases. They had many training bases in the Outerverse that specialized in training mercenaries, assassins, bodyguards, and so on. The establishment of each training base cost an astronomical amount of money and time. Destroying any one of these bases was a huge loss to Aegis. Over the past few days, the Great Eastern Alliance had destroyed more than 10 of Aegis training bases, and most of them had been dug up through Aegis's superficial strength. It was precisely because of these bases that many people in the Eastern Weaves realized that Aegis wasn't just a bodyguard company, but also an assassin organization. The Vast Earth Sect, Evenground Palace, Six-Fingered Tribe, and others all contacted Luin to ask about the situation. Luin didn't hide anything and he told them about Aegis. However, he didn't tell them about Aegis's true strength to prevent them from betraying him out of fear. After all, the Great Eastern Alliance was still unstable. In most people's minds, Aegis was one of the wealthiest corporations in the Outerverse, but they had never considered how powerful they actually were. Luin believed that once Aegis's true strength was exposed, Green Peak Gorge, the Vast Earth Sect, and the other powers would most likely not participate in the operation against Aegis. Luin couldn't do this alone. Of course, even if Luin did not say anything, Aegis would not remain silent. In order to prevent Aegis from threatening the various great powers of the Great Eastern Alliance, Luin had blamed many of the assassinations that had occurred over the countless years on Aegis. Regardless of whether or not some of the assassins had been killed, Luin had blamed Aegis. Even the assassination attempt on Mafioso Planet had been blamed on Aegis, which had caused countless people in the Eastern Weaves to denounce Aegis. Many large factions and families had people assassinated. Now they had finally found the culprit. Although the person who hired the assassins was the real culprit, Aegis was also the executor. Suddenly, the calls for the Great Eastern Alliance to purge Aegis grew louder and louder. Countless people were begging for Aegis to be destroyed. Luin was the type of person who would either not do anything at all or go all the way to the end. He would not take things slowly, and with Aegis's attitude, they would not be able to tolerate each other. Thus, he would go all the way and treat Aegis as a trial for the Great Eastern Alliance. Beep beep beep. Luin activated his gadget, and a screen appeared before him. On the screen was Madame Naylan, and she was looking at him with a serious expression. "Your Highness, are you really going to start a war with Aegis?" "I'm not the one who wants to start a war with them. They're the ones who want to start a war with me," Luin replied. She smiled bitterly. "Your Highness, if possible, it's best not to become enemies with Aegis. They are not like the powers of the Innerverse, and Aegis's foundation in the Outerverse is too deep. Even I don't know which powers are involved with them. They've nurtured countless mercenaries and assassins over the years, and they have connections with countless powers. It would be unwise to start a full-scale war with them." Luin replied, "I know, but you should know that I was assassinated. If I don't react to such a situation, then what's the point of establishing the Great Eastern Alliance? What's my future path? Even I was assassinated just because I offended Aegis. What about the others? Aegis is using me to establish their might and to warn the Outerverse." Madame Naylan asked, "Has your Highness ever considered that this is Wei Rong's scheme? He's the one who instigated you to become enemies with Aegis." Luin sighed. "Wei Rong is indeed very smart, and it's not impossible for this to be his scheme. However, the current situation is already clear. Even if I can confirm that he's the one who instigated this, so what? Aegis and I cannot coexist. Either Aegis completely withdraws from my sphere of influence, or I'm dealt with by Aegis. There are only two options." Madame Naylan sighed. "Your Highness, Aegis isn't terrifying because of their assassins or enlighters, but rather because of the human heart. They're good at inducing panic, which is what mercenary organizations are best at. They might not directly attack you, but the Great Eastern Alliance will become their target." Luin raised a brow. "Do you have any suggestions?" Madame Naylan solemnly replied, "If your Highness really wants to start a full-scale war with Aegis, then you can't be blind. You need to know how much strength Aegis has hidden in the Great Eastern Alliance, and you need to think of a way to find out where their headquarters are. As for how strong they are and who they're working with, I can't provide you with any information. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. The Amethyst Trading Company? Madame Nayland smiled sweetly. I don't understand what your highness is talking about, but as one of the 4 major corporations, I'm just giving you some friendly advice. Since your highness doesn't want to listen to my advice, then forget it. I wish your highness a swift victory. She then hung up. Lu Yin clicked on an introduction to the Amethyst Trading Company, and a name appeared in his mind, Zi Xianxian. This woman had given him 5% of Xenu Star's Amethyst Trading Company's annual profits as a congratulatory gift. Among the 4 major corporations, he had never interacted with the Amethyst Trading Company before, but they had still given him such a huge gift. Lu Yin had always remembered this, and it seemed that he should pay a visit to this Zi Xianxian. Suddenly, a call came from his gadget. Lu Yin tapped it open and Huan Sha appeared on his screen. She had a serious expression on her face, and her eyes were filled with anxiety and indignation. Your Highness, something has happened. Dozens of planets in the Empire have been attacked, and the initial estimates put the death toll at close to 10 million. 3 important military bases have been completely destroyed, and more than 10 ministers have mysteriously died. Thousands of companies have declared bankruptcy, and demonstrations have suddenly appeared all over the Empire to protest your Highness' establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance and the introduction of outsiders into the Empire. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Aegis had made a move and their methods were truly vicious. Following Huan Sha's report, Enya also reported that the various great powers of the Great Eastern Alliance had suffered losses. More than 100 of the vast Earth sect's disciples who had gone out to train had died, and the Six-Fingered Tribe, Tri-Banner Federation, and Green Peak Gorge had all been assassinated. Mu Nikhang, the palace master of Evenground Palace, had also been assassinated and had suffered minor injuries. Lu Yin had still underestimated Aegis' power, as they had actually launched a direct retaliation against the entire Great Eastern Alliance. Their strength now covered the entire Eastern Weave. Your Highness, people in North Castle Weave, Eastleigh Weave, and other weaves have been spreading rumors about the Great Eastern Alliance. Many of those weaves' powers have already sworn not to join the Great Eastern Alliance, the cabinet minister, Garop, reported. Your Highness, the resources that the Empire was transporting have been destroyed by an unknown power. Not only did they destroy the resources, but they also killed all of the people who were transporting the resources. Their methods were cruel, Gavin reported. More and more bad news arrived which fully demonstrated Aegis' enormous influence. Aegis could not have done this alone. They had been in the Outerverse for so many years, and they had connections with many powers that could influence countless people. They did not even need to take action as there were countless people willing to risk their lives for them. Mafioso Planet alone had grasped the top secrets of many of the Eastern Weave's powers, not to mention the largest assassin organization, Aegis. The Great Eastern Alliance had started a war with Aegis, which was equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. The Great Eastern Alliance was a power on the surface, while Aegis was hidden in the shadows. No matter how they fought, they would be at a disadvantage. Meng Tianlong had already contacted Enya, hoping that Lu Yin would think of a solution as soon as possible. He felt like he had been implicated as the vast Earth sect clearly did not have any connections with Aegis, yet they had been targeted for no reason. They had also sensed that Aegis was not to be trifled with and would bring about a lot of trouble. It was not just Meng Tianlong. Mu Nikhang, Feng Shu, Bak Shamus, and the others were also in the same situation. They frequently contacted Enya, hoping that Lu Yin would resolve the matter with Aegis as soon as possible. Lu Yin ended the call with Enya. The Great Eastern Alliance's drawbacks were that it had been established too quickly. The people's hearts were not united, and they were even suspicious of each other. The moment there was trouble, the alliance would quickly break apart. These people all wanted to protect themselves, and they did not care about the alliance's image at all. This was indeed a trial that targeted the entire Great Eastern Alliance. If he succeeded, the Great Eastern Alliance would become as stable as a rock, and they would gradually take control of the entire Eastern Weaves. If he failed, the Great Eastern Alliance would cease to exist, and Lu Yin would become the laughingstock of the Outerverse. He would not allow such a thing to happen, so he left King Zishan's palace. Xenu Star was the capital star of the Great U Empire, and it was exceptionally prosperous. Practically all of the well-known companies in the universe had branches here, and after the Great U Empire had unified the Frostwave Weave, its reputation had grown even more. Even a large company like Shamrock Enterprises, which dominated the Innerverse and Outerverse, had set up a branch here. The Amethyst Trading Company had also set up an extremely large trading center on Xenu Star. It took up an entire street and it was also the most prosperous street on the entire star. Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank, various large spacecraft companies, and so on were all gathered here. It was the economic center of the Great U Empire, and anyone who could set up an office here had influence that could cover an entire solar system or even an entire domain. The Amethyst Trading Company's trading centers covered all aspects of the empire, and there were many people entering and exiting every day. There were also many visitors. Lu Yin followed the flow of people and entered the Amethyst Trading Company. When he looked around, he was rather surprised. This place really did have everything. The shopping center's layout was humane, and there were powerful cultivators guarding it. There were also products that stretched as far as the eye could see. As long as it was a well-known brand in the universe, one could basically find it here. This was the Amethyst Trading Company. Those who could afford to shop here were all people from the upper middle class of the empire. What made him especially happy was that there were all sorts of beautiful women around him. They were youthful, beautiful, and full of vitality. Lu Yin relaxed a little when he saw them. These people were under the protection of the Great U Empire, and he would not let their smiles disappear. "Sister Ya, look at that country bumpkin. He's smiling at us," a few young girls whispered as they stared at Lu Yin. Their bell-like giggles attracted quite a few people's attention. Lu Yin's face turned red. Country bumpkin? Was he really that country bumpkin? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 747. Lu Yin looked at his own clothes and sweated a little. He only wore a few styles of clothes and they were all outdated. But then again, why hadn't Zhao Ran prepared something decent for him? He recalled her blank expression and sighed. It was time to find a female housekeeper for the Zishan Palace. "Look, he's embarrassed," the girl giggled. "He looks familiar, I think I've seen him somewhere before. He looks ordinary but he's pleasing to the eye and has a different temperament. Sisters, who wants to go flirt with him?" A girl in revealing clothes asked eagerly. "Little girl, don't be lustful or your man will see. There are only pretentious hypocrites around, this kind of country bumpkin isn't common. Sister Ya, come and take a look," the girl called out. The woman who had been addressed as Sister Ya was looking at the catalog of the trading company, and she looked up helplessly. "Don't make fun of others." She subconsciously glanced at Lu Yin, but when she did, she froze up. The girls noticed that something was wrong and quickly pushed her. "Sister Ya, what's wrong?" Sister Ya froze for a moment, but then retracted the shock in her eyes. "It's nothing." "Right, what were you talking about?" "We said we wanted to flirt with that country bumpkin. Sister Ya, are you coming?" The girl in revealing clothes giggled. Sister Ya's expression changed and she shouted, "Don't talk nonsense." The girls were shocked. They had never seen Sister Ya so angry before. She was their boss and they were all from a very influential media company, so they usually had a good relationship with her. What was wrong with her? However, the girls didn't dare to refute her anger and just lowered their heads, not knowing what was going on. Lu Yin was still looking around curiously, wondering where Zi Xianxian was. "Forget it, I'll just go to the top floor. The person in charge is usually there." Not far away, the girls felt wronged. Sister Ya took a deep breath. "Stand here and don't move." She swallowed and walked towards Lu Yin. The girls looked at each other in shock. Did Sister Ya fall for a country bumpkin? Was she in love? Big news. Hello, I'm Xiao Ya from the Empire Morning Post. It's an honor to meet you." Sister Ya walked up to Lu Yin and bowed respectfully with a solemn expression. Behind her, the girls were surprised and looked at each other. They were not stupid. Sister Ya's attitude just now combined with her current behavior, there was only one possibility. That country bumpkin was a big shot and not just an ordinary big shot. Their empire's morning post was very influential, and they could even meet the upper echelons of the empire. Sister Ya was even more influential, and it was said that she could meet the cabinet ministers. At this moment, Sister Ya was so respectful, that person's identity might be very terrifying. The women's expressions changed and they didn't dare to speak carelessly. Lu Yin turned around and asked in surprise, "You know me?" Before he came, he had made some minor adjustments to his face to prevent anyone from recognizing him. Sister Ya respectfully said, "You are the royal regent." Lu Yin was shocked. "How did you recognize me?" Sister Ya took a deep breath and suppressed the nervousness in her heart. She replied, "All cultivators, especially those with higher status and greater influence, will disguise themselves when they go out. We have already simulated many of the higher-ups of the Empire and simulated their appearance after disguising themselves. Your Highness, your current appearance after disguising yourself is in our simulation results. Sister Ye took a deep breath and suppressed the nervousness in her heart. Lu Yin nodded and muttered to himself, "It looks like I won't be able to make minor adjustments to my disguise in the future. I'll have to make major changes." Sister Ye looked up at Lu Yin and respectfully asked, "Your Highness, are you shopping around? Xiao Ye is willing to show you the way and show you around." "You know this place very well?" Lu Yin asked. Sister Ye replied, "I come here every week and I've walked around many times." Lu Yin was amused. "Looks like you're a rich woman." Sister Ye's face turned red as Lu Yin's joke had made her feel less nervous. The person in front of her was someone who truly stood at the pinnacle, not just of the Great Yu Empire, but of the entire Great Eastern Alliance. A single word from him could influence countless people. Although Sister Ye had many connections and could even interview cabinet ministers, she had never dared to dream of meeting such a person. She had never imagined that the opportunity would be right in front of her. "Take me around. I'm quite curious about the Amethyst Trading Company," Lu Yin said. Since he wanted to work with the company, he wanted to understand more about it. "Yes, Your Highness." "Don't call me that. Just call me Brother Lu." Sister Ye blinked. "But you look younger than me." Lu Yin smiled. "Then I'll call you Seventh Bro," Sister Ye thought to herself. Isn't that the same? She realized that the royal regent was different from what she had imagined. He was not the type who would be so serious that he would scare children, and he could even joke around. "Seventh Bro, can I ask you some questions?" Sister Ye asked carefully as she led the way. Lu Yin casually replied, "Sure." Sister Ye was delighted. "Just don't publish it in the newspapers," Lu Yin added. Sister Ye was speechless. The girls stared blankly as Sister Ye respectfully led the way for the country bumpkin. They carefully followed him and their eyes lit up. That person was definitely an important person, an extremely important person. "Don't you think that person looks familiar?" one of the girls asked. "I already said that he looked familiar, but I just can't remember," another girl said. A girl in revealing clothes suddenly covered her mouth. It's a disguise." The girls' expressions changed drastically, and they circled around to the other side to look at Lu Yin's face. They exchanged glances and they could guess who that person was. No wonder Sister Ye was so respectful. After walking around for more than half an hour, Lu Yin hadn't even explored a tenth of the Amethyst Trading Company. Through Sister Ye's words, Lu Yin gained a better understanding of the Amethyst Trading Company. This trading company had a very high status in the hearts of ordinary people, and it could be described with the words good quality and cheap. Amethyst Trading Company's products aren't expensive, and they seem to be selling them in bulk. However, even the luxury items are sold at a cheaper price than outside. It's said that they don't have to pay taxes, but some say that it's because they have too many channels. Others say that many of the products are produced by them. In short, there are many theories, Sister Ye said. "No one suspects that it's fake?" Lu Yin asked. Sister Ye tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. "Even if it's fake, with Amethyst Trading Company's influence, it's still worth more than the real deal. It's fine as long as it's from Amethyst Trading Company." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "That's right, so what if it's fake? As long as it's influential enough, it's still worth more than the real deal." His title as King Zishan was fake, but his current status far surpassed Undying Yushan's. "Your colleagues are quite lively," Lu Yin said. Sister Ye apologized. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Seventh Bro." Lu Yin waved a hand. "It's fine, it's very interesting." He then looked up at the top floor. "Have you heard of Zi Xianxian?" Sister Ye shook her head. "Nope." Lu Yin grunted. "All right, thank you for today. You can go back to your work." With that, he suddenly disappeared as if he had never been there. Sister Ye stared blankly at the empty space in front of her and waved her hand. "Seventh Bro, he's gone." Not too far away, a few girls who had been following Lu Yin saw him leave, and they hurried over to talk amongst themselves. Sister Ye sternly said, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today. If I find out who's spouting nonsense, it won't be as simple as just packing up and leaving. There won't be a place for that person in the entire Great Yu Empire." The girls were frightened and they hurriedly acknowledged her orders. Sister Ye was very experienced and knowledgeable, and she vaguely knew that Amethyst Trading Company was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The royal regent's appearance here meant something, and she had many guesses, but she did not dare to make wild guesses. The Great Yu Empire and Amethyst Trading Company, or rather, the Great Eastern Alliance and Amethyst Trading Company. At the same time, she also deeply remembered the name Zi Xianxian. Through his conversation with Sister Ye, Lu Yin had a basic understanding of Amethyst Trading Company, and he had also used his domain to find Zi Xianxian. Although he did not know this Zi Xianxian, and there were no words about her on the internet, she was very easy to find. There was only one girl in a purple dress at the top floor of the trading company, so who else could it be? It was very strange, as all the people he had seen today were girls. Zi Xianxian was very vexed. She was the third in-line successor to Amethyst Trading Company, and her family had very high expectations of her. Actually, she did not want to participate in Amethyst Trading Company's matters, but her second brother was a martial arts maniac who only knew how to cultivate. Because of this, she had almost fallen out with her family, but even if they had not fallen out, her second brother had still lost the chance to inherit Amethyst Trading Company. Her eldest brother was the first-in-line successor, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would be in charge of the trading company in the future. However, she did not know who had secretly tried to sow discord between her and her eldest brother, saying that she would compete with him for the trading company. This had caused her eldest brother to oppose her at every turn. Because of this, Zi Xianxian had no choice but to escape to the Eastern Weaves. She had originally been safe and sound, but the Eastern Weaves had mysteriously formed an alliance and formed something called the Great Eastern Alliance. The board of directors of the trading company had praised her foresight and said that the Great Eastern Alliance's market prospects were far greater than that of her eldest brother's Central Weaves. They also said that Lu Yin was someone who did not want to be left out, and that the Great Eastern Alliance had great prospects in the future. In short, when the Great Eastern Alliance had been established, the board of directors had praised her to the heavens. Because of this, her eldest brother had become crazed with jealousy, and he had even scolded her over a video call. Zi Xianxian was also very helpless, as she had not known that something like this would happen. However, her eldest brother's scolding had angered her, and she had decided to stand up to him. Regardless of whether or not she would inherit the trading company in the future, she wanted her eldest brother to know that she was not someone to be trifled with. In order to prevent her eldest brother from causing trouble for her in the future, she had decided to cause him some trouble to deal with. Because of this, she had decided to give Lu Yin 5% of Xenu Star's Amethyst Trading Company's shares. She wanted to use this opportunity to attract Lu Yin's attention, as this person was very good at causing trouble. However, Lu Yin had not come looking for her after such a long time, which was very strange. However, he would definitely come looking for her in the near future, as Aegis would allow him to do so. That crazy organization of assassins would definitely give him a hard time. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Brothers' reward, I'll give it to you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 748. This Aegis was truly crazy, but it didn't matter. This huge mess would be left to her brother in the future, and it would satisfy her desire to cause trouble for him. My dear brother, there's a huge wave of trouble waiting for you, hee. Zi Xianxian smiled happily. She would let her brother handle this matter with Aegis. Her role was to give Aegis a nudge whenever she was bored, so that they could vent their anger on her brother. Thud thud thud. Come in. Zi Xianxian stretched lazily. Causing trouble for others was quite tiring, and she needed to use her brain. Lu Yin walked in and immediately saw the pink sofa across from Zi Xianxian. He looked at it carefully and it really was pink. Who would place a pink sofa in an office? Was this sofa even suitable for sitting? Zi Xianxian's gaze froze and she stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? Lu Yin had originally wanted to sit down and chat, but this pink sofa. Forget it. He changed back to his original appearance and looked at Zi Xianxian. This is the first time we've met. Hello, Miss Zi Xianxian. Zi Xianxian was no stranger to Lu Yin, and she had seen his image before. She had guessed that he would come looking for her in the near future, but she had not expected him to do so now. So you're the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master. I've heard a lot about you. Please take a seat. Lu Yin felt awkward. Sit. That would not be appropriate. He did not dare to sit on the pink sofa. Zi Xianxian blinked and gestured for Lu Yin to follow her. She led him out of the office and into an even larger one. Lu Yin saw the pink sofa again. Just how many pink sofas were there in this place? Thankfully, there was a tea table which made the place look elegant. Zi Xianxian invited Lu Yin to sit down and personally poured him a cup of tea. Is the Alliance Master here to see me? Lu Yin accepted the tea and took a sip, but he did not feel anything. Miss Z Xianxian gave me 5% of this company's shares, so I can be considered a shareholder. Z Xianxian smiled. You can be considered one. Then is the Alliance Master here to give his opinion? Or do you want a share of the profits? Luin put down his teacup. Neither. Miss Z Xianxian should know why I'm here. The Amethyst Company's intelligence network is the best in the universe. It seems like the Alliance head has run into some trouble. Z Xianxian beamed at Luin. At this moment, Luin finally looked at her seriously. He had been completely focused on the pink sofa. The girl in front of him had a pair of bright eyes. She was very beautiful and her eyes were quite lively. She had neat bangs and her hair reached her waist. It was very smooth. She looked about the same age as Hai Chi-Chi, but she was a little more mature. What was particularly eye-catching was that she was wearing a purple dress and black boots. She looked like a princess from a fairy tale. This was a rich loli. How does the Amethyst Trading Company charge for information? Luin went straight to the point. He always felt that the pink sofa was an eyesore. Z Xianxian's bright eyes sized up Luin and continued to stare at him. There was curiosity and probing in her eyes. Didn't I wash my face clean? Z Xianxian smiled. I'm thinking about how to cooperate with you. Luin grunted, but he didn't say anything else. He just continued to drink his tea. After a while, Z Xianxian looked away. We've investigated you and you've only cultivated for 7 years. You've only risen to prominence in the past 2 years. Before the innerverse and outerverse were separated, you could only dominate the younger generation. But ever since then you've completely changed. You started off by killing Enlighters and became a famous overlord of the outerverse. I'm very curious. Have you been hiding all this time, or did you really suddenly obtain an opportunity? Luin looked up. What does this have to do with our cooperation? If you want to cooperate, you need to have some understanding of your partner. Our Amethyst Trading Company is confident that we can investigate anyone's background in the outerverse, but we're very surprised by your sudden rise to prominence. What's even more surprising is that we can't find any reason why you can kill Enlighters. Where did you get those external items? How did you obtain those secret techniques? And even how did you leave the pirate port alive? We don't know any of this. Luin smiled. I'm here to buy information, not to provide it. Z Xianxian casually took out a chip from her cosmic ring and placed it on the coffee table. This records all the powers that are connected to the Great Eastern Alliance and Aegis. As long as you tell me, this chip will be yours. Luin thought for a moment and then tapped the table with a single finger. Those who knew him well knew that this was a habit of his. After looking at the chip, Luin said, Back then the Innerverse Sun family and the Day-Night clan worked together to deal with me and obstruct the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance. Not only did the Sun family personally interfere, but they even filed a lawsuit against me to the Hall of Honor. Do you know about this? Z Xianxian nodded. I do. The Sun family was abandoned by the Hall of Honor, and the Day-Night clan didn't try to deal with you. They're even more low-key now. Luin nodded. Do you know how Darkstar Gorge was destroyed? Z Xianxian nodded. I do. Darkstar Gorge colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance and was destroyed by the Hall of Honor. The Day-Night clan, Sun family, and Darkstar Gorge all tried to obstruct me from establishing the Great Eastern Alliance, but they all failed. There's a common point. At this point, Luin paused and didn't say anything else. He just looked at Z Xianxian with a strange smile. Z Xianxian's expression changed. The Hall of Honor. The common point here was the Hall of Honor. She looked at Luin in disbelief. Could it be that you're? Luin raised a hand to stop her. I didn't say anything to you and I can't say anything. Z Xianxian finally understood. It was no wonder why Luin had been able to obtain so many opportunities and establish the Great Eastern Alliance so quickly. Even the Amethyst Trading Company couldn't find any information about him. This person was definitely someone from the Hall of Honor. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why the Hall of Honor supported him so much. Even the Sun family and the Day-Night clan had been abandoned. The Hall of Honor's support for him was too great. Those external items that could kill Enlighters must have also come from the Hall of Honor. Otherwise, how could a puny Lemeter have obtained an external item that could kill an Enlighter? Even the Amethyst Trading Company couldn't possibly have such a powerful external item. Only the Hall of Honor had it. It was rumored that during the war in Ironblood Weave, this person had obtained many additional Ironblood points as a reward, which was very abnormal. How could a Lemeter accomplish such a feat? Some people even said that this person had defeated an old freak whose power level exceeded 300,000. How could that be possible? However, if this person had the support of the Hall of Honor, then everything made sense. The more Zi Xianxian thought about it, the more she felt that it made sense. This person in front of her definitely had the support of the Hall of Honor, which meant that they were supporting him in establishing the Great Eastern Alliance. Wait, could it be that the Hall of Honor's goal was the entire Outerverse? Zi Xianxian felt like she had discovered a huge secret. Although the Hall of Honor had always been above the universe, they had rarely interfered with the Outerverse affairs. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, could their policies have changed? Zi Xianxian's thoughts were a mess. The Hall of Honor was not something that the four major corporations could compare to. It was also not a colossus like Shamrock Enterprises, Aurora Enterprises, or the Mavis Bank. The Hall of Honor was a true master of everything. Once they decided to act, who could stop them? This person in front of her had a huge background behind him. Lu Yin chuckled inwardly as he knew that Zi Xianxian had misunderstood. This was exactly what he wanted. It was not that Zi Xianxian was stupid, but rather that the Hall of Honor's support for him was too misleading. He knew that it was because of his futon, but others did not. Everyone thought that he had the Hall of Honor as his backer. Furthermore, with the guidance that Zi Xianxian had given him, even Wei Rong found it hard to deny and could only choose to believe it. He slowly reached out and picked up the chip. Zi Xianxian saw this, but she did not stop him. She was still thinking about what to do if the Hall of Honor wanted to support this person to unify the Outerverse. What would happen to the Outerverse structure? She did not know, as this situation was too complicated. What are you guys planning to do? Zi Xianxian stared at Lu Yin. She had originally wanted to cause some trouble for her brother, but now she had discovered a huge secret. If this matter was not handled properly, then it was very likely that the Amethyst Trading Company would be completely destroyed. Against the Hall of Honor, even if the four major corporations worked together, it would not matter. Lu Yin smiled at her. What do you think? Zi Xianxian's voice was a little dry. You want to unify the Outerverse? Lu Yin twirled the chip between his fingers. I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't say anything. The consequences are very serious, so it's best if you don't say anything or make wild guesses. Your guesses might not be correct. That had to be it. Zi Xianxian confirmed her guess. The more this person denied it and refused to say anything, the more she believed him. Alliance Master Lu, our Amethyst Trading Company has never had any ill intentions towards you. We are and will remain so in the future. We are just dutiful businessmen, Zi Xianxian said gently. Lu Yin smiled. I know, which is why I'm here to do business with you. Zi Xianxian retracted her gaze and smiled. I'll give you the chip. The people inside should be enough for you to deal with for a while. That's not enough. Once I deal with them, the others will immediately withdraw. I need a list of all the organizations. Zi Xianxian replied, although there's only a portion of them, they're too large. With Alliance Master Lu's current control over the Alliance, it won't be easy to wipe them all out. Any more and it'll be even more impossible. Alliance Master Lu, you're not thinking of devouring Aegis in one go, are you? That's impossible. Lu Yin thought about it and realized that she was right. The number of organizations recorded in the chip was just enough for the Alliance army to deal with. If there were any more, not only would the various weaves not attack them, but they might even notify Aegis in advance to do them a favor. Lu Yin didn't hold much hope for those organizations, so he stood up. We had a pleasant chat today. Miss Zi Xianxian, thank you for your gift. Zi Xianxian hurriedly denied it. It's not a gift. It's an exchange of equal value. Lu Yin smiled. It seemed that the Amethyst Trading Company's principle of neutrality was deeply ingrained in their bones. They clearly knew that he had the Hall of Honor as his backer, but they were still unwilling to support him. That was fine, since at least they wouldn't support Aegis. Aegis alone was already so troublesome, and he couldn't afford to offend the other corporations for the time being. In a corner of vast Earth weave, 3 planets were connected together and orbiting a giant star. Spacecraft occasionally took off or landed on one of the planets. Outside of the planets, the fluctuations of detection spread throughout the surrounding space. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 749. This was one of Aegis' secret training bases in Vast Earth Weave, and it was also the largest training base in Vast Earth Weave. Every year, at least 10,000 mercenaries, assassins and bodyguards would be sent out from this place. The cruel yet dull training continued day after day. To the trainees, the days here were endless. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded, and dozens of light beams shot towards the three planets from afar. This was an attack from a warship. Aegis activated its defensive shield, and one after another the spacecraft shot into the void, only to be shot down by the light beams. Light beams shot from all directions, and Aegis base did not have any time to react. They did not even have time to speak. Several figures stepped into the void from the planet and attacked in a single direction. They were cruisers who were in charge of guarding this base. At some point in time, a figure had appeared in outer space and was standing there quietly. 4 cruisers rushed out from the planet and faced the figure directly. "This is Aegis base. Who are you people?" The figure grinned. "The Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces." The cruisers were aghast and their faces paled. They looked at each other and then gritted their teeth and attacked at the same time. The person in front of them was a hunter, and they had no confidence in defeating him. During this period of time, the Great Eastern Alliance had been at war with Aegis, and they all knew that once they encountered the Great Eastern Alliance's army, there would be no need for discussion. It would be a battle to the death. This hunter did not come from one of the 8 Weaves' great powers, but rather from one of the Eastern Weaves. He was a wandering cultivator and he faced the 4 cruisers. He wielded a long sword and slashed through outer space. One of the cruisers died on the spot, and the other 3 used their own battle techniques. However, the difference between a cruiser and a hunter was too great. Even if these people had undergone training, they were still just ordinary cruisers. At most, their concealment abilities were slightly better, but they were quickly reduced to pools of blood under the hunter's blade. Suddenly, the hunter's long sword flew out, and the blade transformed into a dazzling white light that slashed out in all directions. It tore through outer space and forced one of the figures out. His Highness was right, there really is a hidden assassin. The hunter's blade slashed down from above. The figure that had been forced out was also a cruiser, but he was unable to resist this terrifying blade and was split in half. 5 cruisers were guarding the base, which was the strength of Aegis. Back when Undying Yushan had been in the Great Yu Empire, only the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons had been at the cruiser realm or above. There had been less than 20 cruisers in the entire empire, but there were 5 of them in this base, and this was only one of Aegis' bases in the Eastern Weaves. With the death of the 5 cruisers, Aegis base was quickly destroyed. At the same time, the Allied army began to clear out the other 14 secret bases in the Eastern Weaves. Not every base had 5 cruisers standing guard, but there was at least one. Lu Yin had even sent the 13 Imperial squadrons to participate in the battle, and only then were all of the secret bases destroyed at the same time. Not only these secret bases, but also some forces that had deep cooperation with Aegis were wiped out by the coalition forces. The Allied forces even went to North Castle Weave and other places to clear out some of the local forces. This single operation shocked the entire Eastern Weaves. Not only were they shocked by the Great Eastern Alliance's strength, but they were also shocked by Aegis' strength. Who would have thought that a mere bodyguard company would actually have such enormous battle potential? All of the mercenaries that had been wiped out by the Great Eastern Alliance were enough to start a war for hegemony over an entire weave. The vast Earth sect and the other powers were even more aware of Aegis' strength, and they were both afraid and relieved. Such a terrifying monster had been hiding right beside them, and they had not even noticed it. This time, even Aegis had been caught off guard. They could allow some of the bases and powers to be wiped out, but the previous round of wiping out was different. Those were hidden bases and powers, and even the upper echelons of Aegis were not aware of their locations. How had the Great Eastern Alliance found out about them? The only possibility was the Amethyst Trading Company. Even with Aegis' arrogance and tyranny, they did not dare to claim that they could hide all of their operations from the Amethyst Trading Company. Aegis protested against the Amethyst Trading Company. Although they were tyrannical, they did not dare to force the Amethyst Trading Company too much. As one of the 4 major corporations, they had a similarly deep foundation. They did not care about a loose organization like the Great Eastern Alliance on the surface, but they were wary of a power like the Amethyst Trading Company that was hidden deeply. There was a loud bang as a young man angrily smashed a table in a luxurious office at the top of a skyscraper. What is she trying to do? Does she want us to go to war with Aegis? That bitch, that idiot. The young man's name was Zi Fong, and he was the first successor to the Amethyst Trading Company. He was also the future chairman of the trading company. The Amethyst Trading Company had been developing normally, and no matter what happened in the outside world, it had nothing to do with them. However, a call had disrupted his peaceful life. The board of directors had contacted him and asked him to investigate who had leaked the location of Aegis base to the Great Eastern Alliance. There was no need to investigate. It had to be that bitch Zi Xianxian, as she was the only one in the Great Eastern Alliance. As he thought about it, Zi Fang immediately contacted Zi Xianxian. After waiting for a long time, Zi Xianxian's image finally appeared on the screen. She had a lazy expression, and it was obvious that she had just slept. She was even chewing on some fruit and she appeared to be very relaxed. Zi Fang grew angry when he saw her. Did you sell the location of Aegis Base to Luin? Zi Xianxian blinked and then swallowed the fruit. Bro, when did you become the chairman? Congratulations. Zi Fang was furious. Zi Xianxian, don't test my patience. You should know how serious this matter is. Aegis has never had any enmity with us, and your actions will destroy the relationship that we've maintained for countless years. It will also cause the trading company to suffer losses. Zi Xianxian played with her hair. Bro, are you saying that our Amethyst Trading Company is afraid of Aegis? It's not a matter of fear. There's no need to provoke Aegis. They're a bunch of lunatics and you wouldn't want to be targeted by a bunch of lunatics while you're doing well, right? Zi Fang said, his tone softening slightly. Zi Xianxian thought about it. Right, it wouldn't be good to be targeted by lunatics. Alright, if Luin comes again I won't sell to him anymore. Zi Fang relaxed, and his gaze softened as he looked at Zi Xianxian. That's good. You have to understand how serious this matter is. None of the 4 major corporations are easy to provoke. If we provoke Aegis, our trading company will suffer great losses as well. Then what about this matter? Zi Xianxian was puzzled. Zi Fang replied, I'll take care of it. Don't have any dealings with Luin in the future. You should know that. He then hung up. Zi Xianxian watched the screen disappear and smiled happily. Dear bro, I said that I wouldn't sell to Luin, but I didn't say that I wouldn't give it to him. The trouble has only just begun. Who told you to scold me? Zi Fang did not understand women at all. Sometimes women did not need to be rational, they just needed to be happy. After wiping out the majority of Aegis forces in the Eastern Weaves, Luin did not relax. Instead, he ordered the Great Eastern Alliance to be on full alert, as Aegis would definitely retaliate. During his trip to the Amethyst Trading Company, Luin had a deep impression of Sister Ye, especially when she had said, the media's responsibility is to tell the public the truth. Luin felt that he should give the Outerverse a chance to get to know him. Kai Jianxiang, Phelan, Wei Rong and many others did not know him. They had only heard about him through the internet and rumors, and none of them had a high opinion of him. This made Luin very uncomfortable, and it also made him realize something important. He had allowed the media to promote him too freely. Many media outlets had a very low opinion of him, and Luin checked the internet himself. The Eastern Weaves were still fine as no media outlets dared to offend him. However, the further west he went, the worse the media's opinions of him became. They said that he was shrewd, ambitious, ruthless and disregarded the lives of others. Lu Yin's eyebrows twitched as he read. Was he such a person? Definitely not, as these people were slandering him. Was being smart called shrewd? Was not being ambitious because he did not want his fate to be controlled by others? Was killing one's enemies ruthless? The universe adhered to the law of the jungle, where the strong were respected. If he did not act this way, then he would be trampled underfoot by others sooner or later. The media's greatest use was to spread the word. In other words, it was to increase one's reputation. Luin could not allow others to slander his reputation, as it would not be beneficial to his recruitment of talents and his future development. He pondered for a moment and then called for Sister Ye from the Empire Morning Post. Sister Ye's name was Aya, and she had originally planned to interview an important person. However, she had not expected to receive an invitation from King Zishan's palace. She recalled Lu Yin's face and hurriedly packed her luggage before following the soldiers to the palace. Miss Aya, please take a seat, Luin smiled. Aya was nervous as this was not the Amethyst Trading Company. The person in front of her was speaking to her as the royal regent, which made it difficult for her to breathe. Luin smiled and had Zhao Ran pour her a glass of fruit juice. Girls did not necessarily like tea. Miss Aya, I called you here because I have some questions for you, Luin said. Aya respectfully replied, Please speak, Your Highness. Have you seen the descriptions of me on the internet? Luin asked. Aya thought about it and then nodded. Some of the descriptions are intentionally slandering you, but you don't have to take them to heart. Luin looked at her. I wouldn't have cared in the past but not now. Do you think there's any way to reverse my negative image? I'm not just talking about the Eastern Weaves but also the entire Outerverse. I was troubled. Your Highness, the Empire Morning Post's influence is limited to Frostwave Weave, and it can't even reach the Great Eastern Alliance, let alone the entire Outerverse. If the Great Eastern Alliance fully supports me, is there any way to expand the media's influence to the entire Outerverse? Luine asked. Aya shook her head. It's very difficult. The larger media outlets are all supported by local powers, and they speak on behalf of the local powers. If a foreign media outlet wants to enter the Outerverse, they either have to follow the local powers or they won't be able to survive. Then it's not possible for me to change my image? Luine asked. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.